Your own country. Our country. The world.
Madigan shook his head.
And this is why I decided not to recruit you. You've been on my radar for a while now, Reichenbach. You stood out in your Special Forces unit, a regular killer. You knew when to get things done. Had a reputation for efficiency. He grinned. I like that. But then you left and joined the Secret Service.
Madigan moved, slowly circling Ethan. His boots scraped the frigid steel.
I kept my eye on you. Thought you might come in handy, especially when you rocketed up the ranks. But...
Madigan sighed behind Ethan, disappointed.
You are terribly, disgustingly naive. You think you're loyal, but you're just a dog chasing after a bone, slobbering because you think it's the right thing, what you're supposed to do.
His circle complete, he squatted in front of Ethan.
Your bone is rotten, son. You're feasting on the remains of a failed state.
Ethan shook his head.
You are fucking insane. America isn't a failed state. Isn't she? She's lost her power in the world, lost her respect, her standing. We once controlled economies, countries, had armies stationed in every hemisphere. When we lifted our fingers, the world jumped to where we said. We had true power, true might. We forged this world into our own image, crushing whatever and whoever stood in our way. Communism, fascists, terrorists, radicals. And you know who really had that power? I did. I toppled governments. I created insurgencies. I destroyed and rebuilt whole countries while you were sleeping.
He stood, gazing down at Ethan with disgust.
And president after president ruined the world I built. Your leadership can't even stand firm in the face of a single enemy. Now, Spiers has finally sold America out, hopping into bed with the Russians, the Saudis, with anyone who will hold his hand and help him through the hard choices. He won't do what's right. He's not strong enough, and he never will be. Blood, rage, blinded Ethan, and he snarled, lunging forward. The chain jerked him back. He fell to his ass, sprawling on his bound hands as he choked, struggling for air.
Madigan held up his hand. The chain stopped pulling, but the frozen links still bit into his skin.
I built this world you live in. I emboldened the caliphate to destabilize your president. He purred. I put Al-Karim on his path, sent the Middle East into a tailspin. I waited for each president to fail to take charge, and fail to take care of the problem. Like a festering wound gone rotten, Al-Karim helped pull the world down. And your president wanted to talk about it. Endless summits with his allies.
Madigan looked at Sergey, his lips curling in a sneer.
And selling America out to her enemies. He made false promises to the world that America was for them. This world your president tried to create, it's a sickening parody of peace. This isn't what I spent my whole life fighting for.
Madigan's voice rose to a shout.
So I will rebuild this world, he hissed. Under my control.
Silence hung over the deck, heavy. Ethan felt the freezing wind slice against his cheek, curl through his hair. He still could barely breathe.
What do you want with me?
He choked out. With you? Madigan snorted. Nothing. He turned to Cook. What's Kobayashi's status?
He's ready to weaponize the reactor. All safeguards have been taken offline. It will take him about 2 hours to complete the process.
Excellent. Tell him to begin immediately. Send out the signal to our worldwide forces. They need to be ready. And bring me the ship's radio. Cook nodded and stepped to the side. Madigan turned his attention back to Ethan. Squatting, he reached for Ethan's chin, gripping him hard as he twisted Ethan's head from side to side. There's nothing that I want from you, Reichenbach. You're a dog trailing after its owner, and you're too stupid to realize it. Nah, I don't want you. I want your owner. Swallowing, Ethan glared at Madigan, gritting his teeth.
You'll never get Jack.
Do you remember the early days of the Iraq War? When the handcuffs were off and we could pry information from those raghead terrorists by any means necessary? The cold chill that had nothing to do with the wind danced down Ethan's spine. He tried to drag in more air, more breath, but he couldn't. His heart hammered, pounding against his ribs. Do you know what I learned about torture, Reichenbach? Madigan gripped his chin and pulled him forward until their faces were inches apart. It's completely ineffective against the subject, he said, as if whispering a secret. But completely effective if the subject is witnessing their loved ones being tortured. Slowly he grinned. There is not a single thing that I want from you. But I want Jack Spiers, and you're going to help me get him. Ethan spat, blood-soaked spittle spattering Madigan's face. Madigan nodded to the Sudanese man holding the end of Ethan's chain. The man yanked, and then kept pulling, hauling the chain until taut, choking Ethan. He kept going, yanking Ethan to his feet, and then off his feet until Ethan dangled in the air, inches off the deck, twisting and thrashing wildly as his chain noose strangled him. Somewhere, Adam shouted again, screaming his name and cursing at Madigan. Between Ethan's blinks, he saw Adam try to break free, saw the men guarding him grab him and pull him back, beat him down to the deck viciously. Nearby, Sasha shifted, putting his body in front of Sergey's, as if he could shield him from Madigan and what was to come. He gasped against the chain choking him. He couldn't breathe, couldn't drag in even the small wisps of air he had managed before. His feet kicked, toes reaching for the deck, desperately trying to take the pressure off his straining throat. Stars burst in front of his eyes, colors exploding as the world darkened at the edges of his vision. Jack. He closed his eyes, drawing forth every memory of Jack he could. Jack smiling, laughing, gazing at him with love in his eyes, sweaty and tousled after making love and waking up in each other's arms, always back to Jack's smile. Drop him. He hit the deck hard, limp and boneless as the chain rattled. It loosened just enough for him to drag in a small breath, his lungs pushing painfully at his bruised and battered ribs. Ethan pressed his forehead against the deck, coughing and gagging as spit and blood dripped from his lips.
Get out of here, Jack. Go. Take Scott and go. Get away from here before it all goes up.
Failure stung his soul, but all he could focus on was Jack. The world paled, always, beside Jack. Two men came up behind him and hefted him to his knees, holding him up, restraining him. Is everything ready?
Yes, sir.
Cook again, striding toward Madigan. Ethan watched as Cook passed Madigan a handheld radio. His blood chilled when he saw what else Cook had with him. A stun baton, a thin pipe, a bucket of water, and a blood and oil-stained rag. Cook tossed the pipe to the men restraining Adam. Blood dripped from Adam's lip, and his eye was swollen shut again, but he was back on his knees, glaring at Madigan and Cook. His eyes followed the pipe, though, and he fought back as his captors grabbed him and pinned him down. One of the men forced Adam's mouth open, and another slid the pipe between his lips and yanked it to the back of his jaw like a bit. Adam tried to shout around the pipe, but the men holding it jerked him hard against their bodies. One of them drew a knife and pressed it against Adam's throat. "No interruptions." Madigan winked at Ethan. He held the radio up to his mouth and pressed the button. Overhead, loudspeakers on the Vidushi clicked on, whining and crackling for a split second before settling into the open channel. "Jack Spiers," Madigan said. His voice boomed out of the speakers, echoing across the ice cap. "I know you're out there. I have something that you want." Madigan nodded to Cook. He held the radio out toward Ethan, still holding down the transmitter. Cook smirked at Ethan and swung the stun baton like a batter winding up for a swing. Electricity crackled off the twin prods at the end, snapping in the freezing air. He clenched, trying to gird himself for the impact. Cook slammed the baton into his bruised and battered stomach. Electricity crackled through him, lightning bursting through his veins and his muscles. He went rigid, teeth gritted, and shrieked, jerking as Cook kept the prod buried in his belly. "How does that sound, Jack? Do you like what you hear?" Madigan waved to Cook, and Cook pulled back. Ethan sagged in his captor's arms, limp. "I've only just begun." Chapter 54. USS Honolulu. "Captain, I found a lead. It doesn't look natural, though." Boomer's voice trailed off. "Our sonar is still jacked, but this looks like the remains of an icebreaker chewing through the cap. Most of it's frozen over again, I'd say maybe a month ago. What icebreakers would be chewing through the ice up here within the month?" Anderson shared a long look with Faisal, Coleman, and Wright. They'd been invited to the con after leaving the wardroom turned sick bay. Doc had chosen to stay behind for the moment, clutching a bucket as he heaved. "Bring it up on the main screen, Boomer. Nav, plot me a course to the lead." A chorus of "Aye, captains," rang out as Anderson headed for the plotting table. His navigator hunched over his charts, checking the computer's course and heading against his own calculations. He passed the final bearings to Anderson. Faisal watched it all as if he were in a bubble, as if the world were happening around him and he was stuck in slow motion. Numbness seeped into his soul and circled his bones. He had to be realistic. Adam was almost certainly gone. He thought he'd prepared himself for the possibility of a life without Adam, thought he'd guarded his heart, gave everything up to Allah, and put his trust there. What would be was Allah's will. He had no illusions otherwise. Adam and he, only Allah knew the duration of their days. He was ready, he told himself, for what would come. But he'd thought that meant Adam would leave, walk away again, and live out the rest of his life apart from Faisal. He hadn't once thought about Adam's death. He hadn't thought Allah would be that cruel. To bring them back to each other. Had it only been days since they'd lain together in a single hammock, whispering promises into each other's skin, and then tear Adam from his heart again? Part of him wanted to pray, to wail, to plead with Allah that this wasn't the end, to demand answers, yell and scream until the clouds parted and he stood before his Creator himself. Petulant fury raged in his soul, just like it had when he was 6 years old, and his uncle had come home instead of his parents. The last time he'd prayed, Adam had been beside him, their movements in sync, their words whispered together in the cold hollows of the torpedo room. Adam had looked sideways at him, sneaking glances and smiles in between the verses. They'd held hands as they bowed low. Adam had stroked his thumb over Faisal's palm. His voice had sounded so sweet, reciting the Fatiha in rolling Arabic. He didn't want to let that memory go, let it become just one blip in a long line of prayers. If he'd known how much those moments, those breaths, those whispered words would come to mean, he'd have paid more attention, kept every moment in his memories like capturing fireflies in a jar. Had Adam smiled at him 6 times or 7 when he kissed Faisal's nose? Why hadn't Faisal kissed him back? Why had he ducked his head and shifted away, coy instead of playful, focused on prayers instead of the gift that was beside him? He couldn't let it go. Not yet. He wanted to always hold on to that feeling, the memory of Adam beside him, their souls so close they were almost one. He wasn't ready for his next prayers to be alone, to be without his husband. He held Adam's dog tags in one fist, clenched over his heart. Was this all he'd ever have of Adam? Would they ever find his body? He should try to find him, bring him back to Saudi. He'd ask his uncle for space in the royal cemetery, a plot beside his. He'd wash Adam, whisper the prayers in his ears, and wrap him in his shroud. Sit in mourning and pray for him for 40 days, or, in the old ways, for an entire year. Or for 10 years, or 100, for the rest of his days. The promise of paradise and a life forever at Adam's side in the next world was too distant a dream for the immediacy of his shattered heart. Speak the name of the one you love in your heart and in your prayers. He swallowed. Adam, always, and forever. The diving officer called to the captain, and Anderson ordered an all-stop, and then a slow rise to periscope depth. He felt Honolulu shift beneath his feet, the whoosh and hiss of air slipping from the ballast tanks. Coleman shifted, pressing in behind him. "You okay?" he murmured into Faisal's ear. "Need to talk?" Faisal shook his head. "No, thank you, Sergeant." Anderson kept calling out orders. "Raise the masts, ESM sweep, extend and open up the radio antennas. If there's anything out there, I want to hear it." Coleman raised his eyebrows. In the dim light of the con, his eyes gleamed, dark shadows and blue-green shine piercing Faisal. "He and I talked before." "Please," he said, closing his eyes. "Not now. Yalla, I can't." "Con, radio!" A voice broke over the intercom, one of the crewmen shouting. "We're picking up a transmission." "Put on the speakers." Shrieks of pain erupted over the speakers, deep, throat-tearing screams, ragged and gut-wrenching, and then shuffling, a scuffle or a man being restrained, the sound of a chain being pulled, and then choking sounds, a man gasping, struggling for breath. "Hold him back. Hold him back. Tilt his head." Madigan's voice broke over the radio. "Are you familiar with waterboarding, Jack? I perfected it years ago. And so did the good captain." Water being poured. A man choking, struggling for breath, gurgling as his gasps quickened faster and faster until he just sputtered, and then silence. No one breathed. Anderson's eyes were wide, circlets of white ringing his irises all the way around. Nothing but the sound of water pouring slowly, endlessly over the radio. A chain released, heavy plinks echoing on the transmission. Something thudded. A man gasped and coughed, hacking and vomiting as he spewed up water like he was coughing up a lung. Faisal closed his eyes and looked down. Memories flashed through his mind, streaks of light like tracer rounds piercing the darkness behind his eyelids years ago with Adam, them, together, in another world. Madigan's voice came next. "How much longer will you hold out, Jack? How much longer will you listen to the love of your life suffer?" "Jesus Christ," Anderson growled. "That's it
Captain Reichenbach. He whipped around, growling to the radio room to turn the transmission off the main speakers, and then grabbed the intercom handheld and pulled it down. "Patch me into the ship-to-shore radio. Jack Spiers is still out there, and damn it, he needs our help."
Chapter 55. Kara C. Madigan's Base Camp. Jack's whole body shook as he held himself up, leaning his entire weight into his palms as he slumped forward. In front of him, a steel sheet haphazardly stuck into the ice cap formed a wall for one of the Arctic shantytown camp huts. Only a scattered handful of Madigan's criminal army seemed to still be around, and they were near the center, huddled around barrel fires and drinking vodka. He could hear their shouts and cheers in the silent spaces between Madigan's transmissions and Ethan's screams and cries of pain. Ethan. God, Ethan. Had he really told Ethan to let him go, let him die in order to save the world? Had he really condemned Adam for caving in the face of losing his team and the love of his life, watching the people he loved be murdered one by one? Had he really thought he could somehow withstand the same? That he was made of sterner, more hardened material, his soul girded with patriotic passion, ready to embrace sacrifice for the good of the world? Ethan's screams shredded his convictions, made a mockery of his lecture of the greater good. He wanted to tear across the ice cap, run guns blazing toward Madigan, fire into the sky like some kind of deranged action hero, and bellow at the top of his lungs, demand Madigan meet him for a pistol duel at high noon. Everything in him wailed, desperate to rescue Ethan, to put a stop to his torture, to just give in and give Madigan what he wanted. Tears streamed down his face as he trembled and heaved. Vomit stained the ice between his feet. Beside him, Scott clenched his rifle so hard his arms and shoulders shook, and his face turned purple, his eyes almost incandescent with pure rage. The Badushi speakers hissed as Madigan opened his broadcast again. "Our congratulations in order, Jack. I see a ring on Reichenbach's left hand. Are you wearing one, too?" His voice dripped with condescension, with hateful mockery. "Are you going to let your husband die?" Ethan's voice broke in, and Jack's heart leaped to his throat. He spun, staring at the Badushi as Ethan spoke. His voice cracked, sounding choked, but he forced his words out. "Jack, never surrender." "Everyone has a breaking point," Madigan purred. "Get out of here, Jack," Ethan shouted. "Get far away." His voice cracked again, and a wet thump echoed over the transmission. Ethan groaned. "Go," he grunted. "I'm with you all." Another wet thump, and then a kick, and Ethan's voice faded to pained grunts and groans. "Turn yourself in, Jack. Your plan has failed. We stopped your people from blowing up this ship. You're not sinking anything today. Surrender, and I'll let your husband live." Jack turned to Scott, tears blurring his vision again. Scott gazed back, his entire soul tearing apart in the depths of his eyes. Surrender was anathema to everything Jack knew, everything Ethan and Scott stood for in their professional lives. If they surrendered, that would be it. Madigan would win, the world would die. But Ethan would live. "You are my whole world," Ethan had said. "You are my everything." If he didn't turn himself in, 7 billion people might have a chance of surviving. Maybe he and Scott could storm K-27 or blow the net and send her back to the depths. Maybe they could cobble together a plan, scrape a victory out of the disaster their mission had become, but his world, after Madigan and after Ethan, would be bleak and empty. He wasn't strong enough for this. Wasn't strong enough to listen to Ethan suffer and die. All for his moral convictions. Damn it all, he was just a man. He blinked, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. He looked at Scott again. Scott saw the decision in his eyes. Jack, he breathed. Ethan, Honolulu to Phoenix 1. Honolulu to Phoenix 1. Come back. Jack's jacket squawked, his secured ship-to-shore radio blurting out Captain Anderson's message. He and Scott dove down a darkened alley, hiding between a torn-apart shipping container and an old broken plane fuselage. No one shouted, and no one came running. Honolulu? Phoenix 1, Jack breathed back into the radio. Christ, am I glad to hear you. We picked up Madigan's transmission. We know he's got Reichenbach. What's your status, Phoenix 1? Jack's eyes squeezed closed. He exhaled. Ethan led a team into the Vedushi to blow the ship. The plan was to crack the ice cap and sink the Vedushi and K-27. They must have been captured. I've only heard Ethan's voice. Where are you now? Can you get to an extraction point for us to pick you up? Jack pressed his lips together and bowed his head. Ethan's voice telling him to run, to get away from there, replayed in his head. Anderson was offering him just that, an escape. He couldn't live with himself if he walked away from Ethan again. He'd sworn to Ethan to always be by his side, to have and to hold in good times and bad, to turn to each other always, to never, ever let go of each other. Run and survive as a shell of a man? Surrender to Madigan? There was a third option. Captain, if you're in range for an extraction, you should be in range for a torpedo strike. Do you have a bearing on the Vedushi? Silence for a moment, then. Yes, Mr. President. We can launch against the Vedushi. Isn't that where Reichenbach is being held? Jack nodded to himself before speaking. Yes. And it's where I'll be, too. Mr. President. Captain, you need to launch your torpedoes against the Vedushi and K-27. Sink both of those ships to the bottom of the ocean. You're the only hope we've got now. Mr. President, these are your orders, Captain. I have to do what I have to do. The world is in your hands now. He waited. Anderson could call his bluff, tell him he wasn't the damn president and he wasn't going to listen to his orders. Finally, Anderson came back. Yes, Mr. President. We have to maneuver to a new position to get a fix on both. We can launch in 6 minutes. Perfect. Launch as soon as you're able. He swallowed. Captain Anderson, thank you for what you're about to do. For saving the world. And for what you did for Ethan and me. Captain Anderson's voice turned rough, gravelly over the radio. It was an honor, Mr. President. It's been a privilege. 6 minutes, Captain. Jack nodded again. Phoenix 1 out. He turned to Scott. Scott, I swore when we left the U.S. that I would get you back to your family. I swore that you'd see your daughter again. Scott looked away, blinking fast as he clenched his rifle. You have to get out of here. The ice cap is going to blow and take everything down with it. I can help. You've done enough. Jack rested his hand on Scott's arm, squeezing gently. You've done far more than enough for both me and Ethan. Above and beyond the call of your duties to your job, to your president, and to your friends. He smiled, but it wavered. Scott's expression darkened further. Go. Survive, Scott. It's what Ethan and I both want. I'm not abandoning you guys, Scott growled. When this thing blows, Madigan's people will be running around like a kicked ant pile. He hefted his rifle. I can pick them off. From outside the blast radius. Jack squeezed his arm again. Take your snowmobile and get away from here. Scott turned away, gazing over the ice cap and into the gloom. What about you? Jack's gaze fixed on the Vedushi. I will always choose Ethan. Chapter 56. Russian-held Canada. General Miroshkin strode into the empty wind-blown hangar and stopped dead. His jaw dropped as he stared at Elizabeth, standing in the center of the barren space. His eyes dragged over her as if staring at a ghost. Blustering, he whirled and came face to face with Colonel Song.
"What is the meaning of this?" he bellowed. "You said I was meeting a representative of your government, that you had an alliance proposal for me." "That is exactly what this meeting is," Colonel Song said calmly, ignoring Miroshkin's furious, dark expression. "I represent my government. I have been sent directly by my president to negotiate in these matters, and we do have an alliance proposal for you." "Unless it is a complete surrender from this American," Elizabeth interrupted Miroshkin's tirade, speaking over his growl. "General, the only one who will be surrendering today is you." Miroshkin slowly turned, his eyebrows arching almost clear off his forehead. Behind him, Colonel Song's lips pressed to a thin line as he glared at Elizabeth. She pressed on, dragging in a slow breath through her nose. She kept her hands clasped behind her back. "General Miroshkin, as we speak, your country is on the verge of annihilation." He snorted, waving one arm at her. He turned away, heading back for the entrance. Colonel Song blocked his path. "The man you put your trust into, former General Madigan, duped you, General. Did you never ask him what he wanted with your ships up in the Arctic? Were you never once curious?" Miroshkin froze. She watched his shoulders tighten, watched his uniform stretch across his back. "For resources exploration," he growled. "He says United States has advanced procedures for finding oil beneath the ice. He offered to search, in exchange for half profit. He will do the same once we take Canada's Arctic, as a deterrent against the United States." She shook her head. "General, you've been lied to. The United States military possesses no advanced military or naval tactics for oil exploration." He snorted at her again, but she kept going. "Madigan fed you a lie and used your greed to steal ships from you, ships that he is using to engineer the end of the world as we know it." Miroshkin's eyes narrowed. He said nothing. Elizabeth unclasped her hands, letting them swing forward. She held out a tablet, the screen displaying the Swedish weather satellite data. Violent fuchsia overlaid nearly the entire northern hemisphere and streaked into the southern. "These are satellite photos of the Arctic. They show the dispersal of methane hydrate into the atmosphere, into the jet stream. Do you see how over half the world is covered? This is from hours ago." She pointed to each country she named. The United States, Europe, Russia, China, and Canada, each completely covered. Madigan's plan, we've discovered, is to saturate the jet stream with enough of this gas to ignite a firestorm that would cascade through the atmosphere, scorch the earth. It would be like a nuclear blast rolled into an airborne tsunami wave, burning across the planet. We uncovered a saying of his, what he motivated his troops with. A new dawn is coming. Have you ever heard that from him?" Miroshkin said nothing. Elizabeth zoomed in on the scan. "Madigan is operating out of the Kara Sea. Deposits in the ice, and from your undersea oil wells, have fed him a limitless supply of what he needs. He's almost ready to ignite everything." Miroshkin paled. His lips pressed together. She looked him dead in the eye. "Have you ever heard of K-27, General?" He whipped away, pacing. "Nonsense. This is nonsense. Madigan is my ally. He came to me. He would not turn on me." "General, Madigan has turned on everyone." She held out the tablet, offering it to him. "Look at the data, General. Madigan plans to burn the world down. He wants to kill us all. The only safe spot on the planet is right above Russia, just north of the Kara Sea, not Canada, and not where we are right now. He's going to incinerate every single one of your troops in Canada." He glared at her, and then snatched the tablet from her hands. He scrolled through the series of images from the start of the gas cloud to the present, his glower growing darker, and he spat curses under his breath. "You were sent to Canada as a distraction," she said, "and to keep you away from Madigan's plans." Miroshkin's shoulders slumped. He closed his eyes, his fingertips pressing against the glass screen. Colonel Song stepped forward, holding out his own tablet. Made of clear glass, it had holograms floating above the surface. It was far more advanced than hers. He poked one of the floating holograms, and a projection rose, playing through Chinese satellite data showing the growing cloud and then an animation of the atmosphere lighting up. A wave of fire rolling over fields and mountains, bursting towns apart like film of early nuclear tests from the 50s and burning the earth to ruins. Finally, a clip of the Chinese president speaking to his Security Council. The clip had a Russian translation already overlaid, followed by an English one. "We must stop this global destruction," the Chinese president said, "by any means necessary. Madigan is our enemy now. He is the world's enemy." The clip ended, and the projection faded back into Colonel Song's tablet. Miroshkin's heavy breathing filled the hangar. He clenched Elizabeth's tablet in both hands, bending the case as his hands shook. He stared at the dented and rusted hangar walls. Wind whipped through gaps and cracks in the steel, whistling a tuneless, eerie call. She crossed to Miroshkin's side. Her heels clicked against the cold concrete as loud as hammer blows. "We have a common enemy. Madigan is a danger to us all, a danger to the world." "A common enemy means that we are united." Colonel Song stepped forward as well, bracketing Miroshkin on the opposite side of Elizabeth. "For the moment." "What do you propose?" Miroshkin finally growled. "What is it you want to do?" Elizabeth stepped in front of Miroshkin and stared him down. "Turn your ships around, General. Put your fastest jets in the air and boats in the water. Send your subs back under the ice. Get your forces back to Madigan and stop him." She swallowed hard. "We have a team going up there, but we've lost contact with them. We're blind in the Arctic right now, General. Yours are the only forces that are close enough to put a stop to this madman." Miroshkin looked up into her eyes. Chapter 57. Washington, D.C. Pete tapped his foot in time to the beat pouring from Jennifer's phone. "What station is this? It's pretty good." "In on line when I follow." Jennifer smiled at him as she took a sip of coffee. Beside her, Jason furrowed his brow as he compared a handwritten list to a stack of folders. "Jen, I don't see your name on this list." Jennifer and Pete frowned. "What list are you working on?" Pete shuffled through the madness of files in front of him. They were back at work in the Roosevelt room again, sifting through files of West Wing personnel. General Bell had vanished, as had Welby and Levi. Pete grumbled about their dwindling numbers, and he'd locked the door to keep anyone else from entering. "This is everyone who was on the flight to the Russian state funeral? The trip to Moscow?" Jason frowned at Jennifer. "You were on the flight. We sat together." "You asked me out when we landed." Jennifer grinned. "Yeah, but you're not on this list." "Well, that's dumb." Jennifer shrugged. "I was there. I had to take care of the flowers President Spiers gave at the funeral." She frowned and pursed her lips. "Is there anyone else missing?" Pete stood and shuffled through his papers, scattering sheets right and left. "Where did you get that list, Jason?" "From the original manifest." "Yeah, but who gave it to you?" Jason swallowed. "Welby gave it to me." In the background, the song changed, the fast beat mellowing to something soft and smooth, almost bluesy, almost like a farewell. Pete's gaze was locked with Jason's. "Tell me honestly, do you think
we can trust the Secret Service. Hey, you brought Welby into this, Jason shoved back from the table, holding his hands in front of him. Yeah, but the info we're getting from them isn't accurate. If Jennifer isn't on the list, then who else is missing? You want to accuse the guy we've been sitting next to for 2 days? Where the hell is he now? Pete spread his arms wide, shouting. Or Daniels. They both vanished. And the whole reason we're in this mess is because of the lies the Secret Service put out there. He threw a folder onto the table. Papers skittered wildly, spreading across the polished mahogany surface. Okay. Jennifer stood, slowly pushing back from the table. She dropped a kiss on Jason's head. You guys need a break. I'm going to go get some lunch and bring it back. Take a break until then. She grabbed her phone. Seriously, guys, you're starting to see boogeymen everywhere. Jason smiled at her, his lopsided, dopey smile, as she ducked out. In the hallway, she looked down at her phone. The last song played remained on the screen. The broadcaster would have set it to play on an endless loop, one long broadcast from the online radio station she'd been listening to for the past 3 weeks straight. The song was called A New Dawn Rises. Her phone buzzed. A text message popped up. The signal was sent. You in position? Heading to rendezvous now. She hurried through the West Wing, entering the residence, and moved fast across the cross hall. Her heels clacked against the marble, the sounds bouncing off the tall ceilings and crystal chandeliers. In 10 minutes, a van would arrive at the gates. Florists, delivering flowers for her weekly order. Or, at least, that was what their credentials said. In 12 minutes, they'd be parking beneath the East Wing, where she'd meet them at the loading dock. From there, it was 8 minutes from the loading dock back to the West Wing. They'd move faster once they started firing. And without Welby and Levi Daniels, the Secret Service agents left behind were all younger, less experienced agents who quaked in front of a senator and had only been called in when the White House needed to staff up in a hurry. Young and experienced, and easy to intimidate. They were insignificant. She ducked into the East Wing and headed for the elevator that would take her to the garage. She didn't fidget as she waited for the elevator, watching the light as the car descended from the second floor to the first. When it dinged and the doors opened, she stepped inside smoothly. No one watching would have any idea what she was about to do. The elevator doors started to close. A hand grasped the sliding brass door. The door slid back. Jason grinned at her, his hands in his pockets, shoulders slumped and shirt rumpled. Mind if I tag along? Pete's going crazy in there. He shrugged. I'd rather be with you. Jennifer pasted her wide, bright smile on her face, the one that had first lured Jason in. Sure. Down they went, into the garage. She fished her keys out of her purse. I have a floral delivery on the way, too. I'm going to check it out before we go, okay? No prob. The doors dinged and opened to the dim, cavern-like depths of the underground garage. Dark shadows clung to the cars. Down a long aisle, a rectangle of light bled into the darkness, the ramp rising into the daylight. A blue van rumbled down the ramp and rolled into the garage. She waved. It drove toward her. The driver stopped and looked her in the eyes after he rolled down his window. She walked toward him. Hi. Thanks for agreeing to this special delivery. We really need to try and bring some cheer into the White House. Everyone has been so down since the attack. As she spoke, she motioned to his hip and his holstered weapon. The driver withdrew his weapon slowly and held it out to her below the window pane. A silencer was already screwed into the barrel. Thanks so much, she said, reaching for the weapon. She whirled around, facing Jason, and pointed it at his chest. Sorry about this, Jason. Shock blasted across his face, followed by betrayal. She squeezed the trigger twice. Jason fell to the ground, limp, and his head cracked against the concrete. Twin pools of blood spread from his chest above his heart. You missed, the driver growled. Shut up. She passed the weapon back to him. He wasn't supposed to follow me. What are we going to do about him? Leave him there. He won't matter in 10 minutes anyway. She slapped the side of the van and the rear doors burst open. 12 men poured out, each wearing the coveralls her normal delivery florists wore. Bins and buckets of roses and tulips, lilies and sunflowers came out of the back of the van, too. The men dumped the flowers on the concrete. Weapons poured from the bottom of the buckets. Subcompact rifles and handguns, magazines and clips, enough ammo to lay siege to an installation, shatter a building's foundation, and kill everyone inside. Or take the west wing of the White House. Jennifer grabbed a subcompact rifle and held it close, low and ready, her finger over the trigger. Up the stairs, down the east colonnade, through the cross hall, and into the west wing. Head for the elevator to the PEOC, the bunker. Her team nodded. These were her brother's men. Her twin brother had died years before during a training accident, according to the government. When she had asked for more information, tried to find any information at all about how he died, door after door had been slammed in her face. No one had wanted to talk to her about her brother. A personal visit from General Madigan had set the story straight. Her brother had been a hero, fighting in the shadows in the black spaces off the edge of the map, leading missions so dark only an elite few knew about them. Years ago, her brother had led a mission into the dark heart of the Middle East. He'd never returned, and the government had erased all knowledge of him. A stock letter with a typo was all she had left of his life, telling her he'd perished in an unfortunate training accident. Until Madigan had come to her, given her the truth, told her what really happened and how the United States had abandoned her brother to die, and then abandoned him again to be forgotten from history, stricken from the record, and denied his rightful honors as a hero. Rage had nearly killed her for 2 years, but Madigan kept checking in on her through his people, helped her when she needed it, guided her when she was lost. Doors opened before her, acceptances to Georgetown, and a position at a top D.C. think tank, a consultancy that worked with the off-book segments of the military. Through it all, she'd trained when she could, meeting contacts in underground gyms and country escapes. She learned to shoot in the West Virginia backwoods under the tutelage of a special forces sergeant who specialized in training individuals, no questions asked. She had purpose again. One day, out of the blue, an invite to a prestigious floral design course in Paris appeared alongside an advertisement for a position as a White House floral designer. Her path unfurled before her like a rose in slow bloom. She would be the spider at the center of the blossom, waiting to strike. During the first coup, she'd sheltered in the East Wing, huddled in Barbara's office as she longed with all the fire in her soul for the end of Jack's government and of Jack Spiers himself. As hard as Barbara prayed, weeping softly in her shaking voice and huddled with Jennifer, Jennifer begged for the exact opposite: downfall, destruction, a new dawn in the world. It had been so close. And then, set back. She'd almost quit, almost put a bullet in her brain, determined to join her brother at last. Madigan was gone, on the run and in hiding, and their world, their dreams were at an end. Until a man came to visit her one night with a message from Madigan. One of her brother's men, he said. And they had work to do. Stay in place, keep your cover, report back, wait for more orders. Her next orders came much later from the lips of a Marine who worked for Ethan Reichenbach, one of the select members of the elite team responsible for hunting Madigan. They laughed all night long at that, sharing drinks before tumbling into bed. She saw him every time he was in D.C. with his team, working operations and missions for Reichenbach. They shared intel and her bed, and he passed everything to his contact at Madigan's side. Soon she'd see him again. He'd sent word that he was headed out on one last mission, one last operation embedded in Lieutenant Adam Cooper's team before their new dawn rose. When the world was in ashes and the fire burned out in the sky, they'd find each other in the rubble and wreckage and make their way by the flaming light of the new dawn. But first, she had her own mission, her own part to play in the revolution. Jennifer led her team out of the underground garage, stepping over Jason's unmoving body. They snaked up the silent East Wing stairwell. All she needed now was for Barbara to poke her head out. The East Wing was a ghost town. Only key staff remained. With Ethan Reichenbach presumed missing and the government in crisis mode, there wasn't much for a social secretary and floral designer to do. Her team padded through the empty hallways, slipping silently down the east colonnade. She led the stack by the door to the residence, outside the grand visitor's foyer separating the east wing from the residence. Her team, her brother's men, each looked her in the eye. She nodded back to them. This was it. Time to strike. Chapter 58. Kara C. Madigan Space Camp. Jack drove his snowmobile across the ice out in the open toward the Vedushi. He could feel the pressure of 100 pairs of eyeballs on him, watching his every move. He stared at the frozen, bullet-riddled bodies of the SEAL team Elizabeth had sent. Their corpses banged against the hull like deathly wind chimes, frozen chains wrapped around the men's bodies, rattling and scraping against the destroyer's old steel. When he arrived at the Vedushi's loading ramp, a team of Madigan soldiers was waiting for him. Americans, not criminal thugs, soldiers who had abandoned their posts to join his army. They smirked at Jack as he slowly walked up the ramp, his hands held over his head. A dozen rifles were pointed at him. 2 men stripped him of his own weapons, his rifle over his shoulder and his pistol in his waistband. A familiar face walked down the ramp to meet him. "Hello, Mr. President." Kobayashi grinned and pointed his pistol at Jack's head. "Won't you join us on the main deck?" Kobayashi led him through the dark hallways and cramped hatches, winding him up through rotten ladders until they came to a rusted door that opened to the top deck. Frigid wind whipped over the hull, whistling along the metal surface. Kobayashi shoved Jack through the hatch. He stumbled, but caught himself. Ahead, a crowd of Madigan's men, easily 100 or more of his army of traitors and criminals, stood gathered around the bow of the boat, beneath the barrel of the destroyer's immense long guns. To the right, he spotted Sasha and Sergey, kneeling with their hands behind their back. Sasha practically covered Sergey's body with his own, trying to shield him. Sergey's eyes were closed, his forehead resting on the back of Sasha's neck. Jack met Sasha's gaze. Grim determination and what looked like an apology stared back at him. To the left, Madigan's men restrained Adam, pinning him back by his arms and holding him on his knees. A dirty pipe had been shoved in his mouth, and blood dripped from the corners of his lips where it dug into his skin. Hot, angry tears stained Adam's face, tracks of dirt and sorrow running down his skin. And, in the center of the crowd, Ethan lay in a soaking, shivering heap. A rusted chain wrapped around his neck, looping over and over, and then rose, thrown around the barrel of the destroyer's long guns, and dropped to the hands of a grinning member of Madigan's army. Jack met the man's maniacal, vicious stare. "You're going to die." Where the chain looped around Ethan's neck, dark bruises and tears in his skin bloomed. Rivulets of blood trickled down his bare chest. Burns and angry welts marred the skin over his abdomen, and the skin over his ribs from his back to his sides was discolored, vivid aubergine, ugly olive sickly yellow. Silence reigned on the deck as Jack slowly walked forward. Ethan's eyelids fluttered, and as he sucked in ragged, short breaths, his wandering gaze fell on Jack. Jack watched his eyes widen, watched him struggle to his knees, trying to form words as he shook his head. Despair poured from him, falling from his watering eyes. He smiled, trying to put all of his love, all of his happiness into his gaze. "All the way, Ethan," he said softly, completing their promise, the words Ethan hadn't been able to get out over the radio. "I'm with you all the way." Ethan pitched forward, curling in on himself as a sob burst from him and his eyes squeezed closed. Tears ran down his cheeks, mixing with the blood on his face, and rained pink droplets to the cold steel beneath him. "Touching, Jack." Madigan smirked, crossing the deck to face Jack. Cook shadowed Madigan's every move. Jack's stomach lurched. Vivid crimson stained Cook's hands, his sleeves up to his elbows, his pants, and spattered across his face. He held a blood-soaked rag. God, Ethan's blood. Jack's eyes locked onto the rag. His mind roared, replaying Madigan's transmission of Ethan's waterboarding, Ethan's screams, his thrashing, the sounds of him drowning, and then silence. Jack swayed, the world around him seeming to tilt, seeming to swirl into a vortex. Was someone screaming, or was that just his mind the roar of his own rage, his soul on furious fire. He looked Madigan dead in his eyes. "You wanted me? Now you have me. Let Ethan go." Madigan nodded to the man holding the end of Ethan's chain. Shrugging, the man let go, and the chain pulled free from his hands, rising over the barrel of the long guns and then crashing to the deck, steel crashing against steel. Ethan didn't move. "What do you want from me?" Jack shook his head. "What's this obsession of yours?" Madigan threw his head back, laughing loudly. "Jack, there is nothing I want from you, not a single thing. You have no power here, no leverage to negotiate, no possibility of securing your release." "No." He stepped forward, crowding Jack. "I wanted you here because I wanted to look you in the eyes and watch you realize that you have lost. You've failed as the president, as a man. You failed, Jack." Jack swallowed hard. 1 minute, 45 seconds. "You've been living on borrowed time ever since you and Ethan interfered in my last mission. It wasn't personal before that, Jack. I didn't care about you. You were Leslie's ridiculous husband, the one thing that held her back from joining me fully." He froze. Leslie. Memories flashed, images of Madigan's clone, the thing that he had believed was his wife, preying on his emotions. No, not the clone. Madigan wasn't talking about the clone. He was talking about his wife, his real wife, before she died. "She was on the verge of joining my team. I recruited her myself. All she kept talking about was you. What you would say, what you would think when she left you and your marriage and joined my unit. You were a nothing attorney who still acted like a college boy, and she could have done so much better. I was sick of hearing about you. When she died, I thought, at least I never have to hear about Jack Spiers again." Madigan chuckled, shaking his head. "Imagine my surprise when you ended up the poster boy for the Republicans trying to rebrand their image." Trembling settled over his body. Madigan squinted at him. "You never saw it, did you? You were only picked for the nomination because you weren't a threat. You were soft, malleable, attractive enough to sweep the votes of people who didn't care about policy. You were the safe choice, Jack. And, just like Leslie did, the world chose to bide their time with you until they didn't need you any longer." Madigan's words hit him like bullets. His hands shook, his arms, his whole body. He tried to breathe, but his chest was too tight. His eyes slipped closed. No, Madigan wasn't going to rewrite his history. No one expected anything from you, which made you the perfect target for my coup. No one could be disappointed in a man they expected nothing from. You are an insignificant president and an insignificant man. Always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Jack opened his eyes, stared into Madigan's. Maybe it all was true. Maybe he had been about to lose Leslie, and maybe his rise in his party was only because he'd been a moderate, a man dedicated to building bridges across the aisle for the length of his career. Maybe he was seen as weak, and every criticism from Congress, every attack in the press, every dark thing whispered about him by his detractors was true. But he'd also found Ethan, had fallen in love with him, and found the man who'd unlocked the depths of his soul. Found the love of his life. That was true. Their love, their life together, what they built, what they shared, the vows they made, first by their choices and their actions, and then by their rings and words. Their love was the foundation of his life, the very definition, the meaning of his life, beyond politics, beyond the presidency, beyond even the world. Ethan was everything that made his days worth waking up for. In the length of his entire life, he could point to one unwavering truth. He loved Ethan to the depths of his soul, and Ethan loved him in return, and if that was the worth of his life, if that was all he had, well, he was the wealthiest man who had ever lived. Jack grinned. Wrong place at the wrong time? He nodded, counting down in his head. 5, 4. I can live with that. He imagined the torpedo streaking in under the ice cap, silent in the dark waters. He could almost feel it thrumming through the ocean. Closer, closer, any moment now. He stared into Madigan's dark eyes. Deep beneath their feet in the bowels of the ship, 2 torpedoes struck the hull under the ice, right on her midline. She shuddered, quivering like her hull was a gong that had just been rung. For a moment, there was silence. And then the Vedushi heaved, rising up in the air, tossed from the sea before crashing back down. A torrent of freezing water shot high, massive waves rising over the deck. Madigan's men tried to run, but most were swept off their feet as the waves broke over the bow, knocking them down and sending them careening toward the railing and the side of the ship. Shouts rose, everyone searching for a handhold, scrabbling fruitlessly to hang on. Water pounded down on them, scouring Madigan's men off the Vedushi's deck. Shrieking, they bowled over the edge and plummeted to the hard ice below, where their bodies broke, snapping in half or smearing to paste against the glacier. The man who had held Ethan's chain, who had strangled him, screamed as the waters swept him off his feet and slammed him into a steel gun cage. His spine cracked, the snap loud enough for Jack to savor, and he flopped over the side of the Vedushi, plunging to the ice, limp and broken. The bridge, rising over the top deck in a tower of rusted steel, crumpled, folding in on itself as rivets popped and blew and girders collapsed. Metal groaned and screamed, torn apart as the Vedushi slammed onto the ice cap. Another wave crashed over the deck, soaking Jack and spinning him around. Shouts turned to warbles, shrieks to rumbling whale song as he flailed underwater, almost swept away. Jack dove for Ethan, gritting his teeth as he clung to the deck through the pounding wall of water crashing on top of him. Madigan's men swept away before his eyes, but he pushed forward, grabbing Ethan and holding on with his fingers, digging into a deck plate with all of his strength. Ethan's weight tore at him, and he screamed as his arm pulled hard. God, it felt like it was going to rip out of its socket. And then the waves subsided, and he hauled Ethan close, shivering, blue-lipped and pale as a ghost, but alive. He palmed Ethan's cheeks, ran his fingers through Ethan's soaked hair, and unwound the chain from his neck. Rusted links pulled chunks of his skin away, and more blood trickled from his wounds. Metal shrieked, the ship ripping apart like a toy twisted in half. Her keel was blown, her back had broken, her 2 halves groaned as they were pulled apart by the waves. She'd split in half, and the Vedushi was going down. Beneath their feet the bow tilted, slowly tipping backward as it began to sink into the black, frigid waters. Somewhere, Madigan was shouting, trying to bellow orders in the madness, but most of his men had already been washed overboard. Jack spotted Cook hauling Madigan away, escaping from the chaos and the destruction. Jack. Blood-stained tears rolled down Ethan's cheeks. You said you shouldn't have. He kissed Ethan's temple. I can never leave you, no matter what's at stake. You are my world, Ethan, my everything. Ethan pitched forward into his arms. Jack grabbed him and helped him stand. Already the deck beneath their feet was dangerously slanted. Adam had managed to shake free from his captors at the first blast. Jack saw him, beating one of the men who had restrained him, the pipe that had been in his mouth raining blows on the man's face and head, over and over, turning his captor to a bloody pulp. Sasha had thrown himself over Sergey when the wave crashed, but now one of Madigan's last fighters hauled him away, trying to strangle him with the loose end of Ethan's chain. Sergey worked his bound arms beneath his feet and in front of his body, and then, tackled the fighter, looping his arms around the man's throat as Sasha rolled away. Coughing, Sasha pulled the chain off his neck as Sergey slowly strangled his attacker. Sergey's arms strained, shaking, and he grit his teeth, screaming the last few seconds until the man went limp and slumped to the deck. Adam threw his captor over the railing and turned to Jack. Blood covered half his face, and he clenched the pipe in one hand. Sergey grabbed 2 guns and a knife off the man he'd killed. He cut Sasha's restraints, and then Sasha cut his, squeezing Sergey's shaking hands after. Jack watched them, watched Sergey close his eyes and sway into Sasha's hold before they joined Jack and Ethan. Sasha sliced through Ethan's restraints, and Ethan wrapped his arm around Jack's waist, leaning hard against him. The remnants of Madigan's army in the shanty town raced toward them, firing blindly at the sinking, broken Vedushi. Giant fissures opened in the ice cap, cracking and snapping, broken apart by the Vedushi's blast. Spider lines stretched all the way to K-27. K-27 rolled, rocking on massive waves that bounced her practically out of the black water and onto the ice. They shuffled away, trying to keep their balance. The deck tilted wildly, and they grabbed for anything to keep them upright. The stern half of the Vedushi sank quickly, the ocean bubbling as half of her was swallowed by the waves. Screams and cries filled the air, men struggling to escape and metal shearing apart. Bullets cracked overhead and slammed into the steel hull. A second boom split the air. K-27 rose, riding what looked like a geyser, and fell, slamming into the cracked ice cap. Her rotten hull shattered, metal splintering and bursting apart, cracking open like dropped eggs all over the fractured ice. She started to slide, her heavy stern pulled down by the water, her hull scraped along the ice, shearing sodden, decrepit steel from her frame. A million nails scratched across a chalkboard, steel gouging into ice. The ice cap splintered, breaking apart beneath K-27's massive frame, plunging her stern deeper into the sea, and then K-27's nose tipped upward, standing high in the sky as if in farewell, as she slipped down, her mangled hull sinking into the water before her nose, finally disappeared beneath the ice. Ethan barked out a gasp as Jack buried his face in his neck.
Holy shit,
he breathed.
I can't believe.
The ship bucked hard, knocking them off their feet. Ethan lost his balance, but Jack and Sasha grabbed him, supported him on both sides. The last of the stern disappeared beneath the roiling water, feet from where they clung to the Vedushi's bow railing. Dark waves lapped at the deck. They had moments before where they were standing would be engulfed by the ocean.
Got to move,
Adam grunted. He hauled himself to the railing, scrambling across the nearly vertical deck.
We have to jump.
Beneath the ship, broken ice churned in the dark, freezing water. Ice that had frozen to the Vedushi's hull had broken away, shattered from the blast. If they jumped now, they'd be plunging into below-freezing water. Jack eyed Ethan. His dry suit was ruined, the top half cut away and his chest exposed. Those bruises most likely covered broken ribs. Could he survive a jump into the Arctic Ocean? The remains of the bow lurched. He grabbed the railing, now nearly vertical, and hauled Ethan alongside. Gurgling waters swallowed the Vedushi's bow. Either way, they were going into the sea. Sasha and Sergey appeared at the railing alongside Jack and Ethan. Sergey set his jaw and climbed over the railing, holding on with both hands. They were maybe 15 feet above the water and sinking fast. Sasha helped Jack maneuver Ethan over the railing. Ethan still clung to Jack, leaning heavily on him, but he held himself up while Jack and Sasha clambered over. 12 feet to the freezing water. Churning waves roared, soaking them with frigid spray that stung like knives. The bow section was nearly vertical. Jack felt his hands slip, felt Ethan's body shake violently, straining to hold on. The ocean roared, the Vedushi's steel frame shuddering.
Jump as far as you can,
Adam bellowed.
Swim away, or you'll get sucked down with the ship.
Jack looked at Ethan. Was he strong enough to swim clear? He gripped Ethan's hand, lacing their fingers together. Ethan squeezed back as he closed his eyes. They'd get through this together. Beside them,
Sergey did the same, grasping Sasha's hand as he stared at the waters below. Jack's chest heaved, breaths coming hard and fast, almost too fast. His body tightened, his bones puckering as his stomach folded in on itself. "Jump! No!" Adam roared. "No!" He let go first, throwing himself off the railing and into the waves. Sergey and Sasha jumped together. Twin splashes rose beside Adam's. Jack caught Ethan's gaze. Ethan stared back. Exhaustion and terror-laced apprehension tangling together. His body kept shaking, trembling against Jack's side. "I've got you," Jack breathed. "Always." Ethan nodded. Jack gripped Ethan's hand and took a breath. They leaped. Free fall snatched him and Ethan and threw them down. For a moment, there was just the icy wind blowing past them, ruffling their hair and whistling past their ears. Then, impact. Below freezing water grabbed Jack, tearing at his skin and shredding his muscles. His lungs seized, shocked by the punch of the cold. He wanted to gasp underwater, reflexively dragging a shocked breath to satiate his terrified body. Lightning seemed to race through him, stiffening his muscles until he could barely move. His mind went flat. Thoughts hammered away as if he was being sucked down a vortex, a whirlpool. Beneath him, the dark mass of the broken Vedushi plummeted to the depths, metal talons from her broken body reaching back for him, trying to drag him down with the ship. He felt the pull, the yank. Ethan's grip on his hand slackened. No. Jack kicked with everything he had, straining for the surface. Fractal light shimmered above, rolling diamonds in deep turquoise waves. Ethan's hand opened completely, going slack, but Jack gripped his wrist as Ethan's body drifted beneath him, limp and weightless. Kicking again, Jack grit his teeth and screamed, struggling to pull them both free. Bubbles rose around him as he strained against the tug of the Vedushi's grave, and then, like a rope snapping, he shot upward, free from the Vedushi. He hauled Ethan with him, shoving him above him, kicking as fast as he'd ever kicked up toward the light. They broke the surface together, Jack gasping as Ethan bobbed motionless by his side. Bullets and shrieks filled the air and the creaking, shattering ice. "Help!" he tried to croak, his voice shattered, weak as his body started to shake. "Jack, here!" Sergey's hand stretched out, inches from Jack's face. It seemed miles away. He lunged, grasping Sergey's hand as he hauled Ethan close. "Help him, Sergey!" Sasha and Adam appeared by Sergey's side, helping to haul them both from the waters and onto the ice. Hundreds of broken bodies littered the glacier and bobbed in the waves, men who had been holding them all hostage only minutes before. He recognized some of the American soldiers turned traitors who had met him at the loading dock. He didn't see Kobayashi. Jack shivered, rolling into Adam as Sasha and Sergey laid Ethan out and checked his breathing. His lips were blue, his skin nearly translucent. A moment later, Sergey began chest compressions. Jack crawled to Ethan's side and grabbed his hand. He pulled it to his lips, kissing each of his knuckles as Sasha breathed into Ethan's mouth. Sergey resumed chest compressions, cursing softly in Russian. Sasha leaned down for another breath, his lips locked with Ethan's, and then Ethan sputtered, coughing against him. Sasha pulled back and rolled Ethan to his side as he coughed up what seemed like half of the Arctic. Jack grasped Ethan and pulled him into his arms, trying to warm him. Immediately, Ethan started to shiver, and Jack ripped off his jacket, wrapping it around Ethan. Sasha helped, layering Ethan's bare chest with what they had. Jack gazed into Ethan's eyes, trying to pour his own body's warmth into Ethan's skin, while the whole world seemed to fall apart around them. The sounds of chaos, of anarchy, of breaking ice and shattering ships, and Madigan's army trying to flee, snowmobile engines roaring away and bullets flying through the air. Adam and Sasha huddled nearby, each clutching a rifle they'd scavenged from the dead. More rifles lay between them, a small stack. Together,
They sheltered behind a chunk of the Vedushi, what looked like a blown-off bulkhead. There was some cover, at least, from the chaos around them. Sergey kneeled beside Jack, one hand on his shoulder. "Where is the other sub?" Sasha's growl made Jack's spine stiffen. He and Sergey twisted around, searching over the ice. The black sail that had thrust up through the ice cap alongside K-27 and the Vedushi was gone. They might be going after Honolulu. Captain Anderson fired on the Vedushi and K-27. I ordered his attack.
So, that is what happened.
Sergey smiled weakly.
I thought we were finished.
Ethan pushed himself up, leaning against Jack.
Jack.
Bullets chewed the ice in front of Sasha and Adam. Chunks flew, peppering their faces. Jack and Sergey rolled over Ethan as Adam and Sasha fired back, ducking behind the bulkhead as shots sparked off metal. "Who's shooting?" Jack shouted. Two figures stalked across the ice, firing on their small shelter. Blood streamed down the sides of their faces. One, with a long, curved scar running down the length of his face, threw his rifle away and pulled out a knife. He stopped and pointed it toward them, gaze leveled right at Sasha. Jack cursed when he recognized the second man. Cook. A bullet whizzed past Jack's head, a whistle buzz that made him flatten to the ice. If Cook had survived, then had Madigan escaped as well? Where was he? The rest of Madigan's army had splintered, escaping across the ice and firing on each other, long submerged inter-army hatred seeming to explode with the loss of their commanders. Jack searched the ice cap, looking everywhere. There, behind Cook and the others, a snowmobile screaming away, heading north. A single rider, a man with broad shoulders wearing the same olive-colored jacket Madigan had been wearing on the Vedushi. The hood fell back. Madigan. Jack cursed. Fire roared in his blood, a primal need flooding him to the depths of his soul. Madigan could not get away. After everything, after all that he had done, Madigan could not escape again. He grabbed Sergey's arm. "Madigan!" he shouted into Sergey's ear. "He's escaping, going north." Jack saw Sasha's gaze flick toward Madigan and then back to Jack and Sergey. "Go," he grunted. "We will handle these men. Go get him." He shoved two rifles toward Jack and Sergey and then turned back to Cook. "Ethan." Jack cupped the side of his face. Ethan still shivered, but some color had returned to his skin. "I have to stop him." Swallowing, Ethan nodded. His jaw clenched tight, and he tried to hide the panic, the terror, and the desperation in his gaze.
"Be careful.
I'm with you all the way." He pressed a quick kiss to Ethan's icy lips. Their words, their promise to each other, enlarged, filling the spaces between them. In this life and the next, Jack would be with Ethan until the very end. Sergey pointed to a snowmobile abandoned in the snow, its driver shot dead and lying across the saddle. He squeezed Sasha's shoulder, and then Sasha laid down covering fire as Jack and Sergey sprinted for it. Sergey shoved the body away, and Jack straddled the snowmobile. "Get on!" he shouted. "Madigan is getting away!" Sergey jumped on and gripped Jack's waist. "Go!" Engine screaming, they roared away, chasing Madigan. Chapter 59. USS Honolulu. The con looked more like a traffic accident than the command center of a warship. Flashing and flickering lights pulsated, barely clinging to power. Alert red and fading green tried to shine from damaged displays. The plotting table flickered and died. Shouts rose, sailors hollering damage reports and status updates almost faster than Captain Anderson could keep up. Almost. Right after they had fired on the Vedushi and K-27, a second submarine had dropped from the ice. The SSBN Sasha had detailed on his map. They hadn't been able to fire on her. The Russian sub had sunk into the depths, descending far too close for a submariner's comfort. A Bore-class ballistic missile submarine, she'd turned on a dime and pointed straight at Honolulu. With both of them hovering in the depths, they was as close to a Mexican standoff as two submarines could get. And then She'd blasted Honolulu with the high-pulsed active sonar ping through the waters. Pure sound waves, sonic energy burned through the sea, louder than a train horn. At such a close range, the ping was a roar, a weapon all on its own, a spear that slammed into Honolulu's hull. Her metal buzzed and hummed, screaming through the decks and the bulkheads as if cymbals had crashed together. Fluorescent bulbs fizzed and popped as electronics consoles exploded, shattering glass across the deck. Lights flickered wildly. In submarine warfare, there was only one reason for an active ping, locking onto an enemy vessel's coordinates for an immediate strike, the prelude to an annihilation. Anderson opened his mouth, and the con fell silent instantly. "Helm, left full rudder and give me everything you've got." Honolulu was still limping, barely powered, and her rudder hadn't been fixed. Left full rudder was only a quarter of a turn. "Take us down to 200 feet, now!" Honolulu shuddered and shook as she sluggishly responded, lurching to one side as she plunged into the depths. She left a trail of bubbles behind her, a churned wake. "Con! Sonar!" Boomer's voice went high and tight. "Torpedo in the water aft! Torpedo in the water aft!" A bright beacon appeared on the flickering overhead screen, a visual representation of the torpedo chasing Honolulu. "Fire a noisemaker." "Aye, sir." Lieutenant Munoz, weapons officer, jammed the button for torpedo countermeasures. A canister shot from one of the torpedo tubes. As it entered the water, a seal burst and the chemicals within created a raging bubble storm, hopefully enough to draw a torpedo's attention. "Second torpedo in the water." Boomer's voice went higher. "Third torpedo in the water, Captain." 200 feet, Captain." The diving officer's voice shook as he called out Honolulu's depth. "Helm, right full rudder. Drop us down to 350. Make it loud." Anderson gripped the railing as Honolulu plunged deeper and twisted, arching away from her original course. More water churned a turbulent wake as she groaned and shifted hard. Anderson heard the rudder creak right through Honolulu's hull. If they dropped low enough, the thermocline could shield them from the torpedo's passive sonar, and if their wake was loud enough, the torpedoes could mistake the churning for Honolulu's own rudder and engine noise. He watched the photometer, the depth gauge on Honolulu, tick off the feet as they plunged. 300 feet, Captain." The hull screamed, popping and crunching. They'd taken heavy damage fighting Sierra 1 beneath the ice and were in no position to be in a shootout with another Russian sub. "The first torpedo hit the noisemaker, Captain. It detonated." "And the others?" His fingers clenched down around the railing. They had maybe a few more moves. Silence as everyone waited for Boomer's response. The ocean hummed beyond the hull. Lights flickered and danced across nervous faces and wide eyes. "All detonated, Captain. All torpedoes are amiss." Relief rang through Boomer's voice, and muted cheers rose. "Captain, they didn't follow us." Anderson frowned. "What are they doing?" "If I had to guess—" Boomer's voice trailed off. His guess was a calculated interpretation of his sonar array, his screens, and what they painted for him. "Sir, they're starting a launch." "More torpedoes?" "No, Captain. RSM-56 Bulavas. Cruise missiles." "Shit." Anderson cursed as he stalked forward. "Helm, bring us back up to 90 feet. Weapons, make ready your torpedoes." Lieutenant Munoz paled. "Captain, we took a blow to the forward torpedo bay in the last battle. If we launched torpedoes, we could blow the bow off and flood the boat." "We don't have a choice." Anderson's gaze locked onto Munoz's wide eyes. "We have to stop them from launching, or those cruise missiles will ignite the atmosphere, and everything that the President has done here will have been for nothing." Munoz nodded once and spun back to his console. His hands shook as he armed 6 torpedoes, more than would normally ever be fired. As the boat rose and the deck tilted again, Anderson spared a glance for the last 4 members of the strike team. Faisal stared back, his dark eyes somber as if he'd already accepted what Anderson feared unspoken in the center of his chest. They most likely wouldn't make it through this. Doc slumped beside Faisal, a practiced indifference hanging on his thin frame, but his face was pinched, drawn with more than just his endless seasickness. On either side of Faisal, Sergeants Coleman and Wright stood with their legs spread and arms crossed, jaws clenched tight. Classic Marines, stoic to the last. to the very end. Chapter 60. Kara C. Madigan Space Camp. After the torpedoes slammed into the Vidushi's hull, Cook shepherded Madigan through the emergency hatch and down the midship external ladder. On board the sinking Vidushi, he watched Madigan drop the last few feet to the ice and scramble away as the hull of the Vidushi chewed through the edges of the glacier. Two of Madigan's criminal army had raced across the splintering ice cap on snowmobiles, the first to arrive from their shantytown redoubt. Madigan shot both in the forehead. They tumbled backward, falling sideways, lifeless as the snowmobiles petered out. Madigan climbed on one of the snowmobiles and barked orders into his radio to their remaining sub. Those orders echoed in Cook's earpiece as he disappeared back into the bowels of the Vidushi. He had to buy Madigan time. Cook headed for his cabin, stumbling through the tilted hallways and holding on with both hands. There was something he had to get. He'd taken over the executive officer's cabin on board, a palatial space compared to his jail cell. The metal walls made the room frigidly cold, almost like he was back home in the cell block of Z Unit. There was a narrow bunk built against the cabin's hull, but he'd always slept better on hard concrete or steel. He rested on the floor. His guest had been handcuffed to the bunk anyway. After his failure, he was lucky to be alive. Madigan had insisted on keeping him alive, and Cook had insisted on keeping him under watch, but now he'd serve a purpose. Cook spun open the lock and shoved the hatch to his cabin open. His guest was already up, standing beside his bunk and bent awkwardly as he strained against the restraints. His shirt was blood-stained, the rough stitches on his chest and back oozing blood. A knife lay on the floor, tossed from Cook's shelves. He'd obviously been trying to reach it. Well, it had been his, after all. Cook grabbed the knife and ripped it from its sheath. He stalked across the cabin and cut through the man's restraints, then spun the knife around, offering him the handle. The man's dark eyes flicked from the handle to Cook's face. He said nothing. "There's someone here you have unfinished business with," Cook growled. "A pilot." Reichenbach and Spiers had survived. Lieutenant Cooper had escaped, the Russian president too, and Puchkov's constant companion, the mystery fighter pilot who had overflown their base the week before. Lieutenant Paloshenko, Siberian Spetsnaz, took the blade from Cook. His fingers wrapped around the handle slowly. "I will slit his throat," he growled, his vowels rolling in his deep Russian accent. He raised the blade, pointing it in Cook's face. "And then I will slit yours. You will face me." He grabbed Paloshenko and shoved him across the wildly tilted cabin through the hatch. "Fucking move before this whole ship is underwater." Chapter 61. Washington, D.C. "Senator, General, in here." Welby ushered General Bell and Senator Allen into horsepower and left them behind, racing across the bunker-like room to the weapons lockers. Alarms wailed, sirens and old-fashioned alert bells clanging in the hallways. Horsepower's main screens were red, the offices of the West Wing highlighted and blown up on screen, showing the details of Jennifer's attack. She and her team had stormed into the West Wing by the press briefing room. She'd shot up Pete's office, the empty cabinet room, and then made her way down the hall toward the Roosevelt Room and Oval Office. The first wave of Secret Service had held her and her team off long enough to evacuate the Roosevelt Room. Welby had Pete to thank for that. He'd been in horsepower reviewing footage on all cameras, searching for any sign of Levi and President Wall leaving the premises. Damn it, but Levi was too good. He'd been trained by Ethan, and Ethan knew all the tricks. Hell, he'd used them all to date President Spiers. If Levi had been the one to smuggle President Wall out of the White House, he'd covered his tracks personally. He'd been grinding through another playback when his phone had rung. "Welby?" "It's Jennifer." He'd never heard Pete's voice shake like that. Even over the phone, he heard Pete's panic, sensed his terror. "It's fucking Jennifer." "What?" "Jason just called me. She met a group of guys in the East Wing garage. They had guns. She shot him. He's bleeding out down there." His chair flew back when he stood up and crashed into the far wall. He'd barked orders to his men, calling for the video feeds to be pulled up. Nothing but snow and static on the East Wing cameras. Someone had destroyed them already.
but he'd spotted her leading a team through the residence almost to the West Wing. His palm hit the alarm switch as he shouted for the agents to grab their weapons and initiate intruder procedures. "Pete, we're coming for you." They'd barely managed to evacuate Pete and the rest of the offices in the West Wing before Jennifer had blasted her way in. He'd found General Bell and Senator Allen in the empty vice president's office. Wide-eyed, Senator Allen had hovered behind General Bell. Welby had to shout at him twice to get him to move, to run in front of him down the hall to the stairs that would lead them to the ground floor. Welby watched the monitor as he shed his jacket and strapped on a flak vest. He had no time to grab one before running to rescue the rest of the staff. Where is she going? On screen, Jennifer moved quickly down the hallway, slipping past the Oval Office. She didn't seem to care about the president's spaces. Pete appeared beside him, his hands laced behind his head. "Holy shit," he breathed, watching Jennifer. "Holy fucking shit. How did we miss this?" Welby slammed 3 new clips of ammo onto his belt and checked the clip in his weapon. He'd fired 6 shots already. "God, she has total access to the White House, the residence, everything because of her stupid fucking flowers." Pete grit his teeth, almost screaming. "She wasn't on the manifest for the flight to Russia. She came on board at the last minute. Something about the flowers, she said. They needed to be tended in flight. Not like other times where they could just be put in water. She insisted on coming. I thought she just wanted to spend time with Jason. And I thought she was cleared. I thought she was listed." "What's Jason's status?" "He sounded fucking bad on the phone." Pete's voice shook. He scrubbed his hands over his face, watching Jennifer kick down one of the doors to an unmarked room in the West Wing. "Oh, fuck," Welby hissed. Pete echoed him. "Fucking hell, not that." Welby shouted over the din of agents loading up and strapping on their flak vests. 40 agents had assembled in horsepower, and more held down the rest of the White House and surrounded the West Wing. "Listen up. Our target has just led her team to the elevator entrance to the PEOC. Behind him, Jennifer laid her palm on the keyboard, and the reinforced steel doors to the presidential elevator slid open. "She's entering the elevator and descending to the bunker." The PEOC, the Presidential Emergency Operations Center. All cleared West Wing staff had access to it in case they were the last line of defense, and they were the ones who had to get the president down to the bunker. Pete frowned. "What the fuck is she doing down there?" "Nothing good." Welby nodded to his men. "I want 2 teams to work on breaching the bunker from the East Wing. Try and drill through the vault doors there." "Sir, I know it's reinforced, and I know it's meant to withstand a nuclear blast. Do what you can. We have to get in there. Get creative." He jerked his head, sending 2 teams out the door. "The rest of you are going to secure the West Wing. Post up triple strength around the Situation Room. Escort Senator Allen there, too." Most of the staff had retired to the Situation Room, and the Speaker of the House was on a secured connection from the Capitol. The National Security staff were in there as well, along with General Bradford and CIA Director Maury. The agents filed out. As they went, each laid their palm over a picture taped by the door. It had appeared right after the Langley blast, both a reminder and a testament, a way to honor their fallen, and a promise to do better. Each agent touched a picture of President Spiers and Ethan Reichenbach, their former boss, dancing arm in arm at the White House Christmas ball. Welby spared a glance for General Bell and Senator Allen as the senator was escorted from horsepower. General Bell had to know what it meant. Did Senator Allen? By the shocked look on their faces, both men registered the impact. Back in the war, when Welby had served, he and his men used to slap a picture of the World Trade Center in New York City before battle, reminding them why they were there and what they were doing. He turned away, listening on the radio as his teams checked in. "Agent Welby?" General Bell stood behind him, unbuttoning his dress uniform jacket. "I'm coming with you." He reached for one of the flak jackets hanging in the weapons locker. "Sir," Pete interrupted. "I'm coming too." He mimicked General Bell's movements, slipping the flak jacket over his head and securing the straps around his chest and under his arms. "Sir, with all due respect, you cannot come with me. This is the White House, and this is a Secret Service operation." "Son, I co-wrote the book on urban warfare, and that includes fighting within urban structures. That bunker is secured so that there is only one entrance in or out, and that's through the elevator. You sent the rest of your team away, but you're strapping up for a mission, which means you're about to do something that you know is goddamn ridiculous, and no matter what you think, you can't do it alone. I know what you're planning."
General Bell arched one eyebrow at him.
"Am I on the right track?"
Welby hesitated. Could he trust General Bell? He still didn't know. Pete hovered as well, watching him. If he couldn't trust Bell, could he trust Pete? Pete was friends with Jennifer. How had he missed who she was, what she was? He closed his eyes and took a breath. Paranoia had seized Levi, taken hold of him until he almost blew apart. If he'd learned one thing from Ethan, and from President Spiers, it was that they were stronger together. Everyone, always. He locked eyes with General Bell and with Pete, and then nodded. "All right. We need all the explosives you can carry."
"Holy God, Welby, whatever you're doing, make it fast."
Word spread quickly that he was on the move, attempting a breach. The teams at the East Wing entrance weren't having any luck. Agent Beach had taken command in the Situation Room. He was within, protecting General Bradford and Director Maury. He also had a front-row seat to what Jennifer was up to in the bunker. They'd established a live feed from the PEOC to the Situation Room, standard procedure in the event of a national emergency. Now, a means to watch Jennifer and her team. Agent Beach was now his eyes and ears. "Status? What's going on?" He listened as he and General Bell laid a final brick of explosives around the base of the reinforced elevator doors. There was no way they were getting them open. Pneumatic locks had shut, all but permanently sealing the elevator from the outside world. Pete waited at the corner, keeping watch down both hallways branching off the Oval Office.
Jesus Christ. One of the guys with her pulled out fucking body parts from his bag. A severed hand and an eyeball. The hand fucking matches the president's prints. Jesus fucking Christ.
His blood went cold. He stopped breathing. President Walls.
No. President Spiers is...
It can't be. No. It can't be. He breathed hard, his thoughts racing. Spiers was with Ethan, and they were somewhere else, somewhere far away from here. Or were they? When was the last Levi had heard from them? He hadn't said. What if their mission, whatever it was, had failed? A chill settled over his body as a different thought slammed into him, nearly toppling him over. What if the hand and eyeball were cloned? Jennifer had unrestricted access to the White House, even the residence. They'd had recent experience with clones. Too recent, and the early reports were that Captain Leslie Spiers' DNA had been stolen from Army databases. Madigan had stolen the blueprints to her identity. Could Jennifer have done the same? Stolen Spiers' DNA from the residence. A full-body clone was a massive undertaking on the fringes of medical science even, but body parts were made all the time. What could she do with President Spiers' hand and eyeball? The answer came over the radio.
She's calling up the nuclear launch protocols. President Spiers' palm print still has access. She's able to get into fucking everything.
Welby cursed. If he'd been waiting for final proof that President Spiers was still alive, that was it. Levi and President Wall hadn't canceled his clearance or his access. They were expecting him to come back. "We need to go. Now." He waved General Bell and Pete back, jogging around the corner. They huddled by the shot-up door to the Roosevelt Room. General Bell held the detonator in his hand. He passed it to Welby. "It's your house." Welby shot him a glare and grabbed the detonator. He pressed the trigger. A deafening boom burst from around the corner. The walls shook and the floor trembled. He heard doors fly off their hinges and wood splinter, glass shatter from portraits and paintings, walls creaking and plaster cracking. For the second time in a year, the White House was crumbling under attack. He waited, counting 5 seconds for the rubble to settle, and then popped up. "Let's go." He drew his weapon and clicked on his flashlight, holding it crossed below his grip. They picked their way through the dark, smoke-filled hallway,
Power had been cut to the White House, and the blast sprayed plaster dust and debris into the air. They moved like shadows, sidestepping broken furniture and paintings and over destroyed walls that had been ripped apart. Welby finally smiled, relieved for a half-second, when they spotted the elevator. It worked. They'd blasted a hole in the flooring beneath the elevator's locked-shut doors. A dark opening yawned in front of the elevator, and the steel-reinforced barrier surrounding the elevator shaft had cracked. Welby shined his flashlight through the tear. He had a clear line of sight to the elevator cables. "We're in," he called over the radio. "We're going down to the bunker."
"Better fucking hurry. She's trying to crack his verification launch code. She's got 2 of the 6 digits already."
Chapter 62. Kara C. Madigan's base camp. Ethan dragged himself across the ice, kneeling behind Sasha and Adam. His hands shook as he grasped a rifle, but he hefted it to his shoulder. He recognized Cook, and his sneer as he sighted in on the man. Sasha cursed as one of the men pointed a knife his way and shouted in Russian, "Palashenko, Spetsnaz who tracked me in Siberia." Sasha spat. "Should have put a bullet in his brain." They kept firing until their rifles ran dry. They'd scavenged them off the dead. They had no ammo, no way to reload. Adam snarled and ducked beneath the bulkhead they were using as cover. 3 bullets slammed into the metal, making dents by his head. And then Cook's rifle clicked. He was out of ammo, too. Sasha rose first, flinging his weapon aside and charging for Palashenko. He bared his teeth, growling like an animal as he ran. He ducked low, his arms spread wide, and threw himself at Palashenko as the Spetsnaz officer braced himself and swung down with his knife. The blade flashed, flying over Sasha's shoulder, and both men went down to the ice in a long skid. Red smeared behind them. Cook kept his focus on Ethan and Adam. He threw his empty rifle aside and pulled out a handgun. 2 bullets slammed into their shield in between Ethan and Adam's faces. "How does it feel, Adam?" Cook shouted. Wind whipped his words away. His voice strained, shouting over the chaos surrounding them. "How does it feel to have killed your team? You might as well have blown them up yourself." Ethan grabbed Adam's wrist, holding him back. Adam's eyes burned, rage igniting his soul. He shook beneath Ethan's touch. "Jack used your pain, Ethan." Cook's voice dropped, a dangerous bellow. "He didn't come to save you. He came as a distraction. He would have let you die." It was Adam's turn to grab him. Ethan held Adam's gaze as his own hand shook, trembled against Adam's hold. It wasn't true. Cook didn't know Jack. He was just trying to get under Ethan's skin. Cook hadn't seen the look in Jack's eyes on top of the Vidushi. When Jack saw him on the deck barely hanging on, why had he held on? Why had he fought Cook's torture? They had been as good as defeated, out of options. All he'd wanted, all he'd wished for, begged for as Cook held him down and waterboarded him, was for Jack to get away, to be safe, somewhere far, far away when the world went up in flames. And then Jack had come to him. A part of his heart had collapsed at that, seeing Jack there, surrendering to Cook and Madigan. But they were together all the way. Jack had come back for him. A 3rd bullet slammed into the bulkhead, denting the metal by Ethan's temple. A click followed, and then another. Cook was out of bullets. Ethan's eyes flicked to Adam's, their gazes locked. Adrenaline surged through him, liquid steel that flooded his veins, pumped iron into his muscles. His bones were wreathed in titanium. His strength returned to him in a rush that set his body on fire. For the moment, he was invincible. By the look in Adam's eyes, so was he. "Together," Ethan said. "We do this. Together." Adam nodded. They rose, Adam vaulting over the broken bulkhead as Ethan scrambled around it. They charged Cook, bellowing as they ran. Cook met them in a boxer stance, parrying Adam's wild punch but missing Ethan's. Ethan ducked and slammed his fist into Cook's belly, doubling him over.
Adam jumped behind Cook, sweeping his feet out from beneath him and dropping him to the ice. As he fell, Cook tackled Ethan, dragging him down. They landed in a heap on the ice, grappling and snarling. Ethan clawed at Cook, trying to shove him off, but Cook had the advantage. He rose over Ethan, gripped his neck in both hands, and slammed Ethan's head against the ice. "No!" Adam charged Cook, trying to tear him off Ethan. He wrapped his arm around Cook's neck and squeezed. Cook reached for him with one hand, and Ethan managed to drag in a ragged breath. A gunshot split the air, cracking like a whip. Adam staggered backward, stumbling away from Cook. A red stain bloomed on the front of his jacket. Cook turned back to Ethan, grinning wildly. He gripped Ethan's throat in both hands, leaning his whole body's weight into his grasp as he straddled Ethan's body. He seemed to be searching for something, his fingers feeling out the bones of Ethan's spine through his skin. Ethan's legs kicked, scissoring wildly beneath Cook's crouch. His superhuman strength, a gift of adrenaline, faded, leached away by the ice and his weakened body. His vision dimmed, growing dark around the edges, and all he could see was Cook's mad grin and the insane light in his eyes, staring down at Ethan's last moments. Palashenko went down hard, Sasha on top of him. His knife sliced through Sasha's jacket, through skin. Sasha felt his muscle open up, felt warm blood flow down his back. They skidded, grappling for the upper hand. Sasha twisted, rolling into Palashenko's arm and slamming it down. He flattened Palashenko's hand against the ice, dragging it beneath their skid. Palashenko bared his teeth and growled in Sasha's face, but refused to let go. Fine. Sasha slammed his head into Palashenko's, bashing his skull back against the ice. He moved fast, driving a 1-2 series of punches into Palashenko's ribs before grabbing his blade open-handed and ripping it away. Blood wept from his sliced hand, but in a single motion, Sasha flipped the blade around and slammed it into the center of Palashenko's palm, thrusting it into the ice. Palashenko roared. He thrashed beneath Sasha, kicking hard and swinging his hips, unbalancing Sasha just enough to throw him sideways. Sasha rolled away. Palashenko pulled the knife from the ice and threw his palm slowly. Blood dripped from the blade and ran down his hand, down his fingers, staining the glacier. Shoulders heaving, Palashenko stalked toward Sasha. Sasha waited, hands loose and ready. Lunging, Palashenko swiped the blade down across Sasha's face, his chest. Sasha ducked, and then ducked again as Palashenko kept coming, kept lunging and ducking away, trying to slice him clean through from his throat to his groin. Sasha ripped his jacket off. He held it by its sleeves, the fabric loose between his arms. Palashenko's eye twitched. He roared and charged, swinging fast and furious at Sasha. The blade nicked Sasha's cheek, sliced down his jaw. Sasha spun, rolling into Palashenko's hold, and wrapped his jacket-covered hands around Palashenko's arm. Caught, Palashenko struggled, cursing, but Sasha twisted the jacket, tightening his grasp. His back was to Palashenko, their bodies aligned. Palashenko wrapped one arm around his neck and started to squeeze. Sasha grabbed his hair and yanked him forward, lifting Palashenko's feet from the ice as Sasha doubled over. Roaring, Sasha flung them both backward, his momentum sending them both into the air before slamming back down to the ice, landing hard on Palashenko's back. Crack! Palashenko gasped for breath, stunned and flailing on the ice. His legs went limp and loose, no longer kicking, no longer thrashing. Sasha scrambled as Palashenko struggled to roll over and tried to drag himself away, reaching out with his bloody hand and pulling his broken body by the furrows of the glacier. Sasha plucked the knife from where it had fallen on the ice. He stalked back, grabbed Palashenko, rolled him to his back, and stared down at the man. Broken, bleeding, and shivering, Palashenko glared back up at him. Fury and hatred burned in his eyes, black pools of emptiness that wanted to swallow Sasha's soul. How many had he killed? Hunting for Sasha in Siberia.
Kalaki's men hadn't been the only ones to pay the price for Palashenko's merciless hunt. Kalaki, a man who gave everything he had to a stranger, only because he could. And Palashenko had tried to murder him. Before that even, Palashenko had served with Moroshkin and had joined in his coup, had taken Sergey's government from him, wanted to take Sergey's life from him. He slammed the blade into Palashenko's chest, into the center of his heart, and watched his empty eyes go dim, and the hatred flare out of his gaze. Adam turned toward the gunshot as his blood stained the front of his jacket. He pressed his palm over his wound, ignoring the pain as his eyes caught on the man who'd fired. Finally. Standing behind him, swaying in the wind, stood Kobayashi. Blood covered one side of his face, matted his hair, his eyes were glassy, unfocused, but he blinked fast and sneered at Adam. "Lieutenant," he shouted, "you've lost! It's over!" The rage, the all-consuming, world-ending fury he had felt when he realized Kobayashi was working against him, was working for Madigan, roared through his soul again. Kobayashi had played him, had played them all. He'd killed Park, had helped Cook and Madigan set up the ambush at the Rust fuel station, had helped kill Faisal, the love of his life. Adam started for Kobayashi. The rest of the world blurred. The glacier, the roiling seas, and the cracked ice, Cook and Ethan scrabbling and snarling, Sasha and Palashenko wrestling in a pool of blood, even the gunshot in his belly, bleeding down the inside of his jacket. He murmured softly, prayers for the dead that he hadn't yet spoken, prayers for Faisal, and prayers for himself. "Soon I'll be with you, Habibi. Pardon my sins, which are many, and accept my deeds, which are very little. Allah, forgive Faisal, and forgive me for what I am about to do. Faisal is blessed, Allah. Bring him among the guided ones, raise him up, and let him be by your side. Lord of the two worlds, forgive us, and make Faisal's grave wide and full of light." He swallowed. "Tell him I love him." He kept stalking toward Kobayashi. Kobayashi's eyes widened, and he fired again at Adam. The second shot grazed Adam's shoulder. He kept walking. Kobayashi fired again. This time his shot went wide. He squeezed the trigger again. His weapon clicked. Out of ammo. Adam smiled, a wild, feral baring of his teeth. He burst forward, racing the final feet that separated him and Kobayashi, and tackled Kobayashi to the ice. Howling, Kobayashi tried to get away. Adam was bigger than Kobayashi, taller, stronger, even while shot. He manhandled Kobayashi, throwing him down and straddling him, pinning his arms beneath Adam's knees. He ground Kobayashi's face into the ice, slamming his skull again and again. Blood pooled beneath Kobayashi from his nose and his temple and the back of his head. Bone crunched along the side of Kobayashi's skull like cracked eggshells beneath Adam's fingers. Adam's arms tingled, though, and his hands grasping Kobayashi's hair slackened. Blood loss was a bitch, stealing his strength when he needed it most. He could feel his blood pumping out of him. He scoured the glacier, searching for something, anything to help him. He was weakening, and he needed to end this, now. A chunk of broken ice the size of a basketball rested only a foot away. Shorn from the ice pack, it had sharp, jagged edges, and had probably been frozen solid for 100 years. Perfect. Staggering, Adam scrambled for the chunk of ice. He hefted it with both hands and turned back. Kobayashi tried to slither away. Adam stumbled after him, heaving the ice chunk over his head on trembling arms. Kobayashi screamed and threw his hands up, trying to block Adam's blow. Adam dropped to his knees, using his body's fall to help drive the ice down, slamming it into Kobayashi's face and then again into the side of his skull.
Kobayashi's arms fell away as he went limp, motionless on the blood-drenched ice. Adam pitched sideways, collapsing beside him. He tried to breathe, to keep drawing in slow, shallow breaths. Crimson spread beneath Kobayashi, reaching across the glacier to him. He splayed his hand out, resting his fingertips in the spreading pool. Kobayashi's eyelids fluttered.
I wasn't alone,
he croaked. His chest rattled as his body trembled, and Kobayashi's last breath slipped from his lips. Adam closed his eyes and rolled to his back.
Faisal, I'll see you soon. Ya Hayati.
Ethan struggled to breathe, gasping against Cook's hold around his throat. Cook's hands were massive, both circling his neck all the way around to his spine. The crime scene photos from Cook's jailbreak flashed in his mind. The young guard had had his spine broken, an internal decapitation by someone ripping out his vertebrae. Cook's fingers closed around the knobs of his spine as if searching for handholds. His nails dug into the open cuts on Ethan's neck, the wounds where Cook's chain had already broken his skin almost down to his muscle. He thrashed, trying to throw Cook off. It was no use. He might as well have tried to move a mountain. His own hands wrapped around Cook's neck, squeezing, but his strength was gone, bled out of him through Cook's torture and their escape into the freezing waters. Cook would kill him long before he could even make Cook dizzy. Still, he couldn't just give up. Ethan kept squeezing, even as the world started to darken around the edges of his gaze. "Ethan!" A voice shouted over the ice pack, a hoarse bellow. A voice he would recognize anywhere, a voice that had been with him for nearly his whole life, a man he trusted to his bones. "Ethan!" The rumble of a snowmobile engine running at the engine's red line, screaming almost out of control. Gunshots, wild firing, chewing the ice beside him. Cook looked up, glaring, and his grip slackened. Momentarily, Ethan sucked in a partial breath before Cook's hands closed again.
Scott, be ready. I only have one shot at this.
Ethan let go of Cook's throat and slammed both his palms against the underside of Cook's jaw, shoving his face upward. Cook's hands closed tighter around his throat, choking out all his air. He felt bones twist in his neck, his trachea start to collapse as Cook's fingers gripped the edges of his vertebrae. Moments. He had moments. Ethan pushed, heaving with all his might, straining through gritted teeth as he pushed Cook up. A shotgun blast boomed, echoing over the glacier, and then another, a third. Cook's head exploded, half his face melting away as Ethan held his chin high, pushing him up for Scott's aim. Blood and bone and bits of brain poured down on Ethan, coating him. Cook's hands went slack around his throat. Ethan gasped, dragging in breath after breath as he shoved Cook's corpse sideways. Footsteps pounded over the glacier, and then Scott slid beside him, grabbed him, pulled him close. "Holy shit!" Scott shouted. "Ethan! Jesus, Ethan!" Scott's hands went everywhere, searching for wounds, coughing and hacking. Ethan nodded, slapping at Scott's shoulder. His body burned, his ribs ached, and his lungs felt like they were still filled with water, like he was still drowning, even doubled over on the ice.
"Adam,"
he choked out through his bruised and bloody throat.
"Adam was shot."
Scott cursed, but clambered to his feet. He gave Ethan a shotgun and jogged to where Adam lay. Nearby, Sasha, pale and unsteady, trudged back toward Ethan, one bloody hand pressed to his shoulder. He collapsed to his knees in the snow and pitched over on his side. Ethan gripped Scott's shotgun and looked north. His eyes followed the tracks Jack and Sergey had made with their snowmobile until their trail disappeared into the gloom. He couldn't help Jack now. What Jack had to do, he had to do on his own. His eyes slipped closed as he swallowed.
Jack, be safe. Come back to me.
Chapter 63. USS Honolulu.
Range to the sub?
Anderson's voice went taut as his jaw clenched. The crew was wound tight, the atmosphere in the con heavy enough to sink the boat. The world hung on what they did next, on whether they were successful or not. Boomer called back, his eyes glued to his sonar display. Sweat stained the back of his shirt, and rivulets ran down the sides of his face.
Range? 10,000 feet, Captain. She's staying close to the ice. I'm getting a ton of refractions, multiple target points, and ice reflections. His display jumped, flickering between showing 5 subs and then 1 and then 3, back to a single sub. Lieutenant Munoz, flood tubes 1 through 6 and prepare to launch your torpedoes. Clanking echoed through Honolulu, the damaged torpedo doors on the bow struggling to open fully. The ship creaked and groaned as the hull strained. What is my target, sir? In submarine warfare, the unwritten rules said to always fire on a submarine's propellers, disable her, break her rudder, leave her dead in the water, leave her unable to complete her mission. But don't break her back. Don't send 100 men to their deaths. Those rules didn't apply here. Target her midline. Crack her in half, break her open like an egg, Lieutenant. Munoz said nothing, but his hands flew over his control board, priming his torpedoes with coordinates to the center of the Russian sub. Con, sonar. She heard us flood our tubes. She's flooding 4 of her own. Roller, we're going to need to maneuver after we fire. Be ready. A submarine was not a jet fighter. Evading torpedoes and trying to swim away like a dolphin wasn't what they were designed for. He'd used up almost all his tricks, but if he could swim his way out of this, make a break of the depths and save his crew, he'd give it his all. Roller nodded, chewing gum almost fast enough to blur his jaw. Weapons ready, Captain. Munoz exhaled, holding his trembling hands over the firing board. As soon as we fire, she's going to send her torpedoes up our solution. Roller, when we launch, take us down, emergency deep. I want us rolling beneath her. Try and scramble her torpedoes. If we hit the thermocline and kill our propellers, those torpedoes might turn their attention back home. Aye, Captain. Anderson nodded to Roller and turned back to Munoz. He opened his mouth, ready to give his next order. Behind him, by the dark plotting table, there was a blur, a deep clap followed by a grunt, and then footsteps. A pistol cocked and jammed against the side of his head. Not one more fucking step, a voice growled. You're not taking out that sub. Everything stopped. His crew stopped breathing. Everyone's gaze turned to the center of the con. Even Honolulu seemed to still, as if holding her breath while her captain stood with a gun to his head. They had a traitor on board. Had been carrying him the whole time, from the start of the mission, one of Madigan's men, embedded in Lieutenant Cooper's own team. President Spiers' word of warning, his reason for fleeing Washington, his subterfuge getting to the Arctic. It had all been for nothing. Madigan had been right by Spiers' side the entire time. Anderson's eyes flicked sideways. He stared into Sergeant Wright's steady gaze. Cold fire and dedication burned back, the kind of soul-deep dedication that belonged to a martyr. There'd be no reasoning with Wright. Behind Wright, Coleman slumped sideways, falling to the deck. Blood seeped from his chest, staining the deck bright red, a klaxon of color even in the dim lights. Fury blazed from his eyes as he glared at Wright. Faisal and Doc kneeled beside him, trying to press on his chest as Coleman coughed up blood. Disarm those torpedoes. Wright dug the barrel against Anderson's skull. Now. Anderson said nothing. I said disarm those torpedoes! Wright roared. His fingers squeezed the grip of his pistol as his face twisted, murderous wrath in the harsh curve of his lips. Anderson stared him right in the eyes and stayed silent. Fine, Wright growled. You and your crew are not going to stop us. In one move, he pivoted to Lieutenant Munoz in the weapons station. Anderson lunged, trying to tackle him, but the time it took to squeeze a trigger was much less than the time it took for him to get to Wright. Wright fired, almost emptying his weapon into Munoz. Bullets slammed into Munoz's chest, turning his body into a bullet-riddled sack of meat, and then flew through him, shattering the weapons control console. Sparks flew as glass burst and displays shorted out, whining and going dark. Anderson tackled right to the deck, just as Roller shoved the control yoke hard, plunging the boat downward straight for the depths. Everything and everyone not strapped in tumbled end over end, careening out of control. Sailors rolled down the deck, slamming into stations and bulkheads. Munoz's body hit the deck hard with a sick splat. His corpse bounced off the periscope stand and continued to slide. Crimson blood slicked the deck, drops racing down the slick surface. Coleman, too, went sailing down the deck and banged off the plotting table. Doc rolled like a gymnast, clear across the con and slamming into Boomer's sonar station. Anderson braced his feet on the periscope railing and grabbed hold of Wright, fisting his hands in his uniform. Wright had dropped his pistol, and it clattered down the deck with everything else, sliding through Munoz's blood and bouncing off people and bulkheads. It disappeared into the darkness by the plotting table and went silent. Wright wrapped one leg around Anderson in a classic grappling move and grabbed Anderson's hair. He hauled Anderson's head back, opening up his face, and slammed 3 punches into his cheek, his nose, his eyes. Anderson's world went white, bursting with stars as pain nearly blinded him. Grunting, he slammed Wright down on the deck, leaning his weight against his forearm as he pressed it across Wright's throat. The boat creaked and groaned, and the hull popped with rifle-shot cracks. The hull was squeezing, clinched in the fast-rising pressures of the depths. How deep had they gone? A steep dive over 25 degrees down angle. They could go hundreds of feet in seconds. It had already been too long. Each breath seemed heavier, weightier, the pressures of the sea pushing inward, squeezing Honolulu like a balloon about to pop. "Level the boat!" Anderson roared. "Bring us up!" Roller clawed his way up the deck, crawling through a river of spilled blood before climbing back into his seat. He grabbed the controls and jerked, bringing the boat to level. Wright wrapped both his legs around Anderson and twisted, flipping Anderson on his back and breaking his chokehold. He reared up, sitting on top of Anderson as he pummeled him in the face over and over. Roller roared and charged, leaping from his station toward Wright. Wright twisted and grabbed Roller out of the air, gripping him by his throat and slamming him to the deck. Roller hit hard and didn't move. He lay face down, still. Anderson blinked blearily up at Wright. "It can't end like this." The pistol whispered under the plotting table into the darkness beside Coleman. Faisal snatched it, plucking the weapon out of its bloody slide. Coleman struggled to breathe, gasping for air. Wright had drawn his concealed weapon in the dark, pressed it to Coleman's back, and fired a shot into his right lung. Blood frothed at Coleman's lips, flecking over his pale skin. Faisal had clung to him during the wild tumble, slingshotting the two of them beneath the plotting table. He kept pressure on Coleman's gunshot, trying to stop the burble of blood spilling between his fingers. Coleman's eyes darted to the pistol he held. He reached for Faisal, one shaking hand grabbing his jacket. He pulled him close. "Go. You know what you have to do." He shoved Faisal, pushing him away. If he left Coleman, he might bleed out. Bleed to death, cramped beneath the navigation station of a broken submarine beneath the ice cap. Faisal grabbed Coleman's hand and pressed it over his own wound. He spoke fast, whispering in English in Coleman's ear. "Allah, I beseech you in your mercy, protect this man, keep him in your sight and your care." He rose, gripping the pistol in his hand. The weapon was slick, drenched in blood. Droplets fell from the barrel, striking the deck as he slipped behind Wright, moving in the shadows. He kept praying, turning to Arabic. "Allah, remove all fear from my heart. Guide my hands and protect these men from the vileness of this enemy." He raised the pistol and sighted the back of Wright's head. Time slowed, elongating between breaths. He saw Adam in his mind, saw his smile, the tousle of his hair, the way he tipped his head back and laughed, how his brow furrowed when he struggled. Their love had been hard-fought, hard-won, a dangerous gambit between men who had everything to lose by taking a chance on each other. How had they found each other? How had they come so far, loved so deeply? How had it all been ripped away? He knew how. He knew exactly how.
Yalla Wright had played them this whole time, from the very beginning, from the first moment he'd met him after Ethiopia. How long had Wright served with Adam? How long had he been betraying him? And at the station, when they'd escaped before the blast, Wright had supposedly been beaten outside and then dragged in and dumped on the deck. He had recovered fast for someone beaten unconscious. He must have been faking it. Voila. He'd been working with Cook at every moment. Would he have left them there to die in the blast if they hadn't escaped? Had he stayed with them, a silent betrayer lying in wait to ensure that the final nail had been hammered into their coffin? Into Adam's coffin. Fury swept through him, the scorch of the midday desert sun stabbing his soul. He'd been happy. He'd been so happy, and he and Adam were making it work. It wouldn't end like this. He exhaled. In his mind he prayed, Allah, deliver me from what I am about to do. He'd never killed in raw, aching wrath before, never in bloodlust and vengeance. Never had he truly desired another man's death. Adam's smile hovered in his mind again, his skin pale against the Saudi sun and sand, his cheeks blooming with new freckles whenever they were in the desert for too long. Anabahibuk, Adam. Right, he bellowed as Wright reared back, preparing to slam his fist into Anderson's face again. Blood poured from Anderson's nose and dripped down his face. Wright whirled, glaring into the darkness. Faisal stepped into the light, into the green glow of the submarine's displays. For Adam. He squeezed the trigger. He squeezed again, and again, and again, over and over until the weapon clicked. Bullets slammed into Wright, first in the center of his forehead, then the side of his cheek, his neck, lower into his chest. His heart, he shook, rocked with the blow of each gunshot, trembling over Anderson as his blood sprayed. Finally, he slid sideways, falling to the deck with his eyes still open. Silence filled the con. Anderson rolled over and pushed himself to shaky feet. Faisal raced to his side, supporting him with one shoulder. "Status?" Anderson barked, spitting a wad of blood to the deck. "How much time left before those cruise missiles launch?" The crew lurched back to their stations, sliding into their duties on autopilot. Still, they stared with wide eyes at Munoz's destroyed console, the blood-slick and body-littered deck. Boomer's voice shook hard when he spoke. "Cruise missiles launching in less than a minute, Captain." Anderson closed his eyes. He exhaled and then looked at Munoz's destroyed console. "Nav," he said, his voice catching. "Plot a course for the dead center of her hull. Ramming speed." Chapter 64. Over the Canadian-U.S. border. The TV was on in the back of Colonel Song's plane, breaking news streaming live over the air. TNN's reporters scrambled for new information, any information to explain what was happening. All around the nation, pockets of anarchy had broken out. Scattered police officers had turned on their colleagues, splinter cells on military bases had activated, firing on their fellow soldiers, and, in Washington, D.C., the White House was under attack. Again. Unknown perpetrators had penetrated the West Wing, reports said. Information was sketchy at best. The White House was on lockdown. Senators and generals were inside, but no word on President Wall, or her status, or condition. Was she a hostage, they wondered? Was she even at the White House? Oh, God. Elizabeth stared at the screen as she gripped Levi's hand. It's Madigan. He started his attack, his followers. These are his followers. I'm trying to get through to the White House. Levi dialed every number he could. It was useless. White House protocol locked down communications and shut down cell phones when under attack. Colonel Song eyed them both. If Madigan has truly launched his attack, then we are already too late. No, I won't give up hope yet. Elizabeth held a fist in front of her face, bounced it off her pursed lips. We're still here, aren't we? For now, Colonel Song said. Chapter 65. Washington, D.C. Only a whisper of sound whistled as Welby, General Bell, and Pete slid down the elevator cables in the 300-foot shaft leading down to the PEOC. Cold concrete, damp earth, and hot steel hit their noses, the stench of an underground bunker buried in Virginia clay. Welby and Bell slowed their approach as they reached the roof of the elevator, and then helped Pete down as well. Pete swung his backpack around and pulled out the last bricks of C4 with shaking hands. Bell peeled the sticky back off and placed them where Welby pointed, around the elevator vent, and flicked the embedded trigger switches, activating the close-range detonator transmitters. All three men clambered back up the cables, moving clear of the blast radius. Welby spoke softly, holding the detonator. "When this blows, we drop back down and breach. Grenades first. Take as many of her team out as you can. I'll go first and give the signal, when it's clear for you to follow." Pete's eyes were wide, thick circles of white ringing his irises. He nodded, jerking his head up and down. Bell gave Pete a long stare, but nodded once to Welby. He jammed his thumb down on the detonator. Fire bloomed beneath them, blasting the roof of the elevator down into the car. The vent spat downward, shattering against the steel cage. The doors were propped open by design, held in the bunker for the president. Debris roared from the elevator, cluttering the car's floor and the bunker's entrance. "Go!" Welby slid down the cables first. He braced on the edge of the elevator car and peered through the smoke, the dust of the explosion. Steel plates and fluorescent light bulbs swung in the car, next to a gaping hole just wide enough for a man to squeeze through. He grabbed the 3 grenades clipped to his belt. Pulling the pins, he lobbed them through the hole and jumped back right as gunshots blasted up from the bunker. Bullets whizzed by his legs and slammed into the elevator shaft. More plinked off the elevator's steel walls. He counted down the seconds as the grenades rolled into the bunker's hallway. Shouts and guttural orders echoed from the bunker, Jennifer's men scrambling in the face of 3 surprise visitors. But the bunker was small, just the footprint of a quarter of the west wing. The concrete walls and iron pipes made a cave, a perfectly sealed blast room. It was the one thing that had always given him the heebie-jeebies about the bunker. It was a perfect place for a grenade ambush. The Secret Service operated under the belief that there would never be an ambush against the bunker. Until today. He listened as the grenades detonated, their blasts magnified by the confined space, the concrete and steel-reinforced walls that wouldn't give. The blasts had nowhere to go but deeper into the bunker, around the corners that he pictured Jennifer's team hiding behind. Bits of metal, superheated and roaring flames, would be spearing into her soldiers. By the cries and shrieks he heard, a chunk of her men were down. Bell dropped beside him. He pulled 2 grenades from his own belt and lobbed both into the bunker. They skittered, spinning across the floor, and disappeared into the smoke and gloom. Fewer voices called out the grenade warning, fewer shouts, but more moans. Her forces were down. They waited for the detonation, counting the seconds. Silence after the blast. Welby met Bell's gaze. Time to breach. Welby dropped to a kneel, holding his weapon out, his finger already half squeezing the trigger. He kicked aside the shattered grate and hopped into the elevator, landing crouched in the debris. Spinning, he slammed his back against the wall, covering behind the slim doorframe, and waited for Jennifer's team to fire. Beach's voice whispered in his earpiece. "All we see is smoke. She ducked out of sight at the first grenade. We saw 5 men go down in the blast. No visual on current targets." He couldn't respond, not in the silent, smoky bunker. Slowly, he slid forward, peering around the frame of the elevator car. Smoke and dust choked the air, debris from the grenades, bodies on the floor, men, twisted and unnatural. He ducked out, clearing right and then left and flattening along the wall. Still no movement, no shadows in the gloom. Looking back, he motioned for Bell and Pete to follow. Bell came first, lowering himself more slowly through the hole. Pete jumped like Welby had, but stumbled on the landing. Welby covered them both as they joined him outside the elevator. The elevator was the dead end of a T intersection. To the right and left, short hallways led to support facilities, a tiny dorm room, a lavatory, a Spartan kitchen, 2 empty rooms nicknamed the crying rooms by the staff. Ahead, the central hallway led to the bunker's operations center, a cramped space stuffed with computer systems, enough monitors to make anyone go blind, server racks set up in a maze, and communications equipment that even Welby had never seen.
It looked like a strange mixture between a junk shop and what an alien spacecraft should look like Air Force One had burrowed underground and compacted to the size of a bedroom. Jennifer was at the end of the hall. On the main screen, President Spiers' code to unleash the nuclear launch safeguards flashed. The code was less secure than the handprint and retinal lock. Handprints and retinal locks were supposed to be the Cadillacs of the security protocol. 4 of the 6 digits had been entered. A brute force cyber attack cycled through the final 2 digits. They were almost out of time. With each digit uncovered, the possibilities decreased exponentially. As he watched, the 5th digit flashed, plugging into the display. Only 1 digit left to go.
"Jennifer," he bellowed. "We know you're down here."
Scuffling just ahead. He spun, his weapon raised. Behind him, Bell fell into the rear covering. Pete clung to Welby, breathing hard.
"Why do you want the nuclear codes, Jennifer?"
If he could get her to respond, he could get a bead on her. More shuffling, like soft footsteps to his left. Welby spun again, trying to peer through the smoke. Her voice came from the right. "In moments, this world will end, and when it does, we will be in control of the world to come. These weapons guarantee that control."
"Sounds like a shitty world," Pete shouted. "I don't want any part of that."
Welby spared a withering glare for Pete. Pete swallowed hard, his jaw snapping shut with an audible crack. "Pete, you were supposed to be killed in the first attack," she spat. "You and your big fucking mouth."
"You lost then and you're going to lose now."
Slowly, Welby slipped forward. He had a target on the left and Jennifer on the right. "Come on, Beach, what do you see?" "You can kill me, Agent Welby. I'm glad to die. But it won't change anything. We've already won." The last digit flashed, locking into place. An alarm blared and the monitors all flashed the same alert. Nuclear safeguard offline. Launch protocols active. Shit. They were out of time.
"Fuck, Welby, the codes have been breached."
Beach's panicked voice rang in his earpiece.
"Get her now."
What the fuck did Beach think he'd been doing? Gritting his teeth, Welby swung to the left, spraying bullets down the side of the bunker, hoping he'd hit someone. He whirled, turning to his right, and caught Jennifer dashing for the main display. Gunshots roared, bullets sizzling past his head. Instinct screamed for him to duck, to take cover, but he kept going. He heard Bell behind him, spinning and firing on Jennifer's men hiding in the hallways, waiting to ambush them. Pete, stepping forward, firing on the teammates she had hidden to the left, behind a rack of servers. Pete was just disciplined enough to not go full auto, but he still emptied his clip into the man and into the servers. Sparks flew, scattering around the cramped bunker. Overhead, lights flickered and spat, fluorescent bulbs exploding in a shower of sparks. Jennifer raced forward as the first bullet slammed into Welby's shoulder. He kept going, firing as he ran. A bullet plunged into his back. She punched the orders to activate nuclear warheads. Across the country, silos were screaming online, warheads cycling into active mode. Silo covers were sliding back, revealing their deadly cargo. She was launching now. A nuclear blitzkrieg. He had to stop her. 2 bullets slammed into him, into his thigh. He stumbled, but pushed on. One of his shots shattered an elbow. Another blasted her hip. Jennifer fell forward, bracing her upper body on the console. Steps away. He was steps away. She clawed herself up, her fingers racing over the command controls. Presidents weren't coders. They were push-button junkies, and the bunker had been built to accommodate that. Procedures for firing nuclear warheads and potentially ending the world were easy to enter, once the code was active. Targets selected automatically, the major population centers of nations on a touch-screen console. Jennifer selected cities across all of the United States. Her hand hovered over the launch key. Welby threw himself against her, slamming her fully into the console. He grabbed her remaining arm and ripped it backward, tearing it from its socket. She screamed and kicked behind her, trying to sweep his legs out from beneath him. He spun her, grasping her throat and slamming her back against the console.
Both her arms hung useless, one shot at the elbow, one dangling dislocated from her shoulder. She glared up at him, smoke staining her pale cheeks, blood flecked across her blonde hair. Once he'd thought she was beautiful. Welby pressed the barrel of the weapon to her belly and pulled the trigger, emptying his clip into her. She trembled and shook beneath his grasp with every shot, the bullets passing through her and into the control station. Circuit boards fried and the system whined, crashing offline. Access lost flashed on the main monitor. Re-enter nuclear activation codes.
"You did it!"
Beach shouted in his ear.
"Jesus Christ, you did it! Welby, holy fuck!"
Beach's voice warbled like he had fallen under water. Welby heard footsteps running behind him, heard someone shout his name. He stumbled, falling to his knees, and then pitched to his side. He still held Jennifer's throat in his iron-clad grip. She came with him, and he stared into her eyes, watching as she shuddered, as she breathed her last breath. As her eyes rolled back in her head, she went limp in his hand. He let go, and she flopped away, falling to the bunker's concrete floor like a rag doll. Hands grabbed him, tried to steer him down, roamed over his body, searching for his wounds. He closed his eyes, saw Ethan, his colleague, his co-worker, a man he had spent 12 years beside. Saw President Spiers, a man he'd thought he'd failed, had thought he'd let die. He saw both of them, dancing at the White House, twirling beneath the chandeliers of the ballroom, a golden glow wreathing their movements, catching their radiant smiles. Around and around they went, spinning and dancing, laughing and smiling, happy, so very happy. "Mission accomplished, Mr. President." His eyes slipped closed. Chapter 66. USS Honolulu. On the sonar scope, the Russian sub appeared dead center, a growing tower of endless red that filled the screen. "Distance, 200 feet, Captain." Boomer's voice had stopped shaking. Steel filled his words instead. Anderson leaned into Faisal, gripping the younger man's shoulder. The collision alarm wailed, a deep klaxon blaring through his boat. His crew were at their best in this moment, facing their end, plowing toward this Russian sub of Madigan's, intent on destroying their world. They were the last line, the very last line of defense. To their side, Doc had hauled Coleman into his arms, and he sat leaning against the shot-up remnants of Lieutenant Munoz's weapons station. Coleman still dragged in shaky breaths, his head resting on Doc's shoulder. "Distance, 100 feet, Captain." "It's been an honor," Anderson said, his voice catching. "Every last one of you are heroes." He met each sailor's gaze, nodding to the men under his command. And then, impact. Time snapped, racing from too slow, the waiting that came before their collision, to too fast, the gut-punch crash of Honolulu slamming into the belly of the Russian sub. Honolulu crunched, the sound of a heavy battering ram slamming into the side of a car. Rivets popped along her hull, and then steel bent and tore, her frame twisting and tearing into ragged pieces. Sonar winked off, the sensors in the nose of the ship pulverized on impact. They held fast to whatever they could, grasping railings and handholds and gritting their teeth. Anything not bolted down flew across the con and slammed into the bulkhead. The plotting table wrenched free from its bolts, toppling over. Wax pencils whizzed through the air. The explosion started. He'd evacuated the forward compartment, moving his crew to the middle of the boat. The torpedoes in their tubes were still armed, still hot and ready to ignite. There was no way to fire them, not with a busted ship and a destroyed weapons console, not in time for them to have mattered, but ramming the torpedoes into the belly of the Russian sub was enough to set them all off. Chain reactions ignited, booming explosions roaring from Honolulu's bow. He felt the shudder of the torpedoes bursting apart. If he closed his eyes, he could feel the flames. Alerts flashed across the control boards, but his crew silently turned them off. Flooding in the forward compartments, reactors scram, hull integrity compromised. Collision. Hissing followed, the rush and swirl of water pouring into Honolulu. The lights winked out, plunging the con into pitch-black darkness. Emergency lighting struggled online, fading fast. Only a few lights stayed on, flickering like mosquito traps buzzing in the night. Water foamed over the deck, sloshing around Anderson's shoes. The sea was invading, roaring into their home, their sanctuary. In his whole career, he'd never lost a boat, never even sprang a leak. Now, they were going to sink to the bottom, entombed forever in the Arctic. Collapsing steel roared, metal shredding metal. It sounded like they were flying right through the sub, like the crunching, crushing metal was right outside the con. He heard the final sound, every submariner's worst nightmare, the hiss and fizz of 100 balloons leaking air. The sound of a sub venting oxygen into the sea. Honolulu was dead. Anderson closed his eyes. A jerk wrenched him sideways. He stumbled and nearly fell, but Faisal held him up. Another jerk, and then a bone-rattling shudder, like Honolulu had been dropped in a cement mixer. "What's going on?" His crew was blind and deaf to the outside world, sitting in front of dark consoles, but still they scrambled to answer. Boomer struggled to listen to his headset, still plugged into the small rear sonar array. He'd spun the array as far as it could go, pointing it down and forward, trying to get any eyes and ears on what was happening. "Captain, something is sinking to the bottom, something big." Half of Honolulu, most likely. He swallowed. "Anything on the Russians?" Silence for a beat. "Captain, it is them, the Russian sub. She's what is plunging to the bottom. She snapped in half all the way to her sail." "What's our depth?" He wasn't feeling the crush of the sea, the rise in pressure that came with the dead man's drop to the bottom. "We're holding steady. No dropping. Dropping 8 degrees, Captain." Boomer spun in his chair and stared at Anderson. Through the darkness, his eyes gleamed like stars, like planets lit up in the night sky. "Sir, we're free from the sub." That shaking, that was her tearing free. Free from the sub. Anderson rocketed forward, pulling out of Faisal's hold. He gripped the railing. "Blow the ballast!" he roared. "Blow it now! Now! Now!" Chief Garcia lunged for the chicken switches, the bright red toggles that controlled the air in Honolulu's ballast tanks. Her forward tanks were gone, crunched in the collision. Hell, her forward half was gone by the sound of everything. The Russian sub had ripped free and torn half of Honolulu with it. But that was her ticket to freedom. Air whooshed out of the stern ballast tanks, blasting into the sea with the roar of a freight train. Lurching, Honolulu leaped forward, rising like the cruise missile the Russian sub never launched. She rocketed for the ice, 7,000 tons of metal racing for the surface. "Brace for impact!" Anderson roared. "Sound collision alarm!" For the second time in an hour, men and machines tumbled in the con. Anderson held onto the railing and to Faisal, holding the young man tight. Faisal, in turn, gripped him, their feet locked together, barely staying upright as the deck tilted almost vertical. They both gripped the overhead handles, hanging like subway riders on a train out of control. Boomer's voice rang out, shrill and tight. "Ice cap in 10 feet, Captain! We're going to punch through!" If they still had their bow, the curved, reinforced nose of their boat, they'd punch through with just some dents and a story to tell back home, but missing their bow, with half their ship shorn off, they'd be lucky if they didn't pulverize against the ice. Anderson squeezed his eyes closed. His thoughts went straight to his son. "I never got to tell him I married the president and the first gentleman." They hit the ice like a car slamming into a crash test wall. It barely slowed them down. They all turned into test dummies, flying forward and back, thrown from their chairs, their perches. Anderson hit the deck hard, rolling into Faisal. Metal screamed and collapsed, shredding again. Lights winked off, Honolulu's power plant giving up the ghost for good. Even the battery battle lamps winked out. But, above all that, the unmistakable sound of ice shattering, cracking apart, breaking before them. drowned out everything. Honolulu shuddered and rocked, and the sound of metal sliding on metal tore at their eardrums. Anderson cursed, and everyone covered their ears. Slowly, inexplicably, the tremble stilled. Movement stopped. They couldn't even feel the bob and sway of the sea. Anderson exhaled shakily. He called out the names of his crew, waiting for grunts and groans, answers in the darkness. Everyone accounted for. An absolute miracle. Would he be so lucky with the rest of his crew? Hands grabbed him, helped him stand. Flashlights winked on. He saw Faisal's blood-covered face inches from his own. "Let's get the hell out of here," Anderson growled. "Abandon ship. Security detail onto the ice first." Wherever they were, whatever had just happened, they were surfaced within Russian territories and Russian ice. What would greet them outside? A firing squad? Or something else? Doc struggled to hold Coleman up. Coleman's skin was pale, almost the color of ice. Anderson pointed Faisal toward his surviving crewmates, and then strode out of the con. He would lead his crew onto the ice into whatever awaited them there. Chapter 67. Kara Sea. Jack chased after Madigan, redlining the engine of his snowmobile. Sergey clung to his waist, leaning forward as they tried to push the snowmobile just that much faster. Something rose on the ice ahead, a beacon, a strobing light spinning in the low-hanging gloom. Beside the beacon, a red mound squatted on the ice. It looked like a tent. Snow had blown against one side. It had been there for a while. "He's escaped," Sergey bellowed in Jack's ear. "The ice is thinning out here. That Russian sub of his. It will pick him up here." "No, it won't." Jack throttled the engine, pushing the snowmobile as hard as he could. Beneath his hands, the machine shook, trembling as it flew across the ice, blasting over crevices and almost skidding out of control. Madigan reached the beacon first. He slid to a stop, jumping from his snowmobile and drawing his weapon. Kneeling down, taking cover behind his snowmobile, he opened fire on Jack and Sergey. "Hold on!" Jack bellowed. He jerked the snowmobile to the left and then to the right, zigzagging fast across the ice. Ethan had told him once, racing through the training grounds at the Secret Service Training Center at Raleigh, that a zigzag pattern was the best way to survive someone shooting right at you. He jerked hard to the left again as bullets slammed into the ice. A shot whizzed by his head, a whistle followed by a wet smack. He turned hard to the right, but the bullet had already landed. Sergey tumbled from the back of the snowmobile and hit the ice, rolling over and over in a long slide. The red stained the ice beneath him until he came to a stop. He didn't move. Jack whipped around. "Sergey?" Nothing, no movement. For a moment he was torn. Go to Sergey, or finish this once and for all? Where was Madigan going? If that sub appeared, he'd be gone again in the wind. Their best chance to put him down was here and now. Jack spun back toward Madigan and gunned his engine. He leaned low over the snowmobile and zeroed in, riding a straight line. Bullets slammed into the snowmobile's frame, his treads. It jerked beneath his hands, shuddering violently. A few more seconds. Only a few more seconds. He slammed on the brakes and leaped free, feet from Madigan before Madigan's final shots tore through the front controls, the windshield, and shredded the saddle. Jack hit the ice hard, rolling as he struggled for the breath that had been knocked from him. He moved as he gasped, rising to his knees and unshouldered his rifle. "Ethan. Be like Ethan. Move like Ethan." He raised the rifle and fired, chewing through the ice surrounding Madigan. Madigan rolled behind his snowmobile, ducking low. Jack's rifle clicked. Empty, he cursed. "Jack," Madigan shouted. "We seem to have similar problems." "Come out, Madigan." He kept his rifle up as if he could still fire. "I'll put a bullet in your ass." Jack. So unpresidential. Slowly, Madigan stood. He turned toward Jack, holding his arms wide. He tossed his own weapon to the side. It slid on the ice, disappearing in a puff of loose snow.
What would the American people say if they saw you now?
They'd ask me why you're still breathing.
Then shoot me, Jack. Why haven't you? Madigan's eyes gleamed, taunting him.
Jack flung his empty rifle sideways
and charged. Madigan braced himself, dropping low as he threw his hands up. They crashed into each other, falling and sliding along the ice. Madigan wrapped his legs around Jack, wrestling him down, pinning him on his back. Fists rained down on Jack's face, Madigan's days as a brawler in the military roaring to life. Jack thrashed beneath him, his thoughts coalesced, falling back to days he had spent with Ethan, training at Raleigh, wrestling in the White House gym, Ethan pinning him down, and him wanting to kiss his way out of it, Ethan snapping at him to pay attention, to try harder. Jack scissored his legs, sweeping Madigan off balance. They scrambled to their feet, circling each other, fists raised.
I can't believe I sat at the same table as you, Jack spat. You were in my Situation Room, on my National Security Council.
You were a joke president no one believed in. A pretty boy candidate who turned out to only be after his own self-interests in the end. Madigan grinned. Just like every other politician, looking for a piece of ass in a power fuck. Can you really blame me? Blame us? You were such an easy target.
You murdered thousands of people. Nairobi in the nuclear blast, the criminals he had released and the havoc they had wrought, Secret Service agents at the White House, military personnel, civilians in Russia during the coup, his wife, all those years ago on a mission Madigan had sanctioned and had planned. You killed Leslie.
Madigan's grin grew wicked. But I brought her back to you, Jack. Roaring, Jack charged, throwing himself at Madigan. They met in a grapple, hands grasping each other's shoulders. He kicked, slamming his boot into Madigan's knee. Madigan buckled, crying out, but kept his feet. He hobbled sideways and grabbed Jack's throat. Jack gripped Madigan's thin gray hair with one hand and made a fist with the other. He hauled Madigan close, dragging him in, and then pummeled him, pummeling his fist into Madigan's chest, his ribs.
This is for Ethan.
Over and over until his hand burned, until his knuckles were slick, until pain shot through his fist each time he buried another punch in Madigan's stomach. Spinning free, Madigan released Jack and stumbled backward, gasping. He doubled over but glared at Jack, murder in his eyes. I always hated you, he hissed. I picked your presidency because I hated you. I wanted to watch you die. Jack spat. Blood stained the ice.
You disappointed me while you were on my staff, Madigan. I always knew you could never accomplish anything.
He grinned, holding his fists high.
I'm still alive, aren't I?
Roaring, Madigan charged. As he moved, he reached behind him into his waistband. He sprang at Jack, a wild haymaker flying for his head. Jack ducked, but when he came back up, Madigan spun behind him. Madigan wrapped a rope around Jack's neck, pulling tight. He twisted the ends around his hands and crossed his arms behind Jack's head, heaving. Jack's hands flew to his neck as he gasped for air that wasn't there. He tried to pry his fingers between his skin and the rope, tried to wedge something, anything in there to relieve the pressure. Madigan jerked, grunting behind him, and squeezed his arms, tightening the rope. I always win in the end, Jack, he snarled right in Jack's ear. Why do you think I was on your staff to begin with? This world, the one you think is yours, it's mine. Roaring, Madigan heaved Jack into the air, throwing his strength into a final crush of his arms. I made this world. The world dimmed around Jack's gaze.
Ethan.
His eyes fluttered.
Ethan, what do I do? What do I do now?
Sunny days, dusty days, afternoons spent beneath the shade tree at Raleigh. Sparring with Ethan and then with Scott, round after round. Scott always went easy on him. Ethan, when Jack had pushed him, pushed back. He came down from Madigan's heave and found his feet. Kicking back, He looped one ankle around Madigan's leg and swept forward, knocking the older man down. He went down with Madigan, throwing his body weight backward onto Madigan's chest. The rope slackened. He dragged in a breath and then another as he rolled on top of Madigan, pinning him to the ice. Madigan's hands grasped at his jacket, tearing at his throat, his face. Jack grabbed one of his hands and Madigan's elbow and twisted, snapping Madigan's joint. A crack split the air. Madigan shrieked and tried to draw his hand back, but his arm flopped toward the ice, useless and bent backward. Harsh pants, their heavy breathing, and deep grunts filled the air. Jack leaned forward, both hands circling Madigan's throat. Madigan's one hand rose, scratching at Jack's face, trying to gouge out one of his eyeballs. Tried to claw across his cheek. Jack shook him off. His hands squeezed, strangling Madigan. Madigan gagged. "Jack, you could never be free of me," Madigan croaked. His one arm grasped at Jack's sweatshirt, Ethan's sweatshirt, and tried to pull him down. He leaned all his weight onto his left hand and reared back with his right. He let loose, a single punch flying down, slamming Madigan's skull into the ice. "That is for Leslie," he shouted. Another punch, heaving Madigan against the ice once more. Bones crunched. Madigan's eyes went wide. Blood appeared beneath Madigan's skull, slowly spreading like a halo. Dazed, Madigan struggled, but his grip went slack on Jack's sweatshirt as his strength seemed to wane. "That is for Ethan," Jack roared. He dropped his hands to Madigan's throat again, tightening, clenching until his arms shook, and he felt each bone shift in Madigan's neck, felt the fragility of his spine. He stared into Madigan's eyes, into his dark, panicked gaze. Madigan's one hand grasped at Jack's sweatshirt at his shoulder, flailed against his chest. "And this is for me." Jack twisted, wrenching his hands sideways. A brutal snap broke over the ice, and Madigan's expression went blank, his eyes suddenly empty. Jack pitched forward, curling his body over Madigan's. For a moment he didn't move, he didn't breathe. And then he howled, spit and blood pouring from him. His cheek pressed against the glacier, freezing him down to the center of his soul. What had he done? God, what had he done? Ethan's voice filled him, flooded his heart. "You did what you had to do. What had to be done." Still, he scrambled back, crawling away from Madigan's limp and lifeless body. He stared at the corpse of the man who had shadowed his every move, had shredded his presidency, and had shaped his life in ways he could only pretend to understand. What in his life was his own? What had Madigan shaped? His eyes closed, and he tipped his head back. Ethan. Ethan was his own. Ethan was the foundation of his world, the anchor to his soul. Ethan was the answer to a question he'd always asked and always wondered. Ethan was everything. He turned his back on Madigan and stumbled away. Across the ice, Sergey pushed himself up, rising on shaking arms. Jack broke into a run. "Sergey!" He slid on his knees, the last feet, grabbing onto Sergey as he came to a stop. He ran his hands over Sergey's body and then found the gunshot wound straight through Sergey's shoulder. "I'm all right. It's just a graze," Sergey snapped. "It's always this shoulder." Gritting his teeth, he sat back, groaning. Always this shoulder. Shoot me in the other shoulder, please. I'm tired of this one hurting." Jack laughed, relief going off like a warhead inside him. "I'll shoot you if it will make you happy." "Governor, no. Fuck off." Sergey shoved him. "You are nothing but trouble." He wagged his finger in Jack's face. "Nothing but
trouble, Jack." Ethan says the same thing.
Sergey snorted.
"I bet he does."
Jack helped him stand, throwing Sergey's arm over his shoulder. Together, they limped to Madigan's snowmobile.
"You know, we have matching gunshot wounds in our shoulders now."
Sergey snorted.
"Gunshot wounds to make us BFFs, Jack?"
Jack started to respond, but his eyes caught on Madigan's corpse. Whatever he was about to say fell away. Sergey stared at Madigan's broken body splayed out on the ice.
"You did the right thing, Jack."
He pressed his cold lips to Jack's temple, a careful kiss.
"You did the right thing."
Swallowing, Jack looked away from Madigan's body and guided them to the snowmobile.
"Did we do it? Did we actually stop Madigan in time? Save the world?"
Sergey peered at the sky.
"I see no flame, no end of the world."
He opened his mouth and then froze. He turned to the sky again.
"What is that?"
They both turned north, watching as wave
After wave of
planes, fighter jets, heavy helicopters, and troop transports zoomed over the ice low enough to blow them off their feet.
"They are Russian!"
Sergey shouted.
"They are Russian forces!"
"What Russians are to the north? Do you have a base at the North Pole?" Sergey shook his head.
"No. It is Moroshkin, from Canada."
Chapter 68. Kara Sea. Anderson threw his shoulder into the central hatch on the sail leading to the bridge and shoved it open. Normally, the hatch was round. Today it was shaped like a flattened football. Half the sail was crushed. He clambered into the sideways-leaning bridge. Honolulu's remains had come to rest on her side, her broken body all the way out of the water and on top of the ice. Behind them, a rolling mess of black water bubbled like a volcano's cauldron. Shattered pack ice lay in heaps, sheets as big as houses, tossed 20 feet from the ragged hull. Honolulu's corpse lay like a whale beached after a storm, lost in the flotsam and wreckage of some great angry swell. A long scrape of broken ice lay gouged behind her, shattered propeller blades and shorn-off hull plates littering the ice. Her forward half was gone. Of the 12 Tomahawk bays she had left port with, 2 remained, their square lids crumpled and crushed. Forward of that, everything was missing. Ragged steel and dangling metal stretched in every direction, the remnants of Honolulu bleeding out onto the ice. A roar zoomed overhead. Anderson ducked, raising his rifle to his shoulder. Jets buzzed his sub, triads of them, over and over, a fleet of jets, then planes, helicopters, troop transports, like an air show or a flotilla lift. Hundreds of aircraft swarmed above, filling the steel skies with thunder and roaring wind. He spotted the Russian flag emblazoned on the aircraft's sides. Squawking from his jacket nearly gave him a heart attack. He'd forgotten all about the ship-to-shore radio he'd stuffed in his pocket, a frantic hope that he'd hear from President Spiers again. This time, it was heavily accented English barking at him. A Russian helicopter circled overhead. "American submarine! American submarine! Do you copy?" "American submarine Honolulu responds. We read you. We are declaring an emergency situation. Mayday! 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 Over." "American submarine Honolulu. You are in Russian territory. We will assist you in leaving Russian territory at your earliest possibility. We thank you for your assistance in this eternal affair. We will take from here." Anderson dropped the radio, chuckling as the helicopter moved off, joining the rest of the airlift and landing farther across the pack, near 2 other gaping holes in the ice. Russian soldiers poured from the dozens of helicopters that landed, screaming across the remains of the ice pack and tackling men in torn and ratty uniforms who tried to scramble away. Madigan's criminal army. They were arresting the remains of Madigan's criminal army. He looked at the 2 gaping holes in the ice, to his left and his right, and the fractures and spider lines that stretched between them. 2 ships that had once rested there, 2 ships he'd sunk. Anderson leaned forward, dragging in a deep, frigid breath as he closed his eyes. They'd done it. The crew of Honolulu poured out of the hatches, keeping close to her banged and battered hull. Russian soldiers across the ice pack were rounding up Madigan's army, herding them into holding areas and shooting the ice beneath their feet if anyone tried to make a break. Jets continued to buzz overhead as heavy transports circled. Chief Liu had 13 of Honolulu's crew laid out on tarps on the ice, tending to their injuries, broken bones and concussions. They were lucky. They were damn lucky. 2 bodies were still inside, though. One a hero, one a traitor. Faisal crouched with Doc, tending to Coleman. Doc had pilfered Chief Liu's supplies, taking morphine and a kit for a collapsed lung. He'd released the pressure in Coleman's chest and set up a one-way valve, then poured quick clot into his wound. Coleman lay in Doc's lap, buzzed on morphine, his eyes closed. Doc struggled to stay awake, one hand resting over Coleman's chest. A snowmobile with 2 riders buzzed in from the north, screaming over the ice. Their engine whined like a jet's, like it was racing one of the fighters overhead. Faisal watched the snowmobile roar away, bypassing Honolulu and heading for a small group huddled by one of the ragged holes in the ice. He squinted. 3 men sat on the ice, bloody and exhausted, while another tended their injuries, pressing bandages to wounds and starting IV lines. The men held their own fluid bags, leaning on each other to stay upright. From the back he saw blonde hair and brunette. One of the men turned. Even with the bruises, even through the blood, Faisal would recognize him anywhere. He took off, racing across the ice, sprinting faster than he'd ever run before.
Allah, please, please, oh, glory is yours, always, but please, Allah, please, just this once, please.
His wild tear caught the attention of the Russians. Soldiers broke away from harassing the remnants of Madigan's army and chased him instead, sliding across the ice. Some shouted, a few opened fire, bullets sparking at his feet. He didn't care. He kept running. The Russians shooting his way got the attention of the group he ran for. Heads turned. He saw Ethan's jaw drop, saw Scott smile in relief. Sasha just stared at him, his usual dour expression somehow darker, the furrows of his lean face deeper. Adam froze. His gaze shattered, and he scrambled to his feet. Limping, he staggered forward, dropping his IV bag. Scott came to his side, helping him stand and pulling out his IV line. Faisal's eyes picked out the blood over Adam's hip, a wound that still oozed through his bandage, but Adam was alive. He was alive. Faisal flew at him, leaping the last few feet and throwing his arms and legs around Adam. Adam caught him, staggering back, and would have fallen if it weren't for Scott's bracing hold.
Adam!
Faisal shouted, shrieking out of control.
Yallah, Adam, Adam, Adam!
His hands cupped Adam's face, stroked down his bruised and battered cheeks. He couldn't stop saying his name, repeating it over and over. Adam sank to the ice, dropping to his knees as he held Faisal tight. He buried his face in Faisal's neck, breathing in deeply, ragged breaths that sounded like screams.
You're alive. You're alive.
His hands gripped Faisal, running over his back, squeezing his shoulders, his hips sliding up into his hair, touching him everywhere, as if making sure he was really there, alive and in one piece.
The others? Is everyone? Coleman is shot.
Doc has him stabilized. Faisal looked down into Adam's eyes. Rage pulled at his heart. Right. He was with Madigan. Adam's eyes slipped closed, and he curled forward, pressing his forehead to Faisal's chest as his expression cracked, anguish pouring from him. He's gone. Faisal wrapped his arms around Adam again. Even to his own ears his voice was hard, rough, in a way he never was. You're hurt. He pulled back enough to get his hands on Adam's abdomen, lift his jacket, and poke at the wound. A gunshot clear through above his hip.
I'll live,
Adam breathed. His face was wet, his eyes were dazed, but he stared at Faisal like he was the sun. Allahu Akbar. You're alive. Habibi. Faisal cupped his cheeks again and pressed their foreheads together. Hana Bahibakaram, Ya Rohi, Enta Habibti, Ya Hayati. You are my soul, the love of my life. Ethan rose as Jack and Sergey zoomed across the ice. Scott puttered between him and Sasha, trying to plug every wound with gauze and bandages. He'd demanded a med kit from one of the Russian soldiers, and so far he'd opened nearly every little paper packet, searching for the right bandages amid the unfamiliar Cyrillic script. Sasha had a thick eye patch pressed to a wide cut on his neck, and 40 pieces of tiny gauze covering his sliced palm. Ethan's eyes met Jack's as Jack braked and slid off the snowmobile. Elation and exhaustion warred in Jack's gaze, weariness too, and, buried in his eyes, fear. Shame. His hands shook when Ethan went to him. Madigan is dead, Jack breathed, burying his face in Ethan's neck. He shuddered, leaning into Ethan. Ethan held Jack tightly, resting his cheek on Jack's hair. He kissed the curve of his ear, stroked his back. I'm sorry, he breathed. You did the right thing, but I know it hurts. There was a difference in distance when taking another's life. Jack had fired on Madigan's men, had taken a few of them out, had shot a man trying to kill Ethan, but he'd never killed another personally, right up close, watching the light fade out of another man's eyes. Even with a man as vile as Madigan, a man who deserved to die, what Jack had done would still leave a mark on his soul. I'm here, Jack, he breathed. I'm with you all the way. Jack's arms tightened around his waist, and his hot breath ghosted over Ethan's skin, trembling. He pulled back. We did it, he said, swallowing slowly. We actually did it. We saved the world. Again. Jack smiled. Again. You know what that means. Ethan's hands stroked up Jack's back again, smiling through his own pain, his own exhaustion. We get our honeymoon. You, me, an empty beach. Beaming, Jack caressed his face, cupped his cheeks. Music to my ears. He leaned in, kissing Ethan. The kiss stretched on, Jack cradling his cheeks as Ethan's hand slid into his hair, cupped the back of his head. He pulled back, dropping kisses to Jack's cheeks, his eyelids, the center of his forehead. I'm so proud of you, Ethan breathed. You did this, Jack. You turned this into a victory. You are my hero, Jack. You're the whole world's hero. As Ethan went to Jack, Sasha headed for Sergey. Silently, Sergey opened his arms, and Sasha folded into his hold, resting his forehead against Sergey's temple. You did it, Sasha murmured. Now, you must go back to being Russia's president. Just because Maroshkin's forces are here cleaning up Madigan's trash does not mean I am safe. We can still make a break for it, Sasha. He kissed Sasha's temple. I just want to be with you. No more people shooting at us, no more plane crashes. He pulled back, mock glaring at Sasha. You are forbidden from flying again. 2 crashes in 2 weeks. Yet, no more. Sasha stepped back, away from Sergey. Sergey. A new sound roared overhead, thundering jet engines and a bellow of troop transports rumbling up from the south. Helicopters, chewing through the air in a long line, with teams of men sliding down ropes and hitting the ice. Thousands of men, Russian policemen, this time the black and blue uniforms of the Federal Police Forces and of the FSB. They swarmed the ice, racing to Miroshkin's men and forcing them to their knees, arresting Miroshkin's traitorous forces. Still, more took over, guarding the remnants of Madigan's criminal army. Sergey's jaw dropped.
Ilya?
A smile broke over his face as he tipped his head back and laughed.
Ilya, you son of a bitch! You did it!
A lone helicopter broke away from the Southern fleet, zipping over the ice as if searching for something. It banked hard, circling over Sergey and the group before starting its descent 50 yards to the north. Snow blasted over the ice, whipped up by the propeller blast, stinging their faces. Sergey raised his arms, squinting at the chopper as 3 men hopped out. Ilya strode toward them, flanked by Alexei and Anton. All 3 were smiling, and Ilya opened his arms to Sergey as he drew near.
"Yobanday Nessos,"
Sergey growled, beaming. He grabbed Ilya and pulled him into a bear hug.
"You son of a bitch! What have you done?"
Ilya grasped his shoulders, pulling back just enough to look Sergey in the eyes.
"Mr. President, I am pleased to inform you that Moscow is once again yours."
Anton and Alexei cheered as Sergey shouted wordless screams of relief and joy that burst from the center of his chest. He grabbed Ilya's face and pressed their foreheads together, smiling at his friend. Beside him, Sasha tipped his head back and sighed up to the sky, his eyes closed. Sergey pulled him close, hugging him as tears pricked the backs of his eyelids. Jack and Ethan joined them. Ilya saluted Jack, and Anton and Alexei pumped his hand, smiling and congratulating him over and over.
"Message from your embassy, Mr. President,"
Ilya said, pulling out a folded piece of paper and handing it to Jack.
"I was told to deliver this to you when I found you."
Sergey read over Jack's shoulder.
"Traitor found. White House secure. Canada has taken out the trash. Come home, Phoenix. Signed, President Elizabeth Vol."
Chapter 69. Russian-occupied Kara Sea. Ilya arranged an immediate transport for them off the ice and back to Moscow. Anton and Alexei staked flares in the ice, guiding heavy transports fitted with skis onto a spray-painted runway. In less than an hour, the ice pack looked like a metropolitan airport, albeit one encased in a winter wonderland. 5 body bags were loaded onto a cargo jet, only Munoz is in a place of honor. Madigan, Cook, Kobayashi, and Wrights were stored out of sight. Jack turned away, not watching as Madigan was carried on board. He stared over the gaping maw in the ice sheet where the Vedushi had sunk. There were more American ghosts beneath the ice, more heroes they had to recover. Jack had Anderson and his crew evacuated to the embassy in Moscow on the first flight out. A security detail stayed behind, along with the engineering team, first shutting down the reactor and then blowing the command and control systems, stripping Honolulu of her technology. Jack shook Anderson's hand as he climbed up the cargo ramp. "You did it, Captain. You saved everyone."
"They were your orders, Mr. President."
Anderson saluted sharply.
"The whole plan was yours, and what you went through."
Anderson squinted. His gaze flicked to Ethan, exhausted and leaning against Scott, still breathing shallowly, still blood-covered and wrapped in Jack, Sasha, and Scott's jackets.
"Like you said, when was the last time a president truly sacrificed for America?"
He returned Anderson's salute as his guts folded in on themselves. He'd hear Ethan's screams and the sounds of his waterboarding and his nightmares for the rest of his life. None of this should have happened. I was only doing what had to be done.
"That's what makes you a good man."
Anderson followed his men into the jet, the last one to board. The ramp rose, and then the plane started to taxi away and lift into the gray skies, disappearing into the leaden gloom. They were next. A sleek transport waited for them, something that promised a fast flight back to Moscow. Sergey, his bloodied arm in a sling, pulled Jack close before they boarded.
"My people will take you straight to your embassy." We'll be headed stateside as soon as we get there. I'm sure the news has already broken. I need to get back to the U.S. Jack smiled at his friend. But we'll be talking soon, I'm sure. Congratulations on getting your country back. Sergey let him go with a rueful smile. I will miss you, Jack. Being with you every day. It was good? He shrugged. When it was not horrible. Jack laughed. Take care of yourself. And good luck. I'm happy for you. He and Scott helped Ethan on board, each of them supporting a shoulder. Ethan was still too cold. Hypothermia threatened to pull his temperature even lower. His chest rattled with every breath, and dark bruises stretched over his abdomen, his ribs. Ethan's neck was a raw, bloody mess. Bruises in the shape of chain links looked like stamps on his skin next to open wounds that still oozed. Jack helped him lie down and pillowed Ethan's head in his lap. Scott laid a blanket over Ethan and sat at his feet, resting one arm over Ethan's shins. Seconds later, Scott started to snore. Faisal and Doc carried Coleman's stretcher on board. A Russian flight medic took over, but Doc still buzzed around Coleman, checking everything the Russian medic did until the medic forced Doc into a jump seat and buckled him in. Doc tried to protest, but he dropped off, falling asleep as he reached for Coleman. Faisal helped Adam on board next. They sat side by side, wrapped in a single blanket, their hands laced together. Adam rested his head on Faisal's shoulder. The ramp closed and the engines rumbled as the plane's propellers started to spin. Ice crunched beneath their skis. Pressure pushed them back in their seats, the plane accelerating down the slick runway, and then they were airborne, soaring into the skies. Jack peered out of the window, watching the ice cap fade away, the remains of their battle, their desperate last stand to save the world. There was still so much to do. Environmental scientists would have to be flown in, an international team that could reverse the damage Madigan had wrought. Sergey promised an exclusion zone around the Kara Sea, and with no one to ignite the gases at their source, where the concentration was highest, the chain reaction that could burn through the planet wouldn't occur. He rested his head against the cool glass as wispy steel clouds surrounded the plane, enveloping them and carrying them away, back to reality. His fingers slid through Ethan's hair. His other hand rested on Ethan's chest, holding his hand. What would happen now? What would the world's reaction be? Could anyone ever understand what they had done, what they had experienced, the reasons behind the choices he had made? What waited for them back home? Respect? Recrimination? Revulsion? If he had to put money on it, he'd bet on the worst. Across from them, Adam cleared his throat. He caught Ethan's gaze and then Jack's. When we land in Moscow... He licked his lips, swallowed. I'm not going to the U.S. Embassy. He squeezed Faisal's hand. I'm going to the Saudi embassy with Faisal. I'm going home. Ethan nodded. He looked up at Jack. Lieutenant Adam Cooper? Jack smiled. I accept your resignation from the United States Marine Corps, and I thank you for your exceptional service to our country. Adam's face crumpled, and he turned into Faisal's neck, hiding as he gasped, as he sniffed, as tears streamed down his cheeks. Faisal held him through it, pulling him close. He mouthed 2 words to Jack and Ethan over Adam's trembling body. Thank you. Jack's fingers slipped through Ethan's hair until Ethan's eyes closed and exhausted snores fell from his lips. No matter what, he and Ethan would be together, married now, bound together for the rest of their lives. His wedding ring gleamed, diamonds shining in the dark titanium channel, a promise that looped around his finger. Eternity. Forever. Perfection. After Jack and the others left, Sergey became a whirlwind, slipping right back into the presidency and working side by side with Ilya. Moroshkin's men were taken into custody, as were Madigan's. Where is Moroshkin? Ilya's expression turned sour. We haven't found him. I will interrogate Moroshkin's senior leaders when we are back in Moscow. We will find the bastard.
He brought his men back when we needed them, Ilya. He came home in the end."
Ilya snorted and shook his head. He'd never shared Sergey's more idealistic ideas. Finally, it was time for Sergey to fly back to Moscow, take the reins of his government back, and make a statement to Russia and to the world. Begin the process of unifying the country and healing the wounds of the coup, but he wasn't going back alone. He found Sasha helping Anton and Alexei as they processed Moroshkin's men and prepped them for transport back to Moscow and to Lubyanka prison. "Time to go, Sasha. Ilya has a chopper for us." Sasha stared at him, not saying a word. His eyes traced Sergey's features, the long lines of his body. Finally, he spoke. "Let me help Anton and Alexei a little more. I will fly back with them later." Ilya shouted to Sergey, waving him over to the helicopter waiting to ferry him away. The engines were warm, the blades already whirling at full blast. "Hurry." Sergey smiled, and he reached for Sasha's bandaged hand. "I want you with me in the Kremlin. I've been dreaming of it." Sasha nodded and gave him a thin, weak smile. "You must focus on what you need to do. You are the president, Sergey. Your duty is to the Russian people. They need you now more than ever." "Together." Sergey squeezed Sasha's hand. "We will do it all together, you and me, the way it should be." "Yellow-Tiba," Sasha breathed. "I love you." He squeezed once and then let go of Sergey's hand. He looked down. "Go, before Ilya has an aneurysm." Sergey's smile almost split his face. "Zvezda moya, I will see you soon, my star." He jogged away to Ilya and the helicopter waiting for him. He climbed on board, slipped a headset on, and turned back to Sasha. Sasha watched him rise, their gazes locked until Sergey disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 70. Moscow. The Kremlin was a war zone. A horde of barbarians had moved in, it seemed. Carpets had been torn up, golden chandeliers lay in ruins on the floor, paintings had been ripped down and their canvases torn. Statues had been lined up in the grand halls and used as target practice. Not a single room had escaped some form of wild destruction. The parliament buildings, too, had suffered. The council chambers and inner offices had been torched. Sergey's private office had been ransacked and burned. Power had been cut to the Kremlin as part of Ilya's attack plan. Nothing worked. It would take months to repair the damage. The presidential apartments were no better. Bullet holes ringed the walls, gouged through paintings and sculptures. One leg on his hideous gaudy gold dining table had snapped, and the table had toppled over like a dead golden cow, legs stretched straight in the air. His bed, an ornate four-poster that had been luxurious even for the czars of old, had been sliced and diced, the mattress shredded, the velvet curtains around the bed torn down. Carpets had been burned. The red couches he, Sasha, and Ilya had lounged on for so many nights had been broken, stuff being thrown around the sitting room, their wooden legs used as fuel in the fireplace. He did what he could, pushing debris to the side and rolling up the burned Turkish rug. Blankets and sheets in a tucked-away linen closet were, thankfully, unscathed. He pulled them down, and the few pillows that had escaped destruction. Sergey laid everything out in front of the fireplace in the sitting room before starting a roaring fire, the only source of light. He found 2 unbroken glasses, mismatched, of course, and a half-full bottle of whiskey. It had been hours since he'd left the car at sea, and hours since he'd come back to the Kremlin. He'd addressed the nation, reassuring the Russian people that their government was back in power, back at work for them. Ilya had, helpfully, of course, left him a 4-foot-high stack of reports and folders to pore through. His first day back at the Kremlin sprinted from 6 to 10 to 12 to 18 hours. And still no sign of Sasha. Before he and Ilya dropped from exhaustion, he had asked Ilya to check around, see where he'd gone. All of the transports had returned from the car at sea hours before. Maybe Sasha was resting, or
seeing Dr. Voronov, who'd driven right up to the Kremlin gates like it was any other workday. Sergey sipped his whiskey and watched the flames flicker in the fireplace. Exhaustion tugged on his aching bones. Christ, he was old. A month-long insurgency and 2 weeks on the run with Jack, he felt like a submarine had run him over. Everything hurt, every piece and part of him ached, even his hair, even his toenails, his shoulder ached. All he wanted was to curl up with Sasha and sleep for a decade, perhaps make love again, explore Sasha's body slowly, like he'd yet to. They'd been too wound up, too strung out on Honolulu. Too little space, too little time, too much they still had to say. A desperate fumble, like they were still schoolboys sneaking into a hall closet for a furtive grope and rub. He wanted more. So much more. What did Sasha taste like? What did he sound like, writhing in ecstasy? What would Sergey's name sound like falling from Sasha's lips as he came? Would Sasha take him? He could picture it, their bodies rocking together, sweat, slick skin, and kisses pressed to shoulders, Sasha's hands running down his skin, him pushing Sasha back, watching his chest heave, that splotchy flush staining his pale flesh, straddling him, seeing that look in his eyes, that one that made Sergey feel like he was the sun and Sasha the moon. Their lives were orbits of each other. Gravity and inevitability had pulled them together. It had only been a matter of time. What would their future look like? They'd keep their love quiet, at least for a while, rebuild Russia together. He'd wake up every day with Sasha by his side, listen to his ideas and his dreams all day long until they tumbled back into bed together. Was this what Jack experienced? Was this Jack's life in Washington, D.C., living with Ethan in the White House? How could he be so lucky? Knocking broke his reverie, heavy pounding against the thick wood. Finally. He rose, carrying his whiskey with him as he sauntered to the entrance. He dressed down, flinging away his suit jacket and unbuttoning his dress shirt. His suit pants were rumpled from the day that never seemed to end, but he didn't care. Sasha, Svedstemoil, these apartments are also yours now. You do not need to knock. He opened the door. Ilya stood in the doorway, stiff. He squinted at Sergey. Ilya? He frowned. What are you doing? Where is Sasha? Ilya pressed his lips together. His eyes slid sideways. He is not in the Kremlin. He's not even in Moscow. Reality seemed to flush away. His hopes, his dreams vanishing in an instant, torn out of his heart. Unsteady, Sergey leaned into the thick door, stumbling as he shook his head. No, he said he was coming back with Anton and Alexei. You must go talk to them. They will tell you where he is. Go, Ilya, go to... Ilya grabbed his hand and stopped his wild gesturing. Sergey, I already spoke to them. Sasha told them he was taking a different flight. I checked everything. No one remembers seeing him. Ilya exhaled softly. He's gone. You must focus on what you need to do. You are the president again, Sergey. Your duty is to the Russian people. They need you now, more than ever. Sergey squeezed his eyes closed as his breath left him, rushing out in a great whoosh. Curling forward, his forehead hit the door. Sasha, you fool. It is you I need now more than ever. He should have seen this coming. Sasha's fanatical dedication to Sergey's presidency and his dreams of what could be changed. He was a Russian's Russian. Sasha would have made a fantastic communist. Sacrifice for the state, live an empty life, give up all your dreams, take nothing for yourself. He should have seen this coming from the night on the beach. Sasha's stricken expression, as if him returning Sasha's love was the worst possible thing that could happen in the world. That answers my next question. Ilya's voice was soft but gruff. "When did you—" He wouldn't keep this from his friend. Sergey waved him in, plodding back to the sitting room in the roaring flames. Ilya stared at him when he sat in the middle of a nest of blankets that had obviously been made for two. "How do I answer that?" Sergey closed his eyes. "While hunting Madigan with Jack, after Sochi, when we were building the insurgency, here in the Kremlin, 1,000 different times, 1,000 different ways." He tipped his head forward, letting it dangle between his shoulders. "It was obvious to me how he felt, the way he looked at you. You are the center of his world." "And he became the center of mine." Agony stabbed him deep in the heart. Sasha was gone. Again. "Ilya, what must you think of me? This is an old man's middle-aged crisis, yes?" He swallowed hard. "Tell me I am delusional. Tell me I am mad. Tell me I was taken in by a pretty face. Tell me this is nothing." He slammed his fist against his chest. "Tell me I should not feel this way." Ilya stayed quiet. His eyes lingered on Sergey. "I think," he finally said, "you have not gotten close to anyone in a long time, not even your wives. I was there for both." Ilya leaned forward, pushing into Sergey's shoulder. "If he was the one who got your blood pumping again, His hands spread wide as he shrugged. "Who am I to judge, if he makes you happy?" I was happy. His voice was barely a whisper. He stared at the flames. I thought I was in love. No. He was in love. He had already fallen in love with Sasha, had embraced that love, and he'd thought Sasha had finally embraced his own love in return. Yellow-blue-tiba. Hadn't Sasha said it? The last thing he said to Sergey. I love you. The first time and the last time. He should have heard it for what it was, a goodbye, and not a promise of happiness to come. The fire blazed, almost too hot to endure, when, combined with the roar of his own shame, his own soul's furious wailing, he burned from the inside, his heart going off like a nuclear reactor gone critical, a meltdown of what felt like his entire world. His anchor had come undone. He was adrift at sea. What now? What did he do when faced with the loss of the one person who meant everything to him? Again, what did he do when Sasha kept cutting out his heart and taking it away with him? Well, Sasha would keep it this time. Keep Sergey's heart and all of his dreams, all of what they could have become. Sasha was gone, and this time, he wasn't ever coming back. Final day of congressional hearings set to begin for President Jack Spiers. The final day of congressional hearings of President Jack Spiers is set to begin on Capitol Hill today. For 2 weeks, lawmakers from both the House and the Senate have conducted an extensive investigation into President Spiers' actions from the day of the Russian coup in Sochi to his return to the United States from Moscow, following a questionable joint U.S.-Russian black strike on former General Porter Madigan's terrorist camp in the Arctic. The joint strike led to the death of Madigan and the disbandment of his terrorist army just prior to the launch of what has been described as a devastating terrorist attack against the world. Investigators have questioned whether any of the actions taken by President Spiers and Wall were constitutional. The White House and President Spiers both claimed that Presidents Spiers and Wall were working in close cooperation during the entire operation. Who was in charge of the strike and who ultimately authorized the mission are critical questions for the investigators who have struggled to unravel President Spiers' and Wall's murky chain of presidential succession. President Spiers claims he surrendered his presidency to then Vice President Wall under the 25th Amendment. Under the 25th Amendment, a president may voluntarily surrender his duties only after notifying the Speaker of the House of his decision. Such notice was not given by President Spiers. However, the Vice President may also assume the office of the President provided that a majority of the Cabinet or the House of Representatives affirm that the President is unable to discharge his duties. Vice President Wall ascended to the presidency after the Cabinet was briefed about President Spiers' injuries in the Langley blast, injuries which turned out to be fabrications. Their signatures affirming President Wall's ascension to the presidency and the invocation of the 25th Amendment itself had been challenged as fraudulent, with several cabinet members publicly complaining that they were misled. President Spiers' legal status during the events of the previous month is a critical concern. If Spiers was legally the sitting president, then his actions with the Russian insurgency would have legal basis. However, if he is determined to not have been serving as the sitting president at the time, which he himself maintains that he was not, then congressional investigators suggest he has broken the Logan Act, a law that forbids private U.S. citizens from conducting diplomacy on behalf of the United States government. Jack Spiers, private citizen, would have had no legal grounds to offer support to the Russian insurgency or lead them to a rendezvous with U.S. naval assets. Republican congressional investigators have repeatedly raised the question of whether Spiers' actions violate the Espionage Act. During the course of his Arctic strike, the Russian president, a former FSB officer, and other Russian and foreign nationals entered and transited on a U.S. nuclear submarine. U.S. nuclear submarines remain top-secret installations and have been deemed vital and essential military equipment by executive order. The foreign nationals were reportedly in the command center of the submarine, exposed to America's highest technological inner workings. Several congressmen have called for charges of treason to be brought against President Spiers. The hearings are unprecedented in American politics, bringing both chambers of Congress together in a patchwork of investigations. Due to overlapping and deeply specialized issues, a bicameral Special Investigations Committee was established, comprised of members of the House Judiciary Committee, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and the House Committee on Oversight. In the final days of hearings, Senator Stephen Allen, famously hostile to President Spiers, is set to take the floor and address President Spiers directly. Chapter 71. Washington, D.C. Jack's palms slicked with cold sweat. He breathed slowly in and out as representatives and senators took their seats at the crescent-shaped dais. They stared down at him, sitting alone in the center of the chamber at the long inquisitor's table. In the gallery well behind him, Ethan sat with Scott and Levi. He could feel Ethan's gaze, a warmth in the center of his back, like Ethan was the sun trying to shine just for him. One more day, only one more day. And after, well, it was best not to think too far ahead of himself. He'd known as soon as he gave the reins to Elizabeth, as soon as he slipped out of that hospital, that his choices would come back to haunt him. He'd been compromised by everything, by his aching, bleeding heart, his wounded soul, and his broken dreams. And he'd absolutely put Ethan over the United States. He would always put Ethan over the United States, over everything. But that wasn't what presidents did. It didn't matter that, in the end, they'd saved the world. Now his choices were being picked apart by bureaucrats, by lawyers and congressmen who hated his guts, who'd railed against him and had called him an abomination, a traitor to the party, and even to the nation. His hands shook as the proceedings were called to order, and he was reminded that he was still under oath. He laced his bruised and scabbed fingers together, trying to hide their trembling. His thumb played with his wedding band, rolling the diamonds and dark metal around his finger. "Senator Allen, you have the floor." The chairwoman turned the proceedings over. Jack turned and locked gazes with Senator Allen. Silence. Mr. President, Allen began, shaking his head, I can't believe we're here. I cannot for the life of me actually believe that we are here right now, sitting in this room, having these discussions. Over the past 2 weeks, we have already established the facts surrounding your actions. My questions to you will be brief. I expect your complete forthrightness. Jack swallowed. Senator Allen leaned forward, glaring at him. He lifted a sheet of paper and peered down his glasses. Mr. President, were you or were you not incapacitated in Bethesda Naval Hospital for 3 weeks following the attack at Langley? I was not. Did you or did you not delegate your presidential powers to then Vice President Elizabeth Wall and conspire to leave the country? I did. Did you or did you not join with Russian President Sergey Puchkov and the Russian insurgency in the Russian Caucasus? I did, but not to fight in their insurgency. I went to find Ethan and put us back together. I went to forge an alliance with President Puchkov and join forces to take out Madigan. He posed a grave threat to not just our 2 countries, but to the entire world. And did you forge this alliance with President Puchkov? I did. Mr. President, according to Article 2, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution, the treaty clause empowers the President of the United States, and only the President of the United States, to chiefly negotiate agreements and treaties. In the U.S. v. Curtis Wright verdict, Justice Sutherland wrote, and I quote, "The President alone has the power to speak or listen as a representative of the nation. The President is the sole organ of the nation in its external relations and its sole representative with foreign nations. The President alone." Allen's eyes flicked off the page, glaring down at him. "So, if you were not the President at this time, and you insist you were not, then what were you doing forging an alliance with the Russian President?" Jack pressed both hands flat against the surface of the table, the polished oak and mahogany gleaming in the light of 100 flashing camera bulbs. Title 3, Chapter 4 of the United States Code also specifies that the President may delegate certain functions of their authority to another. It is under this specific law that I was able to open negotiations with President Puchkov. Title 3, Chapter 4, the duties of the President of the United States, specifically the delegation of duties. Allen seemed prepared for the answer. You're saying that you delegated some of your powers to then Vice President Elizabeth Wall? No. I'm saying President Wall delegated a specific set of powers to me. In connection with her government and with her full blessing, I approached President Puchkov and asked for our 2 governments to work together. President Spiers, you are saying that you did not violate the Logan Act? No, I did not. Jack leaned into the microphone, his voice booming around the room. And I will remind the senator that the proper address is President Spiers, Reichenbach. Senator Allen's eyebrows shot straight up. He set his paper down, smoothing it as his lips pursed. Let's talk about your marriage, President Spiers, Reichenbach. In the middle of this catastrophe, in the middle of what the White House describes as the potential end of the world, you found time to plan a wedding? Red-hot fury bubbled in his chest. His eyes narrowed, and his hands shook on the tabletop. His wedding ring gleamed. Before entering what we both understood to be a mission with an almost certain probability of death, yes, we decided to marry.
This was a rash decision made in the heat of the moment? Absolutely not. Did you take time away from important military matters for your wedding, Mr. President? How much of an impact did this wedding have on critical operations?
I would say none. It was after a quick lunch with the captain. We were delayed transiting the Bering Strait. The entire ceremony took 4 minutes. If we had not chosen to get married, then lunch would probably have continued for another half-hour. Murmurs from the gallery. The silent representatives and senators seated at the dais glared at the crowd. Allen continued.
Are you aware, President Spiers Reichenbach, that you are being accused of violating the Espionage Act, and if charges are brought against you, the punishment could be life in prison, or even death?
I am aware. His voice shook. His eyes strayed again to his wedding ring.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Jack inhaled slowly, dragging air in through his nose. Did I work with Russian President Sergey Puchkov? Yes. Did I bring him and other foreign nationals aboard a U.S. nuclear submarine? Yes. Were foreign nationals exposed to classified information, including movements of our forces, plans and procedures, and sensitive military tactics? Yes. Were we at war or in a time of conflict? Yes. He swallowed. Those were the high points. Conviction of any of those charges would mean multiple life sentences as a starting point. But we were not at war or in conflict with President Puchkov's Russian insurgency. President Puchkov was and remains an ally. The world grows more complicated every day. People we thought we could trust turn out to be traitors. Nations that have long been in opposition to the United States become close friends. I had a choice to make. Did I trust the people I allied with? Did I need their help to execute the mission? Senator, presidents shape the future every day with the choices we make. Sometimes we choose right. Sometimes we choose wrong. But in this situation, I firmly believe that I made the right choice. President Puchkov has proven his personal and political trustworthiness multiple times over. Jack licked his lips. In for a penny, in for a pound. President Puchkov helped recover several of our assets when Madigan published top-secret intelligence cables online, outing the identities of undercover intelligence officers operating in dangerous and risky environments. Where we were unable to recover all of our people, President Puchkov ordered his agents to assist. Because of his actions, 5 of our officers, who would have been killed, were saved. They were exfiltrated from their operations, flown to Moscow, and immediately transferred to U.S. control. Gasps rose around the room, from the gallery and the dais. Anyone not on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence had never heard the details of the recovery of their intelligence officers overseas after Madigan's leak. He and Sergey had vowed to keep it private. Eyes bulged almost out of their sockets. He could practically hear the headlines screaming across the internet, screeching over social media, and blaring out of the TV. Prior to the coup, our 2 nations were developing joint plans to seek out and destroy Madigan after the sinking of the Vinogradov, and, as an extension of our already close cooperation in the Middle East, combating the remains of the Caliphate. President Puchkov has also spent time in the White House Situation Room. He was instrumental in saving American lives during the hijacking of oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz in early spring. He ordered a Russian destroyer to sail in between a terrorist vessel and one of our aircraft carriers moored in Bahrain, shielding our forces from possible destruction. President Puchkov has also personally saved my life on multiple occasions. In Sochi, during the coup, in Russia, while we were transiting to the rendezvous, and in the Arctic. He
has been and always will be a close friend to me and to the people of the United States. He has proven through his actions that he is an ally to us and a friend of the world."
Jack closed his eyes and took a steadying breath. "He was also with me when Madigan died." The chairwoman of the committee leaned forward, speaking over the sudden shouts and calls from the gallery.
"Madigan's death is not the subject of this investigation."
Jack said nothing as the chairwoman called for order over and over again. Some of the loudest cries since he had returned had been questions about Madigan's death. How had it happened? Who had killed him? What were the circumstances? When would the autopsy be released? The whole federal government was tight-lipped about Madigan's death. Who actually knew what he'd done? Not even Jack knew the answer to that. He had testified in a closed hearing before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, but those walls were famously silent, and words spoken in those chambers often never saw the light of day. Senator Allen chaired that committee. He'd led the questioning there, keeping Jack sweating for almost a full week, as they picked through every single moment of what he'd done. The chairwoman turned the floor back over to Senator Allen once she wrangled control back from the gallery. Cameras flashed, bulbs popped, the hum of video recorders filled the air. Jack stared at the maze of wires before his table, power cords to 100 different video cameras, 50 different microphones. "President Spiers, Reichenbach," Allen began, "whether or not your actions were legal or illegal, and that is something this committee will decide, you have absolutely violated the public's trust in you. You bring up defenses to each of the possible charges levied against you, Mr. President, and the common theme running through them all seems to be that you think you can dictate what is true and what is not true at your whim. Whether you are or are not the president, the presidency is an elected office, one that cannot be disposed of because you feel like taking a break. Whether you are or are not incapacitated or just decided to play hooky. Whether you are or are not guilty of espionage because you happen to like the Russian president." Jack felt suddenly small, exposed in the glare of the cameras, like a fish alone in an empty bowl with 1,000 eyeballs staring in at him. The office of the president and the immense duties and responsibilities therein do not personally belong to you, President Spiers Reichenbach. You are merely holding the office. The presidency belongs to the people of the United States. And, Mr. President, the people of the United States deserve the truth from their leaders. Our leaders must be accessible. They must be trustworthy. If our leadership is not accessible, honest, and accountable, we run the risk of our nation sliding into a degradation of democracy and a despairing illusion of freedom. Mr. President, you have not been accessible, you have not been honest, and you are now being held accountable." Allen fell silent, staring at Jack. "What do you have to say for yourself?" The chambers fell into an absolute silence. Even the press of cell phone keys, the tap of manic fingers on screens ceased. 1,000 eyeballs again fixed on him, and through the television 100 million more as well. Jack's heart hammered, pounding against his ribs. Expectancy hung in the air, alongside the hum of microphones and whirl of cameras. Jack stared down at his hands, at the twinkle of his wedding ring. The world seemed to tip over sideways. His stomach wrenched a gut punch to the center of his soul. He'd been a lifelong public servant, had built a career out of wanting to do the right thing, wanting to make the world better. But everything he'd done was dissolving, every choice he'd made washed in bitter recriminations. His actions were being picked apart by people who hadn't been there,
who hadn't seen what he'd seen or felt what he'd felt, who hadn't had to weigh the world against the love of his life and make a choice with a gun to his heart, who didn't have to live with choices that could break a man in two. Grief, aching, swelling grief, roared through him. The recitation of his sins, the public indictment of his character, was like a claw gouging his soul, hollowing him out with every word. He breathed out, carefully. Senator, this world is complex, tumultuous and challenging in ways that defy logic and defy emotion. Situations are quick to evolve and quick to turn disastrous. Threats lie in every shadow. Friends can be hard to find. It's a painful world when you get right down to it. But to my bones, Senator, I believe in this world, and I believe in this country, in these United States. I have always dreamed of serving this nation. I have always wanted to give everything that I could give to make her stronger, more beautiful, more inclusive, more equal, more prosperous. In short, everything that I could to make her a more perfect union. I have devoted the entirety of my adult life to this nation, and I have done so with joy. In the past 18 months, America has faced a threat from Madigan that it has never faced before. A former general, a man so intimately acquainted with our intelligence and terrorist fighting capabilities that he was able to remain one step ahead of our considerable forces at all times. A man who had sown a network of like-minded anarchists and conspirators across the world. A man who planned not just the destruction of our nation, but our world, our way of life. A man who wanted to rip America from her pedestal and replace our shining light with a despot's vision of a totalitarian utopia. I chose to take extreme actions to stop this madman. In turn, he chose to take extreme actions against me. Cloning my deceased wife, attacking the heart of our nation's intelligence and government in his quest to destroy me. Others paid the ultimate price. Jack swallowed, pressing his lips together as his voice trembled. He took another breath, his hands flat on the table again. His wedding ring gleamed, sparkling as if it were a beacon signaling to his heart. Ethan, you are my everything. He wanted more than anything to turn around and catch Ethan's gaze, see him smile, borrow his strength. I have no misgivings about the choices I made. I have no doubts that extreme measures were required to root out this cancer of a man in order to preserve the American way of life, the beacon of liberty in our great world. Sacrifices must sometimes be made. I was willing to pay that price. I was willing to be that sacrifice and lay down my life for this nation and this world. Every choice I made was for the American people. I would gladly have died for everyone in this room and everyone watching. More than once, I was certain that my next moments were my last. In some way, it's a terrible blessing that I am here now. I lived to face this hearing. A few dark chuckles rose in the gallery. The dais was deathly, gravely silent. Jack leaned back and stared at Senator Allen. He'd done what he'd done, made his choices, chosen to love Ethan and follow that love wherever it took him, chosen to fight back, to not take what Madigan had thrust upon him and Ethan, chosen to stand up and work together with Sergey to right their crazy, tilted world. But most of all, he'd
chosen Ethan, time and again, and he'd never regret that. Senator Allen stared back and said nothing.
President Spiers Reichenbach. The chairwoman took over, leaning close to her microphone. What are your intentions? Do you plan to invoke the 25th Amendment and reclaim the presidency?
Jack's eyes unfocused, the chambers before him going blurry. This was it, the end of the line. Grief roared through him again, a silent scream. "No, Madam Chairwoman," he choked out. "I do not. My intention is to return to private life and let the presidency remain in the extremely competent hands in which I left it. President Elizabeth Wall has my full support as President of these United States." Silence, profound, eternal silence, broken only by the whir and click and flash of cameras capturing his gasp, the way he looked down and tried to hide his face, the tear he couldn't quite blink away sliding down his cheek.
"If there are no further questions," the chairwoman said, looking to Senator Allen.
Allen shook his head.
"We are adjourned." Her gavel slammed twice, and the chambers erupted in a roar, shouts and questions beating down on Jack from every direction.
Ethan, Scott, and Levi worked their way to Jack's side, shoving through the crowd. Secret Service agents from California had been brought in to cover Jack, agents who had no relationship with him, the White House, or the ongoing investigations into President Wall, Levi, or Welby. They stood stone-faced by Jack's side, twin statues that never said a word. Ethan pulled Jack close, wrapping one arm around him as Jack tucked his face against Ethan's neck and breathed deeply. Ethan's scent, soap, cotton, and their love flooded him, brought him back from the edge. He was careful when he wrapped his arms around Ethan in return. Ethan's ribs were bandaged, and one arm was in a sling. His throat was still a mess of vivid bruises and hideous scabs. He could still see the mark of each chain link, where it had wrapped around his neck. Pictures of his injuries were on the front page of every newspaper, alongside Jack's bruises and his battered face, his split and swollen lip and black eye. Cameras kept flashing, and the shouted questions grew louder. Questions about them, questions about Madigan, accusations, tirades, blistering critiques. "Let's get out of here." Ethan guided Jack behind Scott, heading for the secured exit away from the mob. A staffer from the dais slipped through the crowd, heading their way. Ethan jerked Jack behind him, turned toward the staffer, and made himself large, spreading his shoulders and glowering. The staffer, a rail-thin man with large, thick glasses, rolled his eyes. He waved to Levi and whispered in his ear. Levi frowned. He turned to Jack as the staffer ducked away. They escaped the chambers into a private hallway tucked in the bowels of the Capitol. "What was that about?" Scott asked, his hands on his hips. "Senator Allen asked to speak to the president." Levi still couldn't use Jack's first name, no matter how much he asked. "In private. Away from everybody." He nodded down the hall. "If you want to meet, he's down there." Jack squeezed Ethan's hand. "Maybe he wants to gloat. Maybe he wants to describe in detail what my life in prison for espionage will be like." "You don't need to listen to that shit," Ethan growled. "Let's just go." "No. I want to hear what he says." He was exhausted, run through from everything, from having to defend himself until his throat bled from speaking. For once, he wanted to hear another person speak, say something, anything that wasn't an accusation against him. He could hope, at least. Ethan looked less than convinced, but he followed Jack down the hall, and when Jack kept hold of his hand, he followed Jack into the private meeting room. Senator Allen was already waiting inside. His eyes widened when he saw Ethan at Jack's side and then dropped to their joined hands. Jack braced himself, but Allen said nothing. "Well," Jack was done being polite. He wasn't the president any longer, and he wasn't in the chamber either. You wanted to talk?" Senator Allen licked his lips, looked down, ran his tongue over his teeth as he stared at the carpet and pursed his lips. His mouth moved slowly, as if he was trying out his words before he spoke. "I wanted to thank you for your testimony," he finally grunted. "You spoke well, Mr. President. Hopefully it keeps me out of prison." Ethan's hand squeezed down on his so hard it almost hurt. Allen's chin lifted. "I don't know what will happen. The committee is divided, bitterly so. We're going to deliberate through the weekend. He swallowed. "I'll give the White House a call. Let President Wall know the decision before it hits the media." Jack's jaw dropped. What world was he in? What alternate reality had he stepped into? "Senator, you have never liked me." "No." Senator Allen shook his head. "I never have. You were too young, too inexperienced. You're a millennial, and my generation has never liked yours. I was against your nomination from the moment it was suggested." The senator's words hit him like bullets, echoes of Madigan's words all over again. He was suddenly back in the Arctic, standing in front of Madigan's sneering face, then staring down at his dead eyes, his broken, empty expression after he'd killed. Jack clamped down on Ethan's hand and stepped closer to him, seeking his strength. "But," Senator Allen continued, "I respect you, especially now. I was there. I saw the stakes at the White House and in the Situation Room." "What Jennifer did wasn't in the hearings?" "No. Her actions will remain locked behind closed doors. Hers and President Wall's, when she left the country and brokered a treaty between China and Maroshkin." Allen shook his head, suddenly seeming twice as old as his 70 years. But he strode across the room and offered a handshake. "Thank you, President Spiers Reichenbach, for your actions." Stunned, Jack took his hand. They shook, and Senator Allen smiled at him. "I'll do what I can," he said softly. "There's a lot of anger in the committee, but I'll do what I can." He dropped Jack's hand, nodded once, and headed for the door. When it clicked shut, Jack turned to Ethan and collapsed into him, burying his face in Ethan's neck again before the storm broke in his soul. Sobs tore through him, racked his body, ragged wails muffled in Ethan's suit jacket. Everything he had done had left him empty, a shell of a man. But Ethan's arms and Ethan's soft voice whispering in his ear brought him back each and every time. "It's going to be all right, Jack," Ethan whispered, stroking up and down his back. "You're going to be all right. You did the right thing. You made the right choices." He kissed Jack's hair, his temples, wiped his tears away with his thumb. "I'm here. I'm with you all the way. That's the only thing that matters," Jack breathed, his voice shuddering. He squeezed Ethan's hips, breathed out against his neck. "You and me. Together." He wanted to say it, wanted to promise Ethan he'd be with him all the way to forever and ever. Raw terror held him back, a visceral fear that ate away at the bottom of his heart. "What if?" "Then I'll buy a house right next to the prison and visit you every day." Ethan kissed his hair again. "I'll never stop loving you, Jack. I'll never stop being here. I am with you all the way." He curled into Ethan again, both fists grasping his suit jacket. "I'm scared." Ethan kissed him again and held him close, but said nothing. What could Ethan say? There was nothing they could do. Their lives were, again, held at the mercy of others, their lives and his freedom. You are being held accountable. Some nights he wished he'd died in the Arctic. Wished the torpedoes that had slammed into the Vedushi had destroyed the ship and them too. He would have died holding onto Ethan, and that, at the end of the day, was all he wanted. A life, however long it was, beside Ethan for each and every day. Not this nightmare that loomed before him, the specter of prison and a life apart from Ethan. Would he even be able to take it? How long could he last? When would the agony, the loneliness, the aching heartbreak eat through his soul? Madigan's face flashed in the darkness behind his eyelids. You'll never be free of me. His stomach lurched, and if he had eaten anything that day, he'd have vomited, thrown it all up in a moment. Even from the grave, Madigan was still haunting him, still controlling his life, still turning it to wreckage and ruins. Rubble that he had to live with. They slipped out of the Capitol and into waiting SUVs, dodging the press and a mob of people. Some shouted encouragements, others jeered, promised to see him locked up for the rest of his life. Jack, his eyes red, kept his face down as he climbed into the SUV with Ethan, Scott, and Levi. Ethan held his hand, lifting it to his lips and pressing kisses to his knuckles, his wedding ring. His thumb stroked over Jack's palm. Scott and Levi stared out the windows, frowns fixed firmly to their faces. They wound through D.C., stopping at the Intercontinental Hotel. The press hounded them again as they exited and headed for the entrance. Scott nodded from the back seat. Some intrepid members of the press managed to slip into the Intercontinental's lobby. They chased Jack and Ethan to the elevators where burly security guards held them back. Everyone thought they were staying at the Intercontinental. 2 presidents couldn't occupy the White House at the same time. Jack and Ethan had gone to the residence to pack a bag each, taking suits and jeans, shirts, and their mementos. Jack's teddy bear, Ethan's photo book, the rainbow coffee mug still sitting beside the coffee maker, Leslie's folded flag. Jack still wore his broken watch, and he'd worn Ethan's sweatshirt from the day of Leslie's blast until the day he stepped foot back on American soil, greeted by President Wall and a mob of reporters at Andrews Air Force Base. They rode the elevator up a few floors and then back down, disappearing to the basement and the secured employee parking garage. The doors opened, and Scott and Levi waved from their SUV. Different than the first, and not government black, the SUV slipped away from the hotel every day with Ethan and Jack lying down in the back seat. They left the stone-faced Secret Service agents at the hotel, a part of the ruse. An hour later, Scott pulled into his driveway. He and Levi turned around. We know this is your last night here in D.C. Is there anything you want to do? Tomorrow, before dawn, they were flying out to Texas. Finally, Ethan was going to meet Jack's parents. Maybe it would be the last time Jack would see his parents, too. Inevitability and terror hung over them like a guillotine, coloring every thought, every word. Would they be able to do this or that again? Was this the last weekend he'd be able to hold Jack's hand, kiss him freely without prison bars in the way? Jack's smile was faint, but it was still there. Exhaustion tugged on him, a weight that hung on his soul. He'd aged in the past few weeks, growing weary before the committee during the hearings. I just want to spend time with my friends. Thank you, Scott, for letting us stay here. We're happy to have you. Scott reached back and squeezed Jack's knee. Even Stacy is glad. She is happy you both are back and that you brought me home, too. He winked. Ethan, Scott, Cott, and Levi trading looks and smothering grins as they got out of the car. He wrapped his arm around Jack's shoulders and kissed his temple. I think they're planning something, he whispered. Scott pushed open his front door. A roar of cheers rose, hoots and hollers and whistles, what sounded like a stadium of people clapping. Across Scott's front entrance, 2 banners hung crookedly. congratulations blared in rainbow colors alongside a statelier just married. Jack's jaw dropped as he stepped into Scott's house. He spun, trying to take it all in. Every member of the Secret Service White House team was there, even Welby, looking grouchy in his full leg cast as he sat on Scott's couch, his crutches propped nearby. Pete was there, too, his arm looped through Jason's as he helped him stand. Barbara, who'd found Jason bleeding out in the garage and pressed her floral cardigan against his wounds, keeping him alive until the ambulance arrived, stood on Jason's other side. Jack's staff, from Diana Ramirez, his White House counsel, who'd first put together the argument that Ethan and Jack could live together as the first couple, to Director Maury and General Bradford, even General Bell, standing and smiling, in his gruff way. President Elizabeth Wall stood off to one side, holding a glass of champagne out for Jack. Jack shook his head, tears filling his eyes. His lips trembled, and he covered his face with his hands as the tears started to fall. Ethan wrapped him up as the cheers rose again, a roar of clapping that went on and on. Finally, he was able to speak. Ethan kept a hand on his back, and Jack threaded his fingers through Ethan's. "Thank you," he breathed. His voice still shook. "Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Every one of you helped me. Every one of you believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. And that is a gift that I will never forget. I don't know what is going to happen, but I will always love each and every one of you." His lips trembled again, but he forced out, "Thank you," and smiled for his friends. The party lasted for hours, every guest staying until they had spoken to Jack and Ethan and congratulated them on their marriage, thanked him for what he had done, expressed hope for the outcome of the hearings. Liz, Scott's daughter, bounded for them, wrapping first Ethan and then Jack up in giant hugs. Even General Bell, who saluted Jack crisply when Jack approached. "Mr. President," he said, only dropping his salute when Jack returned it. Bell turned to Ethan and held out his hand. "Mr. First Gentleman." Smiling, Ethan took his hand, shaking firmly. Bell turned back to Jack. "Thank you for putting that monster down." Nodding, he moved off, back into the crowd. Jack's hand clenched on Ethan's, shaking hard. He turned away from the party, closing his eyes as Ethan held him. For now, the nightmares were still too close to the surface. Madigan's ghost was tenacious, haunting Jack at every moment. Ethan did what he could, staying by Jack's side and always being there when Jack turned to him. "I'm with you all the way," he murmured in Jack's ear. Scott found Levi in his backyard, squinting up at the stars as he played with a plastic champagne flute. He sauntered to his friend, his hands in his pockets. He'd ditched his jacket and tie hours ago and had rolled up his shirt sleeves. The summer night was cool, but compared to the Arctic, it was a sauna. Levi pressed his lips together and looked away. He frowned, glaring at Scott's fence line, licked his bottom lip over and over. "I gotta ask you something, Scott," he finally said. "When I was leading the detail, I went through everyone's background checks again, but I never found yours." He looked up right into Scott's gaze. "Where is your background check? You hiding something?" Scott snorted. He tipped his head back, laughing. "I know you're not accusing me of working with Madigan. I know you're not." Levi looked like he wanted to puke. "I didn't know what to think. I still don't." He shook his head, grimacing. "Come on, man. You know what this looks like." "Yeah, I do. I also know what it looks like to run your own background investigation. That's why I gave it to Harry." Levi blinked.
"Anata?"
"Yeah." Scott jerked his thumb, gesturing back to the party. "We can go ask him. He's here. I asked Harry to run a deep dive on me and on Director Triplett. I wanted it to be above board. I needed everything to be tight, no possibility for anything shady. And Harry was the only guy I trusted at headquarters."
Levi doubled over, breathing out in a great whoosh as he started to laugh. "Jesus Christ, man!" He shook his head. You couldn't leave that in the damn memo?"
"Well, I kind of left in a hurry." Scott laughed and grabbed him, pulled him close. He wrapped his arms around Levi, groaning as Levi squeezed him tight, hard enough to crack his back. "I'd never turn, Levi. I'd never turn against my friends."
"I know,"
Levi breathed.
"That's why I couldn't believe it. I never said anything."
Pulling back, he glared at Scott.
"But you owe me, like 7 meals, 'cause that's how much I threw up worrying about you."
Scott chuckled and pulled him close again, steering him back inside his house. "Deal. We can start here. Stacy made her brown sugar sliders. I swear I want my last meal to be these things."
"Keep eating them and they will be."
Levi grinned. Scott slugged him in the shoulder. Their eyes met, relief rejoicing in the depth of Levi's gaze. Elizabeth joined Jack and Ethan in Scott's study as the party wound down. Her Secret Service detail was more than happy to stay for the duration, but she had to get back eventually. She was getting experienced in sneaking away from the White House and avoiding the press. Still, she sat with them both, sharing another glass of champagne. Jack had finally relaxed, shedding his jacket and tie, and he sat practically in Ethan's lap, one leg thrown over Ethan's on the brown leather couch. He seemed to revel in his status as a private citizen for the night, loose in a way that Ethan hadn't seen since the early days of Jack's administration. Ethan, too, had shed his suit jacket and his sling, and had unbuttoned the top buttons on his dress shirt.
"So,"
she said, smiling,
"have you thought about what's next for you both?"
"I'm trying not to think about it. Orange isn't my color." Elizabeth shook her head. She refused to believe that the committee would bring charges against Jack, and told him so every time they met.
"I have a few suggestions."
"Elizabeth, I'm not invoking the 25th Amendment." Jack held up his hands, grinning. "It's yours. You wanted it. No backsies." The three of them laughed, shaking their heads at the presidency being described in schoolyard terms.
"Elections are just over 2 years away,"
she sighed, blowing air out of her rounded cheeks.
"The Unity Party has a lot of work to do, especially without their head."
"I still believe in our party. I still believe it's the way forward. Our generation," Jack motioned between Elizabeth, Ethan, and himself, "we needed a new party. The old ways weren't working for us. The old battles weren't our battles. We always cared about different issues. I can't believe it took this long."
"We needed someone like you."
Elizabeth tipped her champagne glass to Jack, and Ethan slid his hand over Jack's thigh, stroking his leg through his suit pants. "What are you suggesting?" Ethan stepped in when Jack seemed content to just sip champagne and ignore Elizabeth's growing smile.
"Well, a few things. First, I never filled my Secretary of State position. I hear you're pretty good with diplomacy, Jack."
Jack almost spewed champagne across the room. Coughing, he leaned forward, hacking up a lung as Ethan slapped his back. He glared at Elizabeth. "Very funny. You think I could survive a Senate confirmation hearing? I just escaped Congress. I'm not heading back there any time soon. You'd have to drag me." Elizabeth shrugged, then winked.
"I'm sure that could be arranged."
Jack shook his head. Next.
Well, her lightness vanished and she scooted closer. I was thinking about something more along the lines of Ethan's role. Something off the books, but something that we need, now more than ever. Jack leaned back against Ethan's chest and stayed quiet. He peered at her. You know as well as I do that it's a brave new world out there. Madigan showed a lot of people how vulnerable we can really be, and just how to strike at us. NATO crumbled when we needed them. Even Canada was willing to listen to Moroshkin. Russia looks like she could be a good ally, but even our best intelligence estimates put her recovery at 5 years minimum. Our friend Sergey has a lot of work cut out for him.
Jack nodded. He'd kept up with the Presidential Daily Brief. As a former president, he was legally entitled to receive it. The mass of terrorist threats, the dramatic rise in chatter, and overt and covert plans against the United States had risen like a tidal wave. The world smelled blood in the water. Sharks were coming from every corner of the globe.
I was thinking we needed a back channel, someone who can speak when our government can't. Cloakroom diplomacy. Fully empowered by me, of course, she said quickly, but also backed up with a sharp dagger. She looked at Ethan. I want to keep your strike team. Add in a diplomatic element. Maybe we can put some of these threats to bed or nip them in the bud before they even begin.
My team disbanded. Ethan shook his head. I transferred command authority back to General Bell. Lieutenant Cooper resigned from the Marine Corps. Sergeant Coleman and Doc are on extended leave. Even I don't know where they are.
We'll build you a new team if you both accept. I believe this is important. And in this new world, I think we need something like this, asymmetrical diplomacy for an asymmetrical world. We need options open to us, both the cloak and the dagger, a quick shift capability. Exactly what you did with President Puchkov.
I might hang for what I've done. Jack wasn't kidding, and he wasn't speaking metaphorically.
You won't.
Elizabeth stood. She set down her champagne flute.
The world needs that kind of moral courage now, Jack. And the world still needs you. Think about it.
He waved to her, a half smile on his lips, and then sank back against Ethan when she left, taking half the party with her as the Secret Service agents on duty headed back to the White House. What do you think, love?
I think,
Ethan said, dropping a kiss to Jack's temple,
that you get to decide what you want to do with the rest of your life. It's whatever you want to do.
Well, whatever we want to do for the rest of our lives.
Ethan smiled slowly until his cheeks hurt. They were a we, together forever for the rest of their lives.
I'm happy being by your side. That's where this all started, isn't it?
Jack laughed, a champagne giggle, his cheeks flushed.
By my side. Beneath me, on top of me.
Oh. Ethan tipped Jack sideways, pushed him into the couch. He held Jack's hands over his head as he dropped down. His ribs ached and his shoulder twinged, but not enough to stop him from spreading out on top of Jack and dropping kisses to his neck, down his throat, and across his collarbone. Jack's laughs turned to moans, and his leg wrapped around Ethan as his hips rocked up, his cock thrusting against Ethan's.
I just want this forever,
he breathed, arching into Ethan's touch.
I love you so much. I love you,
Ethan whispered, capturing Jack's lips. Their kiss stretched on, and neither man noticed Scott quietly shutting the study door.
And you have me forever.
Jack's fingers went to Ethan's shirt, working quickly down the long line of buttons.
Make love to me. Don't ever stop.
The party rolled on without them, as Ethan painted Jack's body with love, breathed life into his soul, and held him through all of his tears. Chapter 72. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Adam plucked at the long sleeves of his snow-white thobe. The garment was long and far looser than anything he'd ever worn before, like a dress or a muumuu even. The gentle Riyadh breeze wafted up the long, loose hem. Even though the wind was hot, goosebumps rose on his calves. Being in Riyadh in summer felt like he was on the surface of Mars. Heat blasted him as if the sun had turned its whole focus on the desert city. Shimmering heat waves reflected off the ground, the buildings, even at the king's palace with its stately palms, jewel-encrusted courtyards, and industrial air conditioning. The heat still roasted their every move. Faisal ran his hands down Adam's chest, smoothing his thobe after straightening his collar. The ends of Adam's keffiyeh dangled over his shoulders, loose knots tickling in the soft air. The king had summoned them both to Riyadh, King Faisal al-Saud, the king for whom Faisal was named, the ruler of Saudi Arabia, and the head of Faisal's family. First, Uncle Abdul had been summoned to the palace shortly after Adam and Faisal landed in Riyadh, sent from Moscow by the Saudi Arabian embassy. Uncle Abdul had been white as a ghost when he stormed into the airport and found them, bruised, bloody, and bedraggled, and barely hanging on. To Jeddah they went, back to Uncle Abdul's villa, along with an army of physicians. It was in Jeddah they told Uncle Abdul about their marriage. He'd paced for hours and then prayed through the entire night. They heard his low voice, the groans and warbles of his Arabic filling the villa, prayers to Allah, for guidance, for wisdom, for peace, for answers, for help. Adam and Faisal had clung to each other all night long, every hour repeating the vows they had made. Faisal wore his dog tags, the metal cool against the warmth of his golden skin. "No matter what," Faisal whispered against his lips, "we will stay together. I'll go wherever you will go, anywhere. If they were banished, if Faisal was cut off, if they had to resettle somewhere in Europe or in Malaysia or Jordan or Egypt or Morocco or even Australia, somewhere they would try and have it all, their faith and their love. Would one always have to be subsumed for the other? No matter what, anywhere they had to go, he'd follow at Faisal's side. In the morning, Uncle Abdul, ashen-faced, had said, "I must inform the king." He was on a plane to Riyadh that afternoon. A week passed. Doc texted them one afternoon. "Hey, asshole, where did you disappear to?" He hadn't told Doc and Coleman. They'd been transported to the U.S. Embassy while they were unconscious, and they'd woken up at Bethesda Naval Hospital when they were back in the States. He'd never gotten a chance to say goodbye. "I went home with Faisal to Saudi." "No shit? For how long?" "Forever." Silence. For hours, and he'd thought that was the last he'd ever hear from Doc. "Coleman's busting out of here in a few days. You got some spare rooms in one of your sugar daddy's palaces? We both want to be somewhere warm after that shit show in Santa's hellhole." He hadn't expected that. Faisal found him struggling to hold back tears as he sat on the dock, the same one he and Doc had shared a beer on when he'd finally admitted the truth about him and Faisal. "If we still have anything after his family is done with us, then yeah, please, come." Good luck, LT. And then they'd been summoned to Riyadh. Faisal's hand shook, trembling as he paced. Adam grabbed him and pulled him close, threaded their fingers together. They stood in the center of King Faisal al-Saud's palace, waiting in the jeweled gardens for their summons to the terrace. Sapphires and rubies and emeralds inlaid in mosaics twinkled overhead and beneath their feet, scattering rainbows across tiles of white marble and turquoise waters and the palms that shaded the garden. Roses burst in wild bloom, and bees buzzed from flower to flower. Anyone could see them embracing. Anyone could see as Adam cradled Faisal's face in his hands and stroked his cheeks.
"I am afraid,"
Faisal whispered.
"I don't want to be banished. I don't want to lose the last of my family."
"You will always have me."
Adam tried to smile, but a part of him squirmed, his mind screaming that Faisal would only lose his family because of him, because of what he'd done. What if the worst happened? What if the king annulled their marriage or declared it invalid in the eyes of Allah? What if they brought in an imam to rip apart the whole thing and then arrest them both, or, more likely, arrest Adam? He could disappear into the Saudi judicial system, die in some dank, dark dungeon, and no one would ever know. Maybe Faisal would one day receive a bill for his death. Or maybe he'd just disappear. What if there was a woman, some bride the king had picked out for Faisal? They could shred his marriage to Faisal and remarry him to their hand-picked bride in one fell swoop. Adam closed his eyes. Should they have even come back? Faisal pressed his trembling lips to Adam's. Now they were in truly dangerous territory. Anyone could be and probably was watching. They could explain away the closeness, the touching, but not a kiss. He kissed him back, wrapping his arms around Faisal's waist. If this was the last kiss, then he wanted it to be good. Footsteps padded whisper-soft across the marble. A low cough broke them apart, sent them scattering like lightning had struck. A thin aide to the king stared at them both. "The king will see you now." Walking through the garden felt like he was walking to his death. Did death smell so sweet? Sweat dripped down the back of his neck, but it wasn't from the heat anymore. His sweat was ice-cold and stank with fear. He'd faced terrorists, traitors to his nation, and torture, but facing Faisal's family was what was going to do him in. Faisal's hand slipped into his. He laced their fingers together. Ahead, King Faisal sat on a divan, an aubergine pillow dusted with gold thread. Lilies floated in a pond beside him, shaded by a thick palm. Tulips grew in clumps, a rainbow of grid squares interspersed with white marble tiles like a checkerboard of flowers and negative space. Beyond, more roses grew, thickets of sunset orange and blood red next to royal purple and delicate peach. Uncle Abdul knelt on a hand-woven rug in front of the king. He stared at them, his expression betraying nothing. King Faisal motioned to twin rugs laid before him, next to Abdul. He spoke in Arabic. "Join us." Faisal bowed low and then folded himself down before the king, sitting beside his uncle. Adam copied his movements, doing what he and Faisal had practiced. He wasn't as smooth as Faisal, but he didn't fall on his face either. The king peered at them both, silent. He was old, weathered from years in the desert, a long life in Riyadh. Flypaper-thin skin seemed painted on his bony hands, protruding from beneath his thick robes. When he finally spoke, his voice was rich and deep, melodious in a way that made Adam want to weep. "Hafid, Faisal." Even though Faisal wasn't his direct grandson, he used the honorific. "My namesake. I have watched you grow from a boy to a man. My pride in you rose like the sun climbing over the desert. I chose your uncle to succeed me as king, and he tells me he has chosen you, out of all of his children, to succeed him as well. Do you know why this is?" "No, your Royal Highness," Faisal whispered. "I never wanted to become king." King Faisal smiled. Wide gaps stretched between his square teeth. "One reason why it should be you. No one should want to be Saudi Arabia's king. It is a thankless job, and more difficult every day. I am old and weary of this role." Adam tried to glance sidelong at Faisal, but Faisal's eyes remained fixed on the rug threads. "I am old, Hafid, Your uncle even is old. We are old men in a young world."
King Faisal sighed, his breath like desert wind.
"Do you know our history, Hafid?"
Faisal nodded.
"Allow me to share a different telling of our tale. 200 years ago, our family made a deal with Shaitan. We gained power over these lands, but looked the other way as the Wahhabis seized control of our dynasties, mosques, and education. Strict devotion to Allah. What could be the problem? A simple life of prayer and supplication. We were a finger of sand the world had forgotten, and our grandfathers could not see the future."
Faisal shifted, his spine curling forward.
"There is nothing more dangerous to this kingdom than the Wahhabi and Salafi clergy, Hafid."
Adam stopped breathing. He looked up, breaking protocol, as his jaw dropped. The king kept speaking.
"Yallah, I have tried, Faisal, to pry free the claws of the Wahhabis. They are like raptors who have dug into their kill. They are not easily broken. Their rabid fundamentalism is no longer quaint. Salafi and Wahhabi leaders push for generations of our young Saudi men and women to become extremists, to embrace hatred and division, and reject the world. The caliphate was born of these beliefs, of desperate men yearning to return to the Dark Ages. A life of prayer and supplication is no longer what the kingdom needs. We need a strong people, educated. Our graduates can read the Quran, but cannot compute. We train no engineers, no scientists. These clerics, they try to block all of my education reforms. They do not reform their curriculum. They twist our sacred texts into hate. I sack them as fast as I can, but new clerics rise. They are a cancer in this kingdom."
King Faisal shook his head.
"Our kingdom is changing, Hafid. The Middle East is changing faster than we can keep up with. Our people hunger for more engagement with the world. We need a stronger, diversified economy, private investment, flow of ideas. We import workers, but not their ideas. We must be more open. Women must be offered the choice to learn and to work, or our economy will collapse without the input of our whole population. We hover on a precipice. We must strengthen our kingdom before we are gone."
Faisal looked up into his great-uncle's gaze, frowning. They never expected these words. If anyone heard the king speak this way, he'd be attacked in the streets. Effigies of him would burn as riots called for his head. King Faisal sighed, the breath in his body rattling his bones. He leaned forward and rested his hand on top of Faisal's head.
"You have been careful, alhamdulillah. They would have killed you if they had known."
Adam saw Faisal's eyes squeeze closed, saw him swallow hard. He wanted to reach out, grasp his hand, thread their fingers together, and never let go. King Faisal cupped Faisal's chin.
"Hafid, I left Wahhabism the night your father and mother were killed. Ibn Akh Omar, your father, my nephew, was murdered by Wahhabi extremists who have been taught religious hatred right here at home in the kingdom. I won't lose 2 family members to these shaitans."
Banishment.
It's going to be banishment.
Adam looked down as the tears started falling down Faisal's cheeks. Damn it, if there was one thing Faisal prayed for, it was to not be banished. He loved his home, he loved the Arabian Peninsula, he loved his uncle, and spending time with the family he had left, especially in the past year when he and Uncle Abdul had grown closer in his own absence. Damn it, this was going to kill him. Banishment, and losing his future kingdom. The high price to pay for a marriage. Doubt filled Adam, rising up in him like vomit, almost choking him. Words pushed at his lips, wanting to come out. He had
take it back, all of it. If Faisal could stay, if he could have everything he wanted, he'd make it easier on everyone. Damn it all to hell, this was why he'd left in the first place. Hafid, the king said softly, watching his great-nephew's tears spill down his cheeks. Tell me, Subhanallah, what do you want? Faisal shuddered and closed his eyes. I want, he began, his voice shaking. Insha'Allah, I want everything. I want to be your Hafid, and Ibn Faisal, and husband to Adam bin Cooper. I want Adam to be of the House of Sword. I don't want to go. He breathed. I don't want to leave my family. I want to be loved by my family exactly as I am. The king cupped Faisal's wet face with his bony hands. He leaned forward, kissing Faisal's forehead. Hafid, you are deeply loved. Anna Bahibak Hafid Faisal, you are loved for everything you are. Faisal tipped forward, falling into the king's lap as he sobbed. Uncle Abdul and Adam shared a look and then leaned in, resting their hands on Faisal's shaking back. Adam felt Faisal's muscles tremble as he sobbed, raw, aching, soul-tearing sobs that he had stuffed deep down inside of himself for years. All those nights he and Faisal had stayed up talking, wondering about Faisal's family, wondering about what would happen if they ever found out about their love. Had they ever expected this, ever dreamed that Faisal would be welcomed with acceptance? The king stroked Faisal's keffiyeh-covered head, murmuring softly, I left Wahhabism, Hafid, and searched for something different. What could bring our kingdom into the world? What reforms could I make, faced with everything against us? The Wahhabis are a sickness inside the kingdom. Iran breathes down our neck, the rest of the Middle East preying on us, vying for our power and our control. We are the home of the Prophet, peace be upon him, the home of Islam. After your father died, I was lost. Had Allah abandoned the kingdom, the House of Sword, trapped by hatred on one side and silence on the other? King Faisal brushed Faisal's tears away with his thumbs. When Ibn Abdul came to me years ago, asking to speak about you, I knew what we had to do. Faisal's eyes went wide, and every muscle in Adam's body tensed, ready to spring into action. Was this where the machete came out, the firing squad? What if all these pretty words weren't what they seemed? Ibn Abdul and I went back to the foundation of the Quran, to the roots of Islam. We turned deep into our faith, asked questions. Why was the message given to the Prophet, peace be upon him? Why did he receive the blessings? We asked Imam after Imam, brought dozens in to speak at the palace. They spoke of us being Allah's chosen, being the ones to unite the world in a great caliphate, but only a few spoke about the heart of Islam. Islam was given to us to fight oppression and to empower people. The basis of the Quran is to seek justice and love for all, to oppose oppression and tyranny, and here I have become one of the oppressors, a king who enslaves his people. He shook his head. Remember when you were few and oppressed to the ground. The Quran says, the soul of a Muslim is supposed to delight in protecting the vulnerable, helping the downtrodden. Who is more oppressed than Mithli al-Jeans? Mithli al-Jeans, the Arabic word for homosexuals, for men who loved other men. Adam stopped breathing. He saw Faisal's jaw snap shut. We read the Quran again, from cover to cover. Ibn Abdul and I, we looked for everything to do with Mithli, the Wahhabis, the Hanafis, the Salafis, all of them.
They say the Koran forbids it, forbids you from existing, that Mitli should be purged from the earth."
Adam slid his hands down Faisal's back to his husband's waist. Monarch or not, if one sideways word fell from King Faisal's lips, he would rip Faisal from his hold in an instant.
"The Koran says nothing," King Faisal breathed. "It only speaks of the Prophet Lot, and condemns the rape that occurred there, as all sexual violence should be condemned. But the Prophet Lot is not the Prophet. Peace be upon our messenger. Our Prophet never speaks of forbidding Mitli, not once. There is no law in the Koran dictating how love may be condoned or condemned. We turned to the Prophet's example, peace be upon him, to guide our thoughts and actions, as the Prophet's example must always be emulated. He who is of Allah. The Prophet loved Mitli. He welcomed Hayri ul al-Irber min al-Rijal, men who felt no attraction for women, to work in his home. Not a single Mithli al-Jeans was ever persecuted, ever condemned. We have gotten it all wrong, Hafid. Yallah, everyone is wrong. The Prophet, peace be upon him, and Allah love you, just as I love you. Subhanallah.
No one breathed, no one spoke. Uncle Abdul rose and crouched before Faisal, pressing his forehead to Faisal's as Faisal's tears continued to fall.
"You pushed us to find the hidden truth, to find a deeper faith, to truly follow the Prophet's path, peace be upon him." "I thought you were furious, Uncle,"
Faisal whispered.
He reached behind him, groping for Adam's hand, and then yanked Adam forward until he was kneeling beside him at the feet of the king. "Wallah, you prayed all night long."
"We are afraid." Uncle Abdul's voice shook, and his gaze darted from Faisal to Adam and back.
"You're not safe here. Not now, not yet. We have more work to do."
Fear filled Faisal's eyes.
"You are sending us away."
"You must prepare for your future." The king sat back, dropping his hands into his lap.
"The future king must follow in the footsteps of his
his uncle, Uncle Abdul. First as ambassadorship, and then Riyadh's governorship, when Ibn Abdul takes my place as king. And one day," King Faisal smiled slowly, "you will serve the people with Allah's blessings, fulfilling the Prophet's promise of love and justice in your reign as the first Mithli king of Saudi Arabia. You will guide our kingdom to adapt to true Islam, authentic Islam."
"An ambassadorship."
Adam watched Faisal struggle for words, struggle to draw in a breath around the tears that still cascaded down his cheeks.
"Where will you send us?"
No matter where it was still away from the kingdom, away from the Gulf, away from the family who had just opened their hearts to him. It wasn't fair. Adam's heart ached for Faisal, his husband who deserved everything but always had to settle for less. King Faisal smiled.
"Bahrain."
Faisal gasped, and he rocked back, his hands rising, covering his face as fresh tears poured from his eyes. Sobs shook his body again as he pitched forward, falling into Adam's arms.
Bahrain.
The only country in the Middle East where homosexuality was legal, where they could be together without fear, without looking over their shoulders every moment of every day, where only a 16-mile-long bridge separated the tiny island kingdom of Bahrain from the east coast of Saudi Arabia. They would be closer to Riyadh, to Faisal's family, their family, than ever before. And they could be open about their love, no hiding. Not anymore.
"The ambassadorship to Bahrain is a vitally important one, Hafid. You will be interacting with the Americans daily, and with their operations in the Gulf. Their Gulf headquarters is there. You will be involved in multinational defense planning, a key member of
the Gulf security team." The king smiled again. "Bismillah. You are more than ready for this." Faisal nodded but didn't speak. Sobs still tore through him as he clung to Adam. Even Adam didn't know what to say. Where had this come from? Never, not in their wildest dreams, had they imagined such acceptance. He'd been ready to pack his bags and move anywhere and try and console Faisal's broken and bereft heart after. Now he was going to be the husband of the Saudi Arabian ambassador to Bahrain. "There is one more thing we must do before you move into your new ambassadorship." The king's expression softened, as did Uncle Abdul's. "Alhamdulillah. We must bless your marriage. You will perform nikah again, here, with your family." "Yallah, your Royal Highness." Faisal shook his head, sniffing. His hand gripped Adam's, and he leaned into him as if he'd fall apart if Adam weren't holding him up. Adam stroked his back. "There is no imam that would bless our nikah." "There is, Hafid. Do not despair." The king turned, finally, to Adam. Adam swallowed, stiffening under the king's full focus. He still held Faisal in his arms, and his skin crawled, the exposure making him want to reflexively escape, run away, flee. Years before, he had been banished from Faisal's life. Now, he cradled him close and listened to the Saudi Arabian king plan their wedding. "Adam bin Kuba al-Saud," King Faisal said, the corner of his lips quirking up. "Aman tu billah. May Allah bless your marriage with goodness." He held out his hand. Adam leaned in, grasped his hand, and pressed a kiss to his thin, weathered skin. As he pulled back, King Faisal took his hand and drew it to his lips, kissing him in return. "Nahin Eyahila, Adam bin Kuba al-Saud. We are family." Chapter 73. Shipinovskaya, Russia. Shipinovskaya, in the northern Arhangelskaya Oblast, was a weary, shitty place. Sergey drove 12 hours north from Moscow, straight up the M8. For the first time in too long, he was alone. No bodyguards, no staff, no Ilya, no Sasha. As he drove, the plains of Moscow gave way to thick forests, and in the northern hinterlands, the farming and logging lands of Russia's wild north, half-hewn forests rose and fell next to the road, and decrepit logging trucks rumbled by his sedan, rough logs balanced precariously on the back of rusted flatbeds. Children sometimes rode on top of the great piles of logs, waving to him with their hair flapping wildly around their heads. He grit his teeth and waved back, keeping his recriminations to himself. Legislation to ban children on the backs of logging trucks would be added to the next session of the Duma. Pastures opened between the trees, full of bored cows chewing on grass as they waded through ankle-deep mud. Overhead, the sky was the same steel gray as the Arctic. He was practically driving all the way back. When he got to Shipinovskaya, he rolled through the dreary, drab town slowly, peering out his windows and searching for some sign that he was in the right place. Wooden houses slumped side by side, some with tarps thrown over half-sunken roofs. Paved roads turned suddenly to unpaved, muddy slush that nearly spun out his car. Cows wandered through the streets. He would stand out in his Moscow wool trench coat and cashmere scarf. Sergey tugged his hat down low over his forehead. A shitty disguise, but it was all he had. Eventually, he found the mechanic's shop, a plywood and rusted steel claptrap just off the muddy main drive. A cow mooed at him when he drove in and stormed away when he parked too close. The mechanic, the owner of the shop, didn't want to talk to him until he passed over a bottle of vodka. Suddenly, he had loads to say. The man he was looking for, the man in his proffered picture, yeah, he worked there. Had come to town a few weeks ago looking for work, hitchhiked in. He worked long hours and never complained, and he made shit pay. The man was proud of how he stiffed his employees. Had his employee fucked up Sergey's car? Should he sack him? He'd be glad to show that pretty-faced newcomer who was the boss. No. Sergey rushed to reassure him that his car was in perfect order thanks to the man in the picture. He had helped him when his tire had blown, and he just wanted to thank him. Could he see to it that the vodka was given to him? Of course. The mechanic beamed, showing his rotten 5 teeth. Also, did the mechanic happen to know where his employee lived? He stomped through the snow and trees, cursing Sasha with every breath. Sasha had to bury himself in the woods and in the snow. Wasn't he sick of snow? He had to disappear in one of the most inaccessible parts of the country. He had to be difficult, always. And then he stumbled into the clearing. Ahead, a tiny wooden cabin squatted between the trees in front of a small clearing. A fire pit and a spit, unused, lay covered in snow next to a slushy parking area marred with tire tracks. Sasha wasn't home. He headed for the cabin anyway. It was old, ancient even, without a door lock. Who would be traipsing through the woods outside of Shipanovskia anyway? Not much risk of a robbery there, and from the looks of it, any potential robbers would go right on by. The only thing valuable about the cabin was the wood it was made of. He shouldered open the creaking door and ducked into the cramped one-room shack. No power, no running water, no kitchen. No doors signaling a toilet. Sasha had a wooden table hand-carved by Cossacks from the rough look of it, a sagging broken couch, and a thin mattress on the floor in the corner. A fire lay banked in a stone fireplace opposite the couch. Beside the hearth was a stack of newspapers. The cabin was bone-crunchingly cold, and he went to the fireplace, grabbing a poker and balling up newspaper to rekindle the flame. He reached for another sheet. A picture had been cut out, an empty square in the newsprint. Beneath a headline he recognized. A headline about him from a week prior, opening the Duma, the parliament, for the first time after the coup. Solskjaer cut out my picture. His hand hovered over the newspaper, not touching, not moving, as he struggled to process the fact. Solskjaer cut out my picture. Why? What would Sasha want with his picture? He was the one who had left. He was the one who always left. Sergey tipped his head back, sighing. He froze, his jaw dropping as he spotted the wall beyond the fireplace, hidden from view by the bulky river rock mantel. Hundreds of photos and headlines were tacked to the wall, photos of him, headlines of him from the day he'd returned to Moscow until just days before. Everything he'd done. Opening the Duma, addressing the nation, rebuilding the Kremlin, visiting towns and cities devastated by Miroshkin and the coup, working with his legal team on charges for the traitors, and a path forward for the nation, commending the FSB and the federal police for their staunch support of his government throughout the coup. Everything he'd done, every moment, Sasha had cut out and kept and had tacked to his wall. Headlines that shouted his deeds, pictures of him like a parade or a shrine. Why? Why would Sasha track his every move, cut out his every picture? The stack of newspapers by the fireplace had been cut apart, every item of him taken from the pages and put on the wall. Sasha was the one who had left. Why would he want to know anything about Sergey when he was the one who had walked out? An engine rumbled, drawing closer. Tires slid on snow, brakes squealed. Sergey jumped up, running his palms down his coat, nervous energy propelling him. He shifted his weight back and forth across his heels. He didn't know what to do with his shaking hands. A truck door slammed outside, boots crunched through the snow up the wooden steps of the cabin. Sergey shoved his hands in his pockets. He took a breath, trying to harden his heart. Sasha shouldered open the door of the cabin, took 2 steps in, and stopped in his tracks. Snow slid off his boots and puddled on the rough-hewn floor. He stared at Sergey, his inscrutable expression hard and unreadable. If he was shocked to see Sergey standing in his cabin in the middle of the bitter Russian north, he didn't show it. He carried a small paper bag in one hand and a paper cup of coffee in the other. 3 newspapers were stuffed under his arm. Seeing Sasha again was like taking a cannon blast to his chest. Sergey blinked and then nodded to the newspapers.
"More pictures for your collection."
He breathed in sharply after he spoke, trying to contain his wince. Sasha dropped the newspapers, his coffee, and the paper bag on the table and turned, striding out of the cabin. Fuck. Sergey raced after him down the uneven wood steps and out to Sasha's mangled truck. It looked like a salvage yard reject. Sasha hauled open the tailgate and dragged out a bundle of firewood. He ignored Sergey completely.
"Sasha, look at me."
Nothing. Sasha strode by him back to the cabin. Sergey followed him all the way back inside. He watched Sasha drop the wood, cut the ties with a knife, and place 3 logs into the hearth. While Sasha fanned the coals, sparking a roaring fire, Sergey emptied the bag Sasha had dropped on the table and unfurled the newspapers. Him, again, on the front page. A glass bottle of pills rolled across the newspaper, the prescription label handwritten in scratchy old script. He reached for the bottle, frowning at the antiquity of it. They were Soviet-era medications. Sasha snapped it away from him, throwing the bottle onto his mattress. As Sasha moved, he coughed, a racking, heaving cough that rattled his bones. He didn't turn around, didn't face Sergey again.
"You left for this? A shack in the woods, working as a mechanic for a man who cheats you every day?"
Sergey kept his voice soft. His thoughts wouldn't add up. Had Sasha truly not wanted him? Had everything they shared all just been in his head? Was this Sasha's escape? Did he bury himself in the woods as far off the grid as he could get because it was the only way he thought he could be free of Sergey? Had he made a huge mistake tracking Sasha down?
"I left for that."
Sasha nodded to his wall of Sergey, his pictures and the headlines that screamed Sergey's accolades, his achievements, his work rebuilding Russia.
"Everything you have done."
He broke off, a rib-cracking cough shaking his body again.
"What is wrong with you? Are you sick?"
He stepped closer, or tried to. Sasha held out his arm, palm forward, holding him back.
"You may remember, I have no spleen."
Sasha choked out, spitting a wad of phlegm to the rough cabin floor. He'd lost his spleen after the attack at Andreapol, and his fellow pilots had beat him so badly Dr. Voronov had to remove it before he bled to death internally.
"I am always sick. The medicines I get are useless."
He glared at his mattress and the pill bottle he'd thrown there.
"Sasha, we have medicine in Moscow. Dr. Voronov can treat you."
"I am not in Moscow." Sergey came up short, like he'd been slapped.
"You could be,"
he finally said softly.
"Niet."
Sasha threw out one hand, pointing to his wall.
"I told you, Russia needs you. You are the best hope for our country, our future. You cannot risk ruining that. Too many lives are at stake."
Growling, Sergey turned away.
"You would make the Politburo proud, Sasha. Everything for the might of the state. The state must always be right."
"Stop being selfish, Sergey."
"I am a man,"
Sergey exploded.
"Not a robot like you are. I feel, I desire, I love."
He swallowed hard. Silence filled the cabin until Sasha finally spoke.
"I feel, Sergey,"
he grunted.
"I love. You love to leave."
Sasha's eyes slipped closed.
"I told you I would not apologize for doing what was right, for what needs to be done. One day, you will see that I am doing this, all of this, for you." "Niet. Do not say these things."
Sergey snorted, disgust crawling through him. Do not tell me breaking my heart was for my own good, Sasha. Do not lie to me. You have done that enough. You left because you do not want me, or want what we could have had, or else you would have fought for it. Sergey, that is not true. I should not have come. He turned to go. How did you find me? Sasha followed him to the door, his voice suddenly different, softer, almost pleading, almost desperate. Why did you come? Sergey stopped on the second step. He stared at the forest, the snow-covered pine boughs and the frozen ground. It seemed, for a moment, like Siberia all over again. His aching heart missing Sasha like a piece of his soul was missing. Snow that fell and tried to match his frozen hope. I started looking for you the night you disappeared. I searched everywhere, morgues, hospitals, traffic accidents. He saw Sasha look down, stare at the wooden deck. I finally found something, a picture from Lubyanka prison. You flew back with the prison transports, not with Anton and Alexei like you said you would. You hid from me. Sasha said nothing. I searched for reports of newcomers in rural areas. If you were going to run, you would want to disappear. I started outside of Moscow and searched in bigger circles, following the highways. Where would you go if you had to hitchhike? Eventually, a police report from Belsk gave me a clue. Cursing, Sasha shook his head. Punks there figured I was military. They thought I was Moroshkin's forces. He finally looked up into Sergey's gaze. Pure misery hung in his eyes. You are so popular, he breathed. Even punks in Velsk want to prove they love you. Sergey ignored him. From Velsk I tracked you here, and I called as if I were FSB. People were happy to tell me all about the man who had arrived a few days after you disappeared. He worked as a mechanic, and he lived outside of town. Your descriptions matched. Ilya helped you? Sasha scuffed his boot against a warped board. No, I found you myself. Every night when he couldn't sleep, when he just wanted to scream or cry, fall apart, and beg for answers, when he needed to know why Sasha had left, when they'd finally seemed to be on the same page. What had he discovered, though? His heart, if possible, hurt more than it had before. The pit inside him opened deeper, yawned blacker. He trudged down the last steps. Why did you come? Sasha followed him until they were both standing in the snow. He fumbled in his jacket, pulling out a long, crisp envelope. He dreamed of this going differently. Sasha Andreev, you are invited to the Heroes' Ball in Moscow, honoring the fighters who took back our country from the traitor Moroshkin and his followers. You will be named a hero of Russia and awarded the Hero's Gold Star Medal. He kept going, even as Sasha stumbled back and fell to his ass, landing in a pile of snow. His face went white as the wasteland surrounding them. Everything you need is in there. The reception begins at 4 in the afternoon. He hesitated. In 3 days. Sasha stared at the envelope but didn't take it. Sergey finally dropped it in the snow. He headed out, storming through the drifts as he followed the track back to the muddy road where he had left his car. And then he turned around. His jacket flared around him as he stormed back, straight for Sasha, still sitting on his ass in the snow. The only thing that would be different in those damn headlines if you had stayed, he growled, shaking with fury.
is that you would be helping me make things even better. I believe in you, Sasha. I believe in your heart. I love you, all of you. I've wanted you by my side for what you could bring to this country. But you think love is fickle because you are fickle, Sasha. You have no faith in me or in the world, or in us, and what we could be. Finally, Sasha looked up, blinking before he glared. I lost my spleen to faith, he snapped. Standing, he ignored the envelope in the snow and stormed back into his cabin, leaving Sergey all alone. Chapter 74. Washington, D.C. Scott woke them before dawn, knocking on the door to his study and bringing in 2 steaming cups of coffee. Finally, he grinned, real coffee. He smiled at Jack and Ethan's bedhead, their hair sticking straight up from beneath the blanket that covered their naked bodies. Scott winked and then left them to get dressed. They were on the road 15 minutes later, driving down to Andrews Air Force Base. Jack stared out the window for the whole drive, his eyes tracing Washington's skyline, the lights of the Capitol reflecting off the Potomac, scattered stars sparkling behind the monuments, the pale glow of the pre-dawn light just starting to streak gold and pale pink over the horizon. Scott badged his way into the base and drove them to the flight line. A small executive jet was already prepped, the engines warm and idling as they waited to taxi to the runway. The Air Force officers made themselves scarce, looking away when Scott pulled up. All right, HOTUS and POTUS, he said, spinning in his seat. Have a good trip to Texas. Ethan groaned as Jack laughed. I had to. Scott winked at Ethan. Levi would never let me live it down if I didn't get it in. Jack tried to smile, but it wavered, and then fell. He looked down, exhaling shakily. How could he ever thank Scott the way he deserved? From the first moment until the last, Scott had been their steadfast friend, a bulwark against the world. How many times had Scott saved their lives, stood up for them, helped them when no one else would? How many drives had Scott done for each of them? From the big gestures to the tiny, how many times had he turned from the front seat with a friendly smile, just doing what he could to help? Scott, I can't ever say thank you enough. Nah, stop. Scott waved him off. You've got nothing to thank me for, Mr. President. Yes, I do. Scott, tell you what, Scott grinned. You can thank me by making this guy happy. He reached out and grabbed Ethan, shaking his shoulder. Treat him right. He deserves an awesome husband. You. Ethan flushed and knocked Scott's hand away as Jack finally smiled. He deserves everything, he breathed, looking at Ethan. Far better than me, but I'll do my best. How can I treat Ethan the way he deserves if I am in prison? His thoughts turned dark again, grinding over anxieties that chewed on his every waking thought. Panic was never far. He felt like he was drowning, being swept out to sea by crashing waves, and his legs were getting tired of treading water. How much longer could he keep his head above the surface? He could barely breathe anymore. Ethan kissed his hair and took his hand. Let's go. Scott watched from the SUV as they boarded the jet and then drove off as the pilots started their taxi out to the runway. We'll be in Texas in 4 hours, the pilot said curtly over the intercom as he turned off the lights. Jack's lips thinned, and he closed his eyes. When they took off, Jack's knuckles went white as the engines screamed and they roared into the sky. The pilot twisted the jet around to fly over Andrews and then skirted the no-fly zone above Washington. Jack pressed his forehead to the window, gazing over the Capitol as dawn washed her in golden light. It's not supposed to end like this, he whispered, sneaking out of D.C., staring down the barrel of a life in prison. Ethan's hand snaked through his, holding tight.
Presidents Harding, Pierce, Tyler, Nixon, and Spiers, Reichenbach. He squeezed his eyes closed and his lips trembled again. Presidents who left office in disgrace. The most reviled in history. Jack. Ethan slid into the seat beside Jack and pulled him close, turning him away from the window. Jack folded into his arms. You're not reviled. You're not a disgrace. He wanted to believe Ethan. He did. But Madigan's words spat at him on the ice at the top of the world, played on a near-constant loop in the back of his mind. A joke president no one believed in. An afterthought who became a disgrace, a national regret. Hadn't Senator Allen affirmed as much? Everything he was, everything that had held him up as a man, was falling away, a house of cards that tumbled into a black abyss in the center of his soul. Have I ever told you about the days before you moved into the White House? The transition before your inauguration? Jack shook his head. Everyone in D.C. was excited. There was a buzz in the air. A lot of times no one cares about the incoming guy. It's either boring, another stuffed shirt, or someone you dread. But you were someone everybody was excited about. You built bridges, worked across party lines. Had a reputation for getting things done, being honest and ethical, having integrity. We all looked forward to you. It should have helped, but Ethan's words just made him want to disappear. If that were true, then he'd shredded people's hopes in a blisteringly short 18 months. In political timetables, that was the speed of a rocket plowing into the earth. How fast he had tanked. Where had it all gone wrong? Ethan kissed his temple, nuzzled his cheek. You shouldn't have come for me, he breathed, whispering into Jack's ear. This is all because you came after me in Russia. Jack. Jack sat up and turned to face Ethan. He held Ethan's face in both of his hands. No. No. I'll never regret that, never regret coming back to you and putting us back together. No matter what happens. He smiled, finally. I will always choose you first. You are my everything. Always. Maybe he was compromised. He'd put Ethan before everything, before his presidency, before Madigan, before the end of the world. But he could live with that. Living without Ethan, on the other hand. Ethan's hand rose, cradling Jack's face in return as he pressed their foreheads together and smiled back. Their wedding rings glinted in a ray of sunlight falling through the windows, scattering prisms around the cabin, rainbow diamonds that danced over their tear-stained faces. Chapter 75. Texas. It was Ethan's turn to be racked with anxiety as they pulled up the gravel drive leading to Jack's parents' house. Jack's parents lived on a small ranch outside of Austin, just enough land to grow hay on and need a tractor, but still close enough to the city to have decent cell reception, Jack had said with a smile. A car had been left for them at the Austin Executive Airport, and they had driven an hour into the country together, holding hands. Jack had started telling story after story of his parents about growing up an only child, being a rascal who got into too much trouble. Ethan tried to remember to breathe as the trees blurred together and the golden Texas hills rolled on and on. Eventually they had turned off the highway and wound through the back roads, and then turned up a narrow gravel drive. A man and a woman were already sitting on the porch. As they turned in, both sprang to their feet. Moments later, they charged down the porch and ran across the drive, shouting, "Jack! Jack, my God, Jack!" Jack parked and tumbled from the car, racing to his mom and dad. His mom, short and plump with thick gray hair, threw open her arms as Jack neared, and she wrapped him up, holding on to him and rocking back and forth like he was still 10 years old. Sobs racked her wordless shouts as she clung to her son. Jack's dad grabbed them both and pulled them close, a three-way hug as he kissed the top of Jack's head. Jesus. Ethan's hands shook as he climbed out of the car. Would they blame him for everything that had gone wrong? For Jack's downfall? History would put a pin through Ethan's face, marking him as the turning point in Jack's presidency. He lingered behind Jack and his parents, fidgeting. Jack's dad saw him first. Smiling, he reached for Ethan and held out his hand. "Ethan?" "Hello, sir." He shook Jack's dad's hand. Jack's dad pulled him in, wrapping him up in a hug. "Thank you for bringing our son home." He breathed in Ethan's ear, his voice shaking. "Thank you for loving him." Eventually they made their way inside. Andrew and Mary, Jack's parents, hustled them into the kitchen where Mary had food waiting. A TV droned in the background, turned to TNN. Speculation raged on Jack's future and the committee's deliberations. Unnamed sources from the Capitol went back and forth in the comments, first declaring Jack was on the way to prison, and then bitterly arguing the opposite. Andrew turned the TV off as soon as they walked in. Ethan spotted pictures of him and Jack hanging everywhere, framed and on the walls, propped up on the mantel, stuck to the refrigerator. The signs of a proud family. "When President Wall called, we thought the worst," Mary said, her voice wobbling. "We couldn't prepare for what she told us. You were alive, but we had to pretend you were dead." Andrew held her hand on top of the table as tears rolled down Mary's cheeks. "No, let's talk about something else." Mary wiped her face and tried to smile. They spent the afternoon talking, getting to know each other as if there wasn't the risk of life in prison hanging over Jack's head. Andrew and Mary wanted to know all about their life in the White House, about Sergey, Jack's best friend, and Ethan's time in the Secret Service, what being the very first gentleman was like. Ethan's life before Jack. No one brought up Madigan's name, or the strike in the Arctic, or Jack's flight to Russia. No one asked about Ethan's bruises, either, but Jack caught Andrew and Mary staring at them with wide, terrified eyes. Eventually, though, Mary did ask about their wedding. "I wish I had been there," she said, her hand resting on top of Jack's. "It was fast, cramped. We were at war a few hours later, but Captain Anderson was great. For speaking off the cuff, he spoke beautifully." Jack smiled and reached for Ethan. "It was ours, and that made it perfect." Mary beamed as Ethan flushed, gazing into Jack's eyes. Andrew smiled too, clapping Jack on the shoulder before he stood. "So, Ethan," he said, "are you an outdoorsy guy?" "Yes, sir. I grew up on a farm. I helped my dad out around the place." Andrew brightened. "Oh, yeah? What kind of farm did you guys have?" "He didn't own it, sir. He was a farm hand. We lived on the land, and he worked for the owners. It was dairy and beef." Andrew looked contrite, but pushed through quickly. "Well, if you'd like, I can show you around this place. We've got just under 100 acres. Some good spots for deer hunting. A few wild boars that I'm trying to get rid of. I'd love to see it." Ethan rose and followed Andrew, but stopped and dropped a kiss to Jack's lips first. Jack snaked his hand around Ethan's neck and pulled him closer, deepening their kiss with a grin. On the way out of the back door, Ethan flashed a smile back to him. Mary smiled at Jack and squeezed his hand on top of the table. "He's wonderful, Jack. He really is. He takes good care of you." Jack smiled. "He treats me too well, Mom. He's the love of my life. I'm so happy with him." Mary's smile wavered and then fell. She licked her lips. "Jack, honey, there's something I need to show you." She sniffed as she rose, walking slowly to the kitchen counter. An envelope lay there, yellowed on the edges from age. She looked down at it and closed her eyes, exhaling carefully. "What is it, Mom?" Wordlessly, she passed it to Jack. She wouldn't look him in the eyes. It was a letter from Leslie, addressed to his parents. The postmark was 16 years old. His breath caught. 16 years to the month of her death exactly. "Mom, just read it, honey. I never knew why she sent it here, but maybe after everything that happened you do. I never showed this to you because I thought it would hurt you too much. I just can't keep this anymore." Her voice faded away, and she turned to the sink, grasping the white tile as she stared at the faucet. He slid the worn paper from the envelope. "Dear Jack, I hope this gets to you. I'm sending it to your parents. I'll tell you why when I see you again. You need to know how much I love you, Jack. I love your goofiness, your terrible cooking, how you always want to do what's right, even in a crazy, complicated world. You keep me honest, Jack. Keep me stable. Which is why I've decided to leave the army. After this tour, I'm going to resign my commission. I don't know what I'll do, but I do know that whatever it is, I want my future to be with you. All my love, Leslie." He checked the date, scratched into the top of the paper in her slanted cursive. She'd written the letter 2 days before her death. Madigan's voice again crashed into his brain. She was on the verge of joining my team. I recruited her myself. She'd said no, and Madigan had killed her for it. "Leslie, how did we get trapped into this madman's world?" His eyes closed as he folded the letter and set it on the table. She didn't deserve what Madigan had done to her. No one in the world deserved what he had done. How many lives had he torn apart? He and Leslie were just 2 people, just 2 out of thousands and thousands of lives he had shredded, but for the first time, conviction settled in his blood, in his bones. Since he had snapped Madigan's neck, the world had seemed broken, twisted at the same angle as Madigan's wrecked body, everything just off-center, as if he were watching the world in a carnival funhouse. He had delivered a cold justice, the justice of revenge, of a raging, furious man. And he'd doubted himself every day since. Leslie's smile, and then Ethan's, played in the darkness behind his eyelids. "I got him, Leslie. I got the bastard who killed you." It seemed for a moment that Leslie smiled back, nodding like she heard him. The image of her turned to Ethan, beaming and radiant. She laid her hand on Ethan's shoulder and smiled at Jack, before walking away, fading into the darkness. Quiet sobbing made him open his eyes. Mary squatted on the kitchen floor, holding onto the sink with one hand and covering her eyes with the other, as she tried to stifle her bawling.
"Jack, I'm so sorry," she gasped. "I should have told you. I shouldn't have kept it from you, but Madigan and everything he's done to you and to our family."
Her hand rose, covering her mouth.
Mom.
He sank down beside her, pulling his mom into his arms. Her gray hair tickled his chin as he held her. "It's all right. This answers a question I needed to know."
"This is all connected, right? She was leaving because she was a good person, Mom. She wanted to do what was right, and she paid the price for it. God, I'm so sorry to give it to you now. When you're happy with Ethan, I don't want to mess up what you and Ethan have. You aren't. Leslie is gone, and nothing will ever change that. Yes, I loved her, but that love belongs in the past. Even if she did come back, and she wasn't a clone when she did. He tried to smile, but Mary just groaned and closed her eyes. Even if she did walk in the door right now, by some miracle, my heart would still belong to Ethan. I told you, he's the love of my life. For the rest of my life. Mary nodded, breathing slowly as her tears subsided. She rested her head against the cabinets, wiping away her tears and thin black lines of mascara running down her cheeks. God, I'm a mess. I wanted to look good for your husband. You look great, Mom. You always do. She snorted, wiping at her eyes. For a moment, she seemed to gather herself, pull herself together, and then the sobs started again. Jack, what if... He stopped her, pulling her into a hug. No, Mom, don't. Don't say it. Don't ask. Not now. Just please don't. She nodded, and then tried to pull herself together again. Her sobs turned to sniffles and then deep breaths. Finally, she spoke. I didn't know what to get you to. You know, for supplies. Do you use condoms? Mom, I bought a couple different kinds of lube and a few boxes of condoms just in case. They're up in your room. Mom! What? I'm trying to help. She smiled helplessly, shrugging. You're my son. I just want you to be happy, no matter what. Andrew and Ethan spent the whole afternoon together running around the ranch and working on Andrew's old truck. Ethan, sling-free, was elbows deep in an oily engine when Jack found him again. A smear of oil had transferred from his arm to his forehead, and Jack wanted to lick it off. Dad, Mom asked for you inside. Andrew disappeared through the back porch door as Jack sauntered toward Ethan. Ethan wiped his hands and grinned, watching Jack's prowl. He pushed Ethan against the truck's bumper and trailed his hands down Ethan's sweaty t-shirt. Hey, sexy, he purred. I think there's a problem with my engine. Oh, yeah? Ethan wrapped his arms around Jack's waist and squeezed his ass. It's all revved up, and I need your help getting somewhere to go. Ethan laughed. You are shameless. Absolutely shameless. Mom wants us to get ready for dinner. I'm supposed to tell you to go take a shower. Jack winked. And by tell me, you mean you're going to watch, right? Verify this shower takes place? Jack felt Ethan's cock harden against him, an answering hardness to his own. Watch? I'm going to join in. They slipped upstairs, dashing past the kitchen, trying to hide their erections as Mary and Andrew hovered over the stove. Jack ripped his pullover off on the stairs and started in on his jeans as Ethan pulled his t-shirt over his head. Ethan pushed him against his bedroom door, kissing him deeply, pressing his body against Jack's, owning him. Jack moaned. God, I want you. Take me, Ethan. Make me yours. You are mine. And I'm yours. Ethan steered them into Jack's bedroom, sparing half a glance for the old football posters and high school textbooks still on his bookshelf. In the bathroom, Ethan dropped
to his knees and sucked Jack deep as the water warmed. Another day, Jack might have jumped into Ethan's arms, asked him to hold him as he wrapped his legs around Ethan's waist and bounced on his cock, but Ethan's ribs were still bruised, and though he'd completed his bone growth treatment and taken off the sling and the bandages around his chest, he was still sore. Instead of jumping him, he guided Ethan into the shower and pressed him against the wall under the spray, kissing him breathless as he slid their bodies together. Hard cocks slicked together, then thighs and wet bodies. Ethan's hands trailed down Jack's sides, and Jack's hands over Ethan's chest. Ethan spun him around, backing Jack into the wall, and kissed his way down Jack's chest all the way to his cock. He swallowed Jack again as his hands rose on Jack's thighs, soapy fingers sliding over his ass. Jack spread his legs and moaned, his fingers running through Ethan's hair, pulling away when Ethan's blowjob became too much and his balls rose, tightening.
"Not yet," he breathed. "Want you to fuck me."
Ethan's eyes blazed. He backed into the spray, panting as he washed, soaping up and rinsing in record time while Jack leaned against the tiles and slowly stroked his spit-slick cock. They stumbled from the shower and ditched the towels, heading, soaking wet, straight for Jack's bed. Ethan wrapped his arms around Jack from behind, sucking his neck, his collarbone, kissing down the curve of his shoulder. Jack moaned and grabbed at him, rubbing his ass against Ethan's crotch over his hard cock, rocking into him. Growling, Ethan spun Jack, tipping him backward onto the bed before climbing on top of him. Jack fumbled for the bedside table, grabbing one of the 3 brand-new bottles of lube his mom had bought. Cellophane tore and flew through the air. He pumped lube into Ethan's palm and then arched back, almost shouting as Ethan pressed deep into him, sliding his lubed fingers inside Jack's hole. "I love you so much," Ethan breathed into Jack's ear. Water dripped from his nose, from the ends of his hair. He lined up his slicked cock at Jack's entrance. "Fuck, I love you." Ethan pushed inside slowly, and Jack's body opened beneath him, welcoming his lover, his husband. His thighs spread wide, Ethan's forehead pressed against his shoulder, his breath scorching over Jack's neck as Ethan grabbed his hips with both hands. He loved this, loved every moment of this. Ethan buried inside him, their bodies so close it felt like the barrier between them collapsed, like if they pushed just a little bit harder, their souls would merge, become one. He shared his breath with Ethan, rocking against him, rolling into his thrusts, their bodies surging together. Ethan's lips mapped his skin, the contours of his neck, the pounding of his pulse. His hands slid up Ethan's spine, his nails digging into the flexing muscles along Ethan's back. He squeezed his ass and tried to pull Ethan closer. Sweat prickled along his skin, along Ethan's skin, making their bodies slide. Ethan grabbed his legs and kissed Jack's ankles before laying them over his broad shoulders. Both hands gripped Jack's ass as he drove deep, sliding all the way into his body. Panting, Jack stroked Ethan where he could, reaching for his chest, his arms, his thighs. He had to touch him, caress him, hold him, and never let go. And then Ethan surged forward, bending Jack in half as he kissed him, plunging his cock into Jack. Jack wailed against Ethan's lips, against his kiss, his spine bowing as pure pleasure shot through his body. Ethan kissed him again, driving his cock in and out of Jack's hole. He kept his eyes open, staring into Jack's as they made love, kissing with each deep thrust. Ethan's cock sank deep inside Jack, into the center of his soul, into the center of his heart, and deeper. He never wanted this to end. In Ethan's arms, his soul burned, lit on fire, and escaped his body, sliding over his skin until Ethan breathed him in, took him inside of his own body, and their hearts beat as one. He was never more open, never more vulnerable than he was in Ethan's arms. And he loved it, craved it, needed Ethan's love. How could he ever live without this? His orgasm almost took him by surprise, a slow burn that turned to a sparkler, igniting in his veins. Jack's cock was rock hard, painfully hard. Any harder and it might burst. He thrashed, bucking beneath Ethan's hold, his cum pulled from the center of his being, so scorching hot he could feel every inch of it, leaving his balls and traveling through him until it burst free, wave after wave, painting his chest and Ethan's. He screamed against Ethan's kiss again, pressing their cheeks, their foreheads together as his fingers dug into Ethan's straining, flexing muscles. Ethan gasped, breathed his name, and moaned, sliding his cock as deep as it could go. He stared down at Jack, his eyes seeming to paint every moment of Jack's bliss into his memory. "Jack," he whispered, kissing Jack's eyelids, his cheekbones, his ankles, next to Ethan's face, and then back to his lips. "I love you." Mary and Andrew didn't say a word when they finally came down for dinner. Late, but Andrew couldn't smother his grin, and Ethan couldn't stop the burn flaring over his cheeks and down his neck, the flush he knew was darkening his skin. Jack headed for the kitchen table, but came up short when he saw it was empty. "Mom, where are we eating?" "Outside, honey. Go on out, I'll be there in a second." He took Ethan's hand and steered him for the back door, for the large porch that overlooked a grassy field and 2 oak trees. Jack had told him about climbing those oak trees when he was a kid and lying in the hammock strung between them, staring up at the clouds and the stars and making up wild stories about distant lands and adventures he'd have one day. They stepped onto the porch and froze. Candles sat in clusters around the porch, casting a golden glow. Lanterns made from mason jars swayed from the overhang. Bunches of tulips and daisies were stuffed in short vases and tied with ribbon, scattered around the porch and between the candles. Soft music played from the stereo, something romantic and gentle. Red rose buds floated in a bowl on a long picnic table draped in a white tablecloth with crimson petals scattered over the top. Hung between 2 posts, a sign read, "Just Married." Andrew and Mary came out behind them, clapping. "Surprise! We wanted to celebrate your wedding. Have a little home reception for you both." She winked. "I always knew you were going to be late for your own wedding, Jack." Jack seemed caught between laughing and crying, and settled for wrapping his mom up in a hug. Andrew joined in, and then pulled Ethan in for the group hug, too. They ate first, diving into barbecue and homemade coleslaw, mashed potatoes, and grilled corn on the cob. Mary brought out a cake, complete with 2 grooms perched on a heart of icing. Jack laughed, but he pulled Ethan in and posed for a picture, the 2 of them beaming over the homemade cake. Andrew gave them each a knife and a wink and a smile and said, "Have at it." Ethan fed Jack a slice of cake, carefully, turning crimson when Jack started lasciviously sucking the frosting off his fingers. Andrew laughed and looked away as Mary swatted Jack with her napkin, leaning over the table and telling him to behave. Jack dissolved into giggles and then pulled himself together to feed his own slice to Ethan. Of course Jack got goofy with his slice. He missed Ethan's mouth a few times, smearing frosting on his lips, his chin, and part of his cheek. Mary and Andrew laughed and then rolled their eyes good-naturedly when Jack insisted on cleaning the mess he made himself. A dozen kisses later, and Ethan was as red as the rose petals. Jack looked very pleased with himself. Andrew rose and changed the music, putting on a soft love song. "I believe it's time for your first dance." Ethan pulled Jack to his feet and held him close, swaying across the porch as the music played on.
He caught the lyrics on the second refrain. A love song sung between men. A man singing to the man he loved. It was a simple thing for Andrew and Mary to do, but it carried a deep message. He smiled at Andrew over Jack's shoulder. The song ended, and another one came on, an older love song, a crooning ballad about love finally coming at last. Mary and Andrew rose. Mary went to Ethan, and Andrew held out his hand for Jack. Parents dance. Jack laughed as he and his dad tried to negotiate arms and feet. Andrew let Jack lead, and he stumbled, staring at his feet as they both giggled. Ethan swept Mary around the deck, both of them laughing at Jack and Andrew. Halfway through, Mary clapped her hands and switched places with Andrew, taking Jack into her arms. "You can lead," Ethan said, smiling as Andrew approached him. "I never learned the other way," Andrew shrugged. "Guess I won't fit in back in D.C. Jack can dance with anyone. I remember the news played that clip of him and the Russian president for a week straight." Ethan laughed, and then followed Andrew's lead into a spin. He threw everyone for a loop with that one. It was Sergey's idea, though. He loves being unpredictable. Andrew shook his head. "I still have a hard time believing that one of my son's closest friends is the president of Russia." He was his best man, in fact. Andrew spun him again as Jack dipped Mary. She smacked his shoulder and demanded to be put back, while Jack giggled himself silly. "Thank you for this." Ethan swallowed as Andrew's hand landed on his hip. "Thank you." Andrew grinned, a lopsided quirk of the lips that seemed like an echo of Jack's easy, effortless smile. "Thank you," he said, "for loving him, for making him happy again. We hoped, for years, that he would find love after—" Andrew shrugged. "And, for what it's worth, I've never seen him this happy. Ever." The song ended before Ethan could respond, and they broke apart, laughing when Jack kept spinning Mary around and around, ignoring her protests. Eventually, Ethan stole Jack back, and they danced together in the candlelight beneath the stars and the swaying branches of the oak tree until Mary and Andrew turned in, and the music player died, and then they danced in silence, staring into each other's eyes as time seemed to fall away, and each kiss lasted for 100 years or more. Chapter 76. Moscow. "Mr. President, he has arrived." Sergey's stomach flip-flopped as the usher whispered in his ear. Sasha. He'd come. He'd actually come. His fingers trembled, and he almost dropped the champagne flute he held. Ilya gave him a sharp look, trying to cover for Sergey's sudden gobsmacked expression by talking loudly with the Federation Council members. "Excuse me," he demurred, bowing out. He caught Ilya's stare and hoped the helpless look in his eyes conveyed enough. Ilya gave him a small, tight smile. He wound his way through the hotel ballroom, standing on his toes to peer over the heads of everyone, trying to catch a glimpse of Sasha. Where had he gone? He hadn't turned around and left already, had he? "Mr. President?" Sergey froze. He spun slowly. Sasha stood behind him, both hands clasped behind his back. He wore the tux Sergey had left on his hotel bed, the tux he had had made at the Kremlin for him what seemed like years ago. It fit him like a dream, like carnal temptation, like every desire Sergey had ever had wrapped into one. Hopefully Sasha had availed himself of the IV antibiotics he'd left as well. He tried to smile as his eyes traced Sasha's body, from his head to his toes and back. "You look perfect," he breathed. He should be used to this ache in his chest by now, this Sasha-shaped hole in his life. Except now, Sasha was standing in front of him, close enough to touch, to hold, to pull close and beg him to not leave again. That ache in his chest could be cured.
But no, Sasha had left. He had to remember that. Sasha had walked away. He'd chosen to leave. And then had created a wall devoted to Sergey in his bedraggled cabin. There were some things he could never understand as long as he lived. Sasha's eyes slid away, darting over the crowd, seeming to count the people in the room, trace an escape route through the masses, catalog his exits as if he were planning a military operation. Sergey swallowed. Damn it, Sasha hated these things. He hated big public gatherings, giant events. He'd be miserable tonight. Why had he come? "You look good as well," Sasha said softly, his deep voice rumbling. His eyes flicked back to Sergey, down his body and then away again. He cleared his throat, a flush rising on his cheekbones. Sergey blinked. "Have you found your seat yet?" A dozen tables were scattered around the edges of the ballroom in front of a podium where he'd deliver his remarks later and pass out the Gold Star medals. He'd have to lay the medal around Sasha's neck and not kiss him in front of all of Russia. "No. Let me show you." He gestured for Sasha to go first and then guided him across the ballroom. The Kremlin was still in disarray, and they'd moved the reception to the Moscow Ritz-Carlton. All the heroes and Sergey were staying there tonight. Sasha's table was at the very front where the heroes, earning the highest honors, the Hero of Russia award, were seated. Anton, Alexei, Vasily, Ilya, and Sasha, and Sergey as president. He'd put Sasha on the opposite side of the table from him, but someone had moved his place setting. It was right beside Sergey's. He coughed. "Sorry, this was supposed to be over there." He switched Sasha and Vasily quickly. Sasha said nothing. He stared over the crowd, his jaw clenched. "I will see you during dinner." Nodding, Sergey strode away, cursing with every footstep. Damn him and his foolish heart. Damn him for falling for Sasha. Damn him for still, even now, hoping for a miracle. When dinner began, Sasha sat right beside Sergey, his name tag back where it had been before. He wanted to crawl out of his skin, and his fork trembled when he held it, steak balanced precariously on the end. He barely ate, his eyes sliding sideways every other second, watching Sasha's stiff back, his strong arms encased in his dark tucks. The way he sliced his food, speared his steak, the clinch of his jaw as he chewed. The wine glass he left untouched. Sergey downed his glass of wine faster than he should have and asked for another. Ilya sent him a sharp look across the table, blowing cigarette smoke harshly in between glaring at Sasha, and then it was time to speak. He'd practiced his speech for a week, extolling the sacrifices and heroism of the men and women he was honoring that night. He told a story about each, something that allowed their acts to shine. When he got to Sasha's, his voice got cracking as he described Sasha's one-way overflight of Madigan's position and the intelligence that had informed the backbone of the plan to save their nation and the world. The crowd rose in a standing ovation when he finished speaking. Sasha looked like he wanted to disappear, crawl under the table, and quietly die. The medal ceremony was stilted, but he shook each hero's hand, thanked them profusely, and draped the Gold Star medal around their neck. When Sasha stood before him, he averted his gaze, staring at Sasha's shoulder instead of his eyes. "Zvezda moya," he breathed, gripping Sasha's arm. "Now the world knows what I always have. You are a true hero." He heard Sasha's quiet exhale, saw his eyes slide closed, and then he moved on, past Sasha, grasping Anton's hand and smiling wide, presenting him his medal, and then Alexei, and on until he could pretend he had forgotten all about Sasha Andreev. Later, he'd blamed the wine. Sergey didn't drink wine to excess. A glass with dinner, maybe one after. He preferred whiskey when given the choice. Something to restart the heart, a firebrand to the soul. Wine was too insidious. It sneaked up on him. He was past the point of good sense before he saw the first warning sign. Waiters had brought out the dessert, trays of pachia Malacco cake, cut into delicate star-shaped slices. Whipped marshmallow quivered on top of a thin slice of spiced cake, and beneath a coating of drizzled chocolate, more wine flowed, and Sergey found his glass refilled. Dancing had started, a mix of Russian pop hits belting from a DJ and a live band dipping into classical Russian anthems. He watched everyone spin on the dance floor and took turns dancing with beautiful Russian women, flirting gently with each of them. They left lip-gloss kisses on his cheeks and batted their eyelashes at him, but when the dances ended, he bowed politely and escorted each lady back to her friends. The night thrummed, humming through him, filling him with wild energy. Anything could happen on a night like this. Potential hung in the air, so close he could snatch it. He went back to his table. 2 men hadn't danced once all evening. Ilya, who never danced, and Sasha, who would rather be anywhere else with anyone else by the look on his face. Sour disgust and sullen dejection turned his beautiful features ugly as he played with his napkin. His pachia Malacco cake sat uneaten, the delicate marshmallow melting and sliding sideways on the plate. Ilya arched his eyebrows and lit a fresh cigarette as he approached. Sergey pulled Ilya's cigarette from his lips with shaking hands and took a deep drag, blowing it out slowly. His gaze fixed on Sasha, slumped in his seat. His Gold Star Hero's medal lay on the table, carefully folded and set off to the side of his coffee. He collapsed into the seat beside Sasha. His legs bounced, nervous, frantic energy racing through him. Hope buoyed him, made him light as the marshmallow cake. Sasha had come to the ball. That had to mean something. Maybe there was hope. Maybe. He leaned forward, balancing his elbows on his knees as he flicked ash on his empty dessert plate. "What if," he said carefully, "I were to ask you to dance with me? What would you say?" If Sasha looked dour before, he looked downright miserable after Sergey spoke. He rolled his napkin around his fist, grimacing as frustrated rage played over his face. He sat forward, hunching over his lap. "Why do you do this, Sergey?" he growled. "Why do you keep pushing? You know we—" His voice cut out and he shook his head, looking down. Hope crashed and burned. Sergey's heart crumpled, paper crunched in a closed fist, or ash flicked away useless and unneeded. He'd never learn, it seemed. He had an open wound named Sasha, and he loved to pick at it, pluck the scab off, and keep it bleeding. Sergey nodded, mostly to himself, and took another drag of Ilya's cigarette. He stubbed it out in Sasha's untouched marshmallow cake and then stood. Silently, he buttoned his jacket and walked away. Every step ached and felt like failure. If he only tried harder, if he only tried to reach inside Sasha where maybe there was still an ounce of affection. No. He'd done all he could. He had to move on. Ilya stared at Sasha across the table, burning holes through him as the smoke from Sergey's cigarette ash continued to curl over the table. "You are a fool, Sasha." He pulled out another cigarette and stood, shrugging into his white smoking jacket. His medal gleamed, proudly displayed over his heart. A hero of Russia. Sasha glared at Ilya, his former boss and Sergey's closest friend. "Russia needs him. You know that." "What about what he needs?" Ilya grasped the back of his chair and leaned over the table, growling at Sasha. "What about his happiness? Maybe you are okay with being a Soviet-era drone, but the rest of us have moved on. We live in the 21st century, yes?" Ilya shook his head, snorting. "You should not have come. You give him false hope, and when you leave, I will have to pick up the pieces." He slammed his chair against the table. Again. Ilya stormed away, crossing the room and shedding his wild anger as he sauntered up to a group of politicians, federal councilman who worked closely with the FSB. Arms thrown wide, he greeted them warmly and then passed out cigars to all the men. "Toti." Sasha whipped around, glaring. Anton stood behind him. He looked away.
"Do not call me that." "I thought you were going to try and fix things with Sergey."
He said nothing. He stared at Sergey's cigarette, stuffed into the melted marshmallow cake. Soon the whole dessert would fall apart, slide into its component pieces across the plate.
"Tatiana stuck to her convictions," he said slowly. "She knew what was right. She did her duty, and she was miserable her whole life."
Anton slid out of a chair and sat down, facing Sasha.
"It is a cautionary tale, Sasha, not a prescription, not something to look up to."
Ilya was right. He shouldn't have come. Sasha looked down, glaring at the floor. How fast could he get out of there? His flight wasn't until the morning. Could he hitchhike that night?
"Misery is a small price to pay for a better world." "Is that what you think this is?"
Anton's frown twisted until he stared at Sasha with a mixture of pity and frustration.
"You think no one will accept it? You have no idea what I have been through."
Sasha's blood boiled, surging through him as his gaze snapped to Anton.
"I know it will not be accepted. I know how bad it gets."
He'd been beaten for who he was. He'd almost died, had almost been killed because he'd been born loving men. There was no world, no place for him, certainly no place for him and Sergey and their ill-fated love. Had stars ever been crossed in a worse way? It was the worst thing in the world for Sergey to love him back. Sergey thought the world would open up before him, that people would always love him, would always accept him. He was too much of an optimist, sometimes disgustingly so, a Western trait. How had he come to see the world so brightly?
"Do you not understand? We already accepted it."
Silence. Sasha stopped breathing. Anton kept going.
"You think we did not know about how you felt? Everyone knew. We all called you Toti."
"Shut up!" Sasha hunched forward again, clasping his hands together. "Do not say another word."
"We all knew, Sasha, everyone in the insurgency. How are you kidding yourself that we did not? With how obvious your feelings were."
"Shut up!"
"You and he were our favorite gossip, Sasha. All those nights we spent fighting, on patrol, on guard duty. We always would say, when would they finally get together? When would you crack and finally kiss him? When would he realize what was right in front of him? We had money on it."
He stormed away, heading for the balcony doors. The room spun, the walls bleeding gold and crystal, as braying laughter and revelry mixed with the tinkle of glass and the blaring music. He needed air, space, needed to get away. Maybe he'd jump, fling himself from the balcony. He'd have space then. Anton followed him outside.
"Sasha!"
"What?" He whirled, throwing his hands wide, and faced Anton.
"What do you want from me? Why are you saying these things? Why do you want to—"
His lips clamped shut. He couldn't say another word. He'd fly apart if one more word passed through his lips. He'd fall to pieces, lying on the ground with his soul shattered like glass. Anton shook his head.
"I want you to see what we already see. That it is okay, Sasha. What you feel, what he feels. It is okay."
He shrugged.
"Maybe not for everyone. Maybe do not have a gigantic wedding, just a small one."
He tried to grin. Sasha stared at him.
"I am your friend, Sasha."
Anton stepped forward, grabbing his arms.
I would not lie to you. I tell you these things so that you can choose different from Tatiana, yes?" He shook Sasha gently. "You have people who support you. Whatever happened before, you're not there anymore. You have friends now." Anton tried to catch Sasha's gaze, but Sasha stared out over the balcony over Moscow and said nothing. Sighing, Anton left him, disappearing back into the ballroom. There was no way at all. He loved Sergey, loved him so deeply, but loving Sergey would not put Sergey in danger, deadly danger. He still felt his comrades' fists at times, heard their snarls and insults in his nightmares. The only way for Russia to eventually be truly safe and for others like himself to love freely would be for Sergey to lead her. The only way to keep Sergey safe would be to be far away. True love sometimes meant walking away. Sasha stayed on the balcony until the chill penetrated his bones, and he was certain the shaking in his hands was from the cold, and nothing else. Pounding on his hotel room door woke him far too early. Cursing, he stumbled out of bed, grumbling as he threw open the door. Ilya glared at him. "Get downstairs. Breakfast in the ballroom." He frowned. "That was not on the schedule." "It's just for you." Ilya turned on his heel and walked away. Groaning, Sasha thunked his head against the heavy hotel door and closed his eyes. Breakfast, just for him. What were the odds that Sergey would be there as well? On his way back to his hotel room the night before, he had passed Sergey's suite right as Ilya was leaving. Sergey had leaned in the doorframe, his shirt unbuttoned down his chest, cuffs undone, jacket long gone. He looked, in the dim light of the suite's low lamps, perfect, absolutely perfect, like how Sasha remembered him in his dreams. Ilya must have said something funny. A smile had warmed Sergey's face, and he was chuckling, rich and deep. And then he had seen Sasha, and his expression had melted, falling so fast it almost startled Sasha. But no, he shouldn't have been surprised. He wasn't privileged to Sergey's happiness anymore. He wouldn't see his smile ever again. He pulled on his pants and a dark sweater, brushed his teeth, ran his hands through his bed head, and headed down to the ballroom. Maybe this was the final goodbye. He steeled himself, closing his eyes before pushing open the door. When he entered, two men rose from a table near the front of the ballroom, Sergey and another man. They'd clearly been talking, sharing a breakfast tray and a pot of dark coffee. They sat close together, side by side. His skin prickled as his shoulders tightened, watching Sergey laugh with this strange man. American by his accent, tall, broad-shouldered, blonde hair, cut neatly. He wore a suit, even though Sergey had dressed down in jeans, a button-down and a pullover. Sergey gave Sasha a tight smile, waving him over to join them. His grin didn't meet his eyes. Instead, sadness poured from his gaze. Sasha's lungs seized. When had this happened? When had Sergey moved on? Who was this American? Someone from the embassy? Someone Jack had set Sergey up with? He wasn't ready for this, to see Sergey with another man. His hands clenched, making tight fists that shook as he crossed the ballroom. "Sasha Andreev, hero of Russia," Sergey said carefully, nodding to him. "Meet Colonel James Sharp, United States Air Force, and an officer at NASA." Colonel Sharp held out his hand as Sasha stumbled over nothing, tripping as Sergey's words slammed into his brain. "Whoa there. Colonel James Sharp, pleased to meet you. I am the lead recruiter for all prospective NASA astronauts." Sasha took his hand, pumping twice, and then sat in the chair Colonel Sharp pulled out for him. Sergey faded away, sitting at a table with his laptop just close enough to eavesdrop.
So, Sasha, can I call you Sasha?" He nodded, glancing at Sergey. "I hear you're interested in becoming an astronaut." He'd told one person, that exactly one person. Only Sergey knew about his dreams that had vanished after his attack. His eyes boggled, and he blinked, his gaze bouncing from Colonel Sharp to Sergey and back again. "I am not qualified," he grunted. "My spleen was removed following an incident." "Well, the wonderful thing about modern medicine is that we can fix things like that nowadays." Colonel Sharp grinned and stuck out his leg. "I lost my left leg from the knee down in Afghanistan on a bad chopper landing, but that didn't stop me from applying to NASA. They have a medical program for people who apply who aren't in perfect physical shape. NASA will get you the rest of the way, if you're accepted. We can grow a bio-identical spleen from your stem cells, pop it right back in you." He smiled wide. Sasha stared, his eyes sliding sideways to Sergey again. "Your application package is amazing, I have to say. Recommendation letters from 3 world leaders, a stunning military and civil service record, a Hero of Russia medal." Colonel Sharp winked. 3 world leaders?" "Yep. President Puchkov, President Spiers Reichenbach, and President Wall." "May I see that?" He reached for the file Colonel Sharp had flipped open. The complete application to NASA, in his name, lay there, stuffed full with recommendation letters and accolades. He stared at Sergey, willing him to turn his way. Sergey kept typing at his laptop, ignoring them completely. "So, let's talk about your future at NASA, Sasha, because based on your application, I think you'd be an amazing fit." They talked for hours. Colonel Sharp first explaining about NASA and the astronaut training program and where Sasha could go in the international program. A pilot first, and then after several missions he could rise to mission commander, or he could serve tours on the International Space Station as a pilot and a crew member. Sasha finally spoke about his dreams, about how he wanted to fly into space, how he had dreamed of space shuttles since he was a little boy. As they spoke, his heart unclenched like a fist that had closed around it was loosening. He'd thought this was gone, flushed away, never to be had. He'd buried his hopes in the same place he buried his love for Sergey. He couldn't have either. Colonel Sharp sat across the table from him and told him he could be an astronaut. "Training lasts for 2 years. As a pilot, we'll train you in the T-38 in Florida, in addition to your standard astronaut training in Houston. That will prepare you to pilot the spacecraft. You'll progress with the class through a specific set of modules, one new course every 8 weeks. You have 6 weeks of instruction and then 2 weeks of leave. We changed our courses around to try and better support our international candidates, give them time to head back home." Colonel Sharp smiled again, flashing his wide, bright grin. "Astronauts spend enough time away from their loved ones, no sense prolonging that in training." His heart twinged. "When would training begin?" "Our next class starts up in 2 months. I need to take your file back to Houston and get it rubber-stamped by the higher-ups, but I can tell you this. If you want in, I'd be glad to have you." He shook his head. "How are you here? Why are you talking to me?" Colonel Sharp gestured to Sergey, who was packing up his laptop and trying not to look at Sasha. "Your president requested that we send a representative. He said he had someone he wanted to strongly recommend to the NASA space program. Said he'd be a good fit. And he was right." Colonel Sharp stood. "I'll be in touch, Sasha. We look forward to seeing you in Houston. Soon." And then he strode out of the ballroom, all American swagger and wide hips, smiling like he had all the secrets in the world. He constantly smiled, never seemed to stop. Sasha watched him go, his mind whirling 1,000 different directions. So? Sergey spoke from the nearby table, leaning against it and crossing his arms. You will be an astronaut? You turned in an application for me? Sergey nodded, pursing his lips. It is your dream. It is what you want. His hands shook again, anger building as the fist around his heart closed again. Why would Sergey be kind to him after everything he'd done? Why are you doing this? He snapped. Why would you put this application in for me? Why would you send me to NASA? His thoughts spun, trying to connect the dots. Sergey wasn't cruel enough to set him up for failure. You want to send me away? That is it, yes? Sasha, I was already far away, Sergey. I can go farther away if you want me to. I do not want you to go anywhere. I want you to come home. Back to Moscow. Sergey turned away, his hands on his hips as his shoulders slumped. I applied for you, he finally said, because I want you to be happy, Sasha. He faced Sasha again, looking him in the eyes. I thought once that I would be a part of that I could make you happy, but... He shrugged and shoved his hands in his pants pockets. Sasha scrubbed his face with his hands. Too much. It was too much. Sergey, Anton, and now NASA? Too many people, too many things pulling him in different directions. What he wanted he couldn't have. What he needed to do made his heart scream with anguish, and what he deserved was nothing. He certainly didn't deserve Sergey's kindness, or his attempt to make Sasha happy by fulfilling his lifelong dream. He didn't deserve any of that. Living in that shack is not for you. Please. Sergey stepped forward, slowly approaching until he stood before Sasha. He reached out, his hands gently wrapping around Sasha's arms. Go. Get away from this place. Chase your dreams, Sasha. Become an astronaut, and then, someday, come back to Russia and help us rebuild our space program. Sasha's jaw dropped. His head spun again, the world tilting wildly as dizziness threatened to knock him on his ass. Just, please, Sasha, when you are in America. Sergey's lips thinned, and he looked down before he spoke. Find someone who can make you happy. Panic clawed at Sasha's soul and tore at his spine, tried to shred apart his mind, his heart squeezed no longer in a fist but in a vice. He could feel it straining, almost about to burst. His whole chest ached. You are telling me to leave and to find someone else? Sergey closed his eyes and nodded. Breathing felt like being stabbed in the back, a knife sliding between his ribs. It was one thing to leave, to walk away, but entirely another to have Sergey tell him to go and tell him to move on, to put an end to their love. He clung to their memories, relived the moments he had spent at Sergey's side every night, lying alone on his thin mattress. He'd close his eyes and pretend to be anywhere else, just back with Sergey, watching over him in the forest and at the bunker so close he could reach out and brush his fingers over Sergey's eyelashes, holding him on the sand at Sinisher Island, kissing and tasting him beneath the Arctic ice, huddling together on Honolulu. Like a classic Russian romance, he played the part of the tragic lover, clinging to their love, deluding himself into thinking that as long as he still yearned, as long as he still ached for Sergey, their love would remain alive, kept sacred in the empty spaces, the pool between their souls. But Sergey wasn't a Russian hero from the days of old, and he wasn't going to cling to an illusion of love and make empty, rotten temples in his soul to what could have been. He was a man of the now, of the future, and he would leave Sasha behind, spinning onward as Sasha kept turning over his memories over and over again. A groan slipped past his lips. How could he keep Sergey safe when he was the one thing that could destroy Sergey's future? Wasn't loving someone about making the hard choices? All he wanted was to protect Sergey. The vice around his heart squeezed again. His heart bled, agony slipping down the inside of his ribs.
I will never be able to find someone in America, Sasha. I will not be able to. Only one man has ever captured my heart. Only one man has ever made me love him.
Sergey tried to pull away, but Sasha grabbed him, kept Sergey from turning.
You must know, Sergey, you must.
You are the only man I have ever loved.
The only man I ever will love.
Sergey wrenched free, shoving Sasha back.
Then why?
He shouted, exploding.
Why have you done this? Why did you rip us apart? Why did you leave? Again! I want what is best for you, only what is best for you. The hatred, the rumors, they will poison your presidency. I have to keep you safe. If you were attacked like I was, I could not live with that. You are best for me.
Sergey reached for him, putting one hand on the side of his face.
You made me feel alive. And I am not afraid, Sasha. I am not afraid of the world. You are worth everything, every risk. This love, it is bigger than any fear I might feel. There is nothing that could come between us if you only let us have a chance.
He closed his eyes, leaning into Sergey's touch. He ached. He yearned to close the distance between them, mold his body to Sergey's, press him back against the nearest table, undress him slowly, and spread him out, worship his body. He had never taken his time with a lover before, but he wanted to with Sergey. His mind swirled, a raging tornado, thoughts spinning too fast to grab onto, need, fear, desire, and panic. What was the right choice? A life with Sergey looking over their shoulders, or a life alone with only his misery to keep him company?
If we try,
he breathed, speaking slowly.
If we try, could you keep it quiet? I am not looking to lead a parade. 20 years I waited for my anti-corruption purge. Do you think I am a man of fast impulse? No. I just want you in my life. I want to love you.
He tried to smile, but it came out like a grimace.
I was not planning on engagement announcements for at least a year. Maybe 2.
He swallowed hard, his joke falling flat. Sasha watched his Adam's apple rise and fall.
Maybe we could start to go public in 2 years. After your training.
Sergey's voice turned wistful.
So much could change in 2 years. What you feel, the world may be different then. Maybe we will have changed it.
Sergey cupped his other cheek, cradling his face. He spoke in a whisper.
Are you telling me you want to try this? Us?
Sasha's breath bounced off Sergey's face. What he wanted, he shouldn't have. He shouldn't give in.
We are strong together.
Sergey breathed.
I am stronger with you. Because I love you, you are stronger when you love me, yes?
He nodded. He couldn't speak.
Then let us be strong.
Sergey inched closer until their bodies were almost touching.
"You will need that to be an astronaut."
Sasha frowned and almost pulled away.
"You still want me to go?"
Sergey's chin rose, defiant.
"I want you to have everything you ever wanted, Sasha. If I say that is only two things, being an astronaut and being with you."
Sergey's eyes fluttered closed for a moment, and he slid forward the last inch, pressing his body against Sasha's. It felt like a bomb had gone off behind him. The force, the power, the thrum that shot through him. He grabbed Sergey's hips, struggling to keep his feet.
"You have both in your hands. You can have everything you want, Sasha. You deserve it, but you must be careful. This heart is fragile and already bruised. I cannot take it if you leave again. But, NASA, would you come home every 6 weeks? Come back to me. Maybe let me visit you, if I cannot stand being away from you for another night."
Sasha nodded, breathing in shakily. Coming home? To Sergey? This was all a dream. It had to be.
"I always came back,"
he whispered, leaning in. Sergey's lips were so close he could feel their warmth.
"You never had to leave. You never had to run."
Sergey dropped the first kiss to Sasha's lips, a dry, chaste slide that only fanned Sasha's desire, turning his soul white-hot. Sergey pressed their cheeks together, their noses.
"Sasha, please."
What he wanted was right in front of him. The man he loved was in his arms. Anton's words swirled in his brain, crashing against Sergey's pleas and promises, his hope for their future. His own desire was a physical pull, a tug on his soul that he had felt from the first moment he had met Sergey. He stood on the edge of a black hole, poised on Sergey's own event horizon. If he tipped forward, fell headfirst into this love, what would happen? The best or the worst? He closed the last millimeters, capturing Sergey's lips in a slow, deep kiss. His tongue teased open Sergey's mouth and then dipped within, tasting his love. Sergey responded, surging into Sasha, wrapping his arms around Sasha's shoulders as he pressed tight against him, and his hands slid into Sasha's hair. Sasha's hands trailed over Sergey's body, down his chest, around his back, across his shoulders. Sergey was a lure, a siren's song, a sweet addiction with no cure. Together, they were a rocket, blasting into orbit and riding an eternal flame. Maybe the world wasn't ready for their love yet. The world was still crazy, still mad and upside down, but they could carve a piece of it away for themselves, find their own home, where men like Anton and Alexei and Ilya lived, and where they could truly love each other. Until then, until they found that place, they'd keep their love safe in the shelter of their hearts.
"Come home,"
Sergey whispered against Sasha's lips. Slowly, Sasha nodded. Chapter 77. Texas. Sunday morning. Mary made far too much food. They ate together on the back porch, stuffing their faces until their bellies groaned. Jack complained that he was going to get fat, but Mary kept sliding more French toast on his plate. Both of their shirts hung looser, and Ethan could feel Jack's ribs when he put his hands on Jack's back. Their strike mission and everything that had happened had taken so much from them. And, since coming back, Jack hadn't eaten much. He moved his sausage to Jack's plate. Andrew spent the day working on his old truck. Ethan helped for a while, passing tools back and forth and chatting about the upcoming football season. When Jack and Mary went for a walk down to the creek that passed through the back of the property, Andrew finally asked Ethan about Madigan, about the Arctic, and about the hearings. A small TV hanging on the wall in the garage was set to TNN. It was muted, but the crawl on the bottom screamed Jack's name over and over. Eventually, Andrew fell quiet, and he started setting his tools down harder, banging around the truck's engine as a deep scowl furrowed his face. Ethan found Jack walking back with his mother, holding her hand as she rested her head on his shoulder. He watched them come up the grassy hillside, sunshine scattering gold in Jack's hair. Mary's khaki shorts clung to her wide hips, flared over her knees. She wore a blue shirt with an American flag and a country barn stitched across the chest, a Norman Rockwell warmth in the homespun crafting. Jack's jeans hung loose on his hips, and his white T-shirt flapped in the light breeze. Ethan's Secret Service sweatshirt dangled from his free hand. Jack looked up, saw Ethan, and beamed. His smile went straight to Ethan's soul, to the center of his heart. A buzz rolled through him, a heady summer thrum, honey-warm. Jack's smiles made his heart beat, made his soul catch fire. He smiled back, matching Jack's wide, glowing expression, his gaze overflowing with love. They lay together in the hammock through the afternoon, Ethan holding Jack close, pressed against his chest. Sometimes they talked, reminiscing about the first time they met, their early friendship, how nervous they both were in the beginning, desperate for their relationship to work, and scared it would all fall apart. They laughed over their foibles and gaffes, relived their best moments. Ethan never brought up the future. Neither did Jack. Would they even have a tomorrow? Mary and Andrew huddled together inside the house, Andrew watching TNN, hunched on the couch, his hands fisted over his mouth. Behind him, Mary ironed, working through what seemed like every plaid shirt Andrew owned. The sun dipped in the sky, rays of light sparkling through the wavering branches of the oak and falling across their faces. Ethan kept Jack's cheek and stared into his eyes. Everything in his life came down to this moment, to the man in his arms. He'd never known how deeply he could love, how all-consuming that love could be, how loving Jack could rewrite his entire life. How happy he could be, just holding Jack and gazing into his soul. Jack tried to be brave, holding Ethan's hand and smiling, but fear hung in his fractured blue eyes. His breaths came fast, almost strangled puffs against Ethan's skin. "I'm scared," he whispered. "I don't want to be apart from you." "You will never be apart from me." He stroked Jack's cheek, dragged his thumb across his flushed skin. Jack's phone rang. Ethan grabbed him, holding tight as if he could stop time, if he just held Jack close. Everything he had kept buried burst, a volcano erupting inside of him, and he gasped, pressing his lips to Jack's forehead. It was too soon, too soon. He didn't want to face this, not now, not ever. It wasn't fair. Jack had saved him, saved everyone. But the cost was too high. Hadn't that been the problem from day one? Jack was always being ripped apart for his heart and his choices made out of love. Love for the country, love for the world, for his friends, and his love for Ethan. Ethan kissed his hair, blinking back his tears. Jack's hand shook as he pulled out his phone. His other hand clenched down on Ethan's, their knuckles going white. He swiped to answer. "Hello?" "Jack, it's Elizabeth. Senator Allen just called. The committee finalized their recommendations." They held their breaths, staring into each other's eyes. "I love you so fucking much." Ethan tried to speak through his gaze, tried to pour his love into Jack. He could never explain how much he loved Jack, put into words how deep his love went. But maybe if Jack could feel what he felt, feel the force that seized him when he thought of Jack, like a tornado lived in his soul. A single tear slipped down Jack's cheek. He mouthed to Ethan, "I love you." Elizabeth took a deep, steadying breath. "They are not recommending charges against you for violating the Logan Act. They agreed that you and I were working together and that I endorsed your activities in Russia." Jack exhaled hard, and Ethan's eyes slipped closed, their hands squeezed. "They spent most of their time on the Espionage Act charges. There's a damning statement they're going to release, saying that it is a felony to mishandle classified information, including exposing foreign nationals to top-secret information or installations in either an intentional or negligent manner, that you are, by the black-and-white letter of the law, guilty." Ethan curled around Jack, burying his face in Jack's hair, gasping as a bomb burst in his chest. "Guilty." The word hit him like a shotgun blast, shattering his bones and atomizing his soul. Jack went pale, the blood draining from his face. "Oh, God. However," Elizabeth said, speaking fast, "they're not recommending charges be brought, and the Department of Justice has confirmed they'll abide by the recommendations of the committee." The world lurched, a hard jerk to the right. Had he heard that correctly, or was that just his imagination? Jack sputtered, searching for words. "What? No charges. You said guilty." Elizabeth cleared her throat, her voice changing, obviously reading from a statement. "It is the opinion of the committee that prosecution of these charges would not be in the nation's best interest. While the exposure of top-secret information to foreign nationals was clearly intentional, it was not malicious in nature and served the goal of American national security. That does not excuse the dangerous, dreadful errors in judgment shown by President Spiers Reichenbach. However, it does provide context and clear mitigating circumstances that led to these decisions. This additional context leads us to conclude that we believe a prosecution would not ultimately be successful. Successful prosecutions for violations of the Espionage Act have historically centered on the malicious, willful release of classified or top-secret information to harmful foreign nationals. The foreign nationals working with President Spiers Reichenbach were not named allies, but were operating in a cooperative and non-hostile manner at that time." Ethan stared at Jack, his jaw hanging open. "What does that mean?" he grunted when Jack stayed silent. "It means the Attorney General is not going to press charges." "It means you're free, Jack," she said carefully. "The committee does think you're guilty, but the DOJ won't prosecute. The case won't hold up. It's too complex. Your reasons for what you did were made in a fluid environment. The law is rigid, written for an inflexible world. What you went through, the choices you had to make, they can't be quantified on paper, charted out in black and white and weighed for public review." She sighed long and loud. "There will be people around the country who will be furious at this, at you. There's going to be backlash." Elizabeth kept talking, but her voice faded away, a low warble as the truth landed in the center of Ethan's heart. Jack was free. Jack beamed, smiling as tears rolled down his cheeks. He dropped the phone on Ethan's chest and cradled his face, pressing kiss after kiss to his lips around his wide smile. They could deal with backlash. They could deal with anything. Together. "Jack, Senator Allen is still on the line. I need to get back to him. I'll call you later. We'll discuss next steps. I know Pete wants to give you a call. Ask about a statement." "Later, Elizabeth. I need to let this sink in." They heard the smile in her voice. "I know.
It's a relief for us all, Jack. We've been biting our nails all weekend. The whole team is here. I'm going to announce it to them after this call.
We'll wait for it to leak to TNN. She laughed.
Senator Allen says they're going to release soon, too. It will all be over in a few hours.
Jack breathed out.
Thank you.
Thank Stephen for me, whatever he did. It helped.
Politics. You never know who your friends and enemies are, do you?
You always know who your true friends are. Jack smiled, his gaze fixed to Ethan.
I'll talk to you soon, Elizabeth. Chapter 78. Washington, D.C.
Elizabeth transferred back to Senator Allen.
He's been told.
I'm sure he's relieved.
We all are, Senator.
Elizabeth leaned forward, flicking through a manila folder. A top-secret cover sheet lay nearby.
Now, let's discuss the findings from your Senate Select Committee investigation.
It's all there. We started with the president's testimony and then went through Reichenbach's and Agent Collard's as well. Investigators pulled data from Madigan's freighter and his house of cloning horrors shipwrecked off Saudi Arabia and from the sunken Vedushi in the Arctic.
And the committee is confident in these findings?
Greater than 99% confidence. Madigan created 5 clones. Leslie Spiers, Noah Williams, and 3 more, still unaccounted for. Elizabeth sighed, closing her eyes as the words swam on the pages before her. Senator Allen spoke again.
Are you going to share this with President Spiers Reichenbach? I think he's earned a reprieve, don't you? Let him sleep at night. This is our problem now.
We have Americans still being held in Lubyanka prison with the other Madigan trash. We're working on extradition orders for them, since they were actively serving military officers who fled with Madigan. It's a delicate maneuvering between 3 court systems. It could take time. She shrugged.
I won't weep if any of Madigan's men are inconvenienced in Lubyanka prison. It might take quite a while to extradite them.
He grunted. And General Moroshkin is still at large.
I'm not worried about him. He left none of it a broken man. He was the one who let the dog in the back door in Russia. I wouldn't be surprised if we find his bones off St. Petersburg in the Gulf of Finland one day.
We can hope, Allen sighed. Our teams in the Arctic recovered the bodies of the SEAL team as well. They're coming home under honors. I'd like to be at the base with you when they land.
Absolutely. I'm reaching out to their families. Senator, what about Madigan's network? His supporters in the United States, General Bell's testimony says he's convinced there are more of his followers still out there.
We think this was his last stand. His infrastructure was crumbling. Reichenbach and his team dogged his every move. He was penned in Somalia until Sergeant Wright, working for Madigan, killed his teammate and put Lieutenant Cooper's team out of commission. These were the acts of a man scraping his forces together for a final battle.
But did we get them all?
Senator Allen went quiet. I can't answer that, and neither can our intelligence community. She shook her head.
What about the rest of the world? The threat forecast for the future looks pretty bleak.
We took big hits with this one. Madigan, Moroshkin, and his Russian forces on our back door. The Chinese turned their navy around, but we still had 2 of the world's biggest armies heading for us at the same time. 196 countries saw that. They watched Madigan give us bloody noses again and again. We're still bleeding. Russia's broken. Europe took a step back from us. We're going to have a hard time for a while. Elizabeth chewed on her bottom lip, staring at the committee's final recommendation. One of the committee's assessments and recommendations is the creation of an off-the-books black team, under presidential oversight and reporting back to the president and your Senate Select Committee, a team that could act decisively and quickly when needed, politically, diplomatically, and desperately. We need this kind of team. We can finance it through our Black Asset Program. Who knows what will be coming at us now? More internal threats? Who can we definitively trust right now? This team needs to be people we can rely on 100%. Alan sighed, and Leather creaked over the phone like he was leaning back in his own chair. We're going to face outside attacks. People are going to want to take a swing at us right now. We need to be able to stop them, ideally, before they get a chance to strike. I agree, Senator. And I have a few ideas. Chapter 79. Jack rolled into Ethan, his hands running over Ethan's face, his neck. Ethan held Jack, beaming. They heard a loud whoop rise in the house. Andrew's hearty cheer, Mary's gasp, and then sobbing. TNN played in the background, the news alert falling from the screen door on the back porch. We're free, Ethan. We're free. Jack laughed, joy pulsing through him. He was free, and he was in Ethan's arms. Their future unfolded before them, open and wide, full of opportunity, of choice. Now what? Jack cradled Ethan's face, looping one leg through Ethan's thighs and scooting as close as he could on the hammock. They swayed, rocked by the late afternoon breeze. We can do anything. First, Ethan smiled, covering Jack's hand with his own. We're going on our honeymoon. He kissed Jack slowly. Pulling back, he pressed their foreheads together, his half-lidded eyes warm as they held Jack's gaze. After that, we can do anything we want. What Elizabeth said the other night. Jack's brows furrowed, his thoughts starting to string together, possibilities he hadn't considered at the time, had refused to think about, bubbling up to the surface. Ethan kissed him again, smiling. Anything, Jack. It's your life. It's our life. Together. Smiling, Ethan laced their hands together, brought Jack's fingers to his lips, and kissed Jack's wedding ring. And I'm with you all the way. This concludes Enemy Within by Tal Bauer. Narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2017-2020 by Tal Bauer. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tal Bauer and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.